This is a shakedown. Order up that beat just like it's takeout. Show me you got soul inside those new shoes, and you can rock and roll with an attitude. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. You're the new MC, you got the remix. Keep it on repeat, just let the beat kick. Everywhere you go, you bring the roof down. Everybody knows you got your own sound. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. The way you like it, oh yeah you like it. The way you like it now, yeah you like it. The way you like it, oh so good, so fresh. Get up on your feet. Yeah, 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 yeah. Show me you got soul. Feet, this is a shakedown. I've been walking through the valley of the shadows. I let them tell me who I was. I've been talking myself up onto the gallows. Every time I tried to walk away, I couldn't make it through another day. Every time seemed to be an uphill battle. I was trying to make it on my own, my way. You were knocking on the door that I've been looking for. It was right in front of me. I was lost, but now I'm free. And I was blind, but now I see that your love is better than life. Your love is better than life. But I ain't turning back I never had any diamonds or pearls, but I can give you all my extra time. I never look at the other girls, 'cause you are always on my mind. And they keep on coming up, and I keep on moving on, and they keep on coming back for more. And I keep on giving it up, and you keep on moving on, and I keep on coming back for more. This could be paradise. Yeah, this could be our last night. Whoa, this could be paradise. I want you back like 1985. It's the darkest sleep in a bathroom stall. Girl, I know what's going through your mind. So tell me, what are you waiting for? Trying to hide it behind the door. And they keep on coming up, and I keep on moving on, and they keep on coming back for more. And I keep on giving it up, and you keep on moving on, and I keep on coming back for more. This could be paradise. Yeah, this could be our last night. Whoa, this could be paradise. I want you back like 1985. This could be paradise. Yeah, this could be our last night. Whoa, this could be paradise. I want you back like 1985. Paradise. Yeah, this could be our last night. Whoa, this could be paradise. I want you back like 1985.
Hey Sheeter, can you check your WhatsApp? Lewis wanted me to tell you that.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
DreamLeague Season 20 is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Good morning, and welcome to this very special day, extra day even, because it is Tiebreaker Day. There was actually a time when we thought we would not be doing anything today. There would not be any Dota for you to enjoy, but luckily there is Dota for you to enjoy. And welcome, panelists. I actually did not come up with a name for you guys yet, so I'm going to do that in my next session that I have with my patient. Good morning.
Just every day, it's the same thing. You come in, they're playing the music. They all got the nice hair.
They do.
They're so talented.
They are.
People ask you if you've taken your testosterone pills today because you're low on T.
Yeah. How does it
Just don't feel like a man anymore around these guys, especially Bob.
Why especially Bob?
He's got the voice.
He's got the voice.
The voice of an angel.
Talk to me about it.
I just did. I can't stop hearing him in my head.
If you look at all three of our pandas, what word comes to mind?
Preposterous.
The preposterous pandas?
Yes.
Preposterous pandas.
Powerful pandas.
Powerful pandas. That's better. They seem to like that one more.
Pikachu pandas. Do a Pokemon. I wanna be the very best. I'm not fucking doing the rest. I don't wanna sing this song because it's very cringe.
But everybody knows the lyrics. My voice is not working. Otherwise, I would have tuned in. Oh wait, continue it, but.
Can I fucking have one of these?
You want what? Yeah. Yeah, the whole thing is yours. If you want to, I'm like.
Cheers to that.
Cheers.
What is that, dude? I just don't understand.
It's a phone. It's a phone. Hello? Yeah, okay, I know.
Ring, ring.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
the based police. Remember that one?
what kind of age
like-
is that? I thought I was old.
Dude, that was like 3 years ago. Come on. Good lord.
Well, then I'm a boomer. It's fine. I have someone that helps me decipher all these young things that are popping up in the languages. It's none other than Effie that will be joining us on the couch. So you have heard of the base police.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
What do they normally tell you?
That I'm just too based and I have to go to prison.
Wow. That's kind of harsh.
If they'll send you Guantanamo based.
Did you just go
That
off?
is where I would end up.
I did, yeah. Thank you. I'll be here all week.
That was a good one. That was a good one. We are in for more good ones. The more good one on the couch is going to be the first one. Let's find out how good the support is for his back this time around. It's none other than Bird.
It hurts.
You need lower back support.
Is this when you sit on this couch? Do you still feel like it's? Oh, there we go. Like it's one of the better places to sit in the building.
Yeah, our couches upstairs are no good.
No.
Jenkins, could you demonstrate how you sat in it earlier? Do you remember? It was pretty close to that. You have to do something real wacky. The back is it's one of those low back couches that look okay.
Yeah.
And then you buy it and you're like, I made a terrible fucking mistake. And now it's just in your house for 8 years.
Can I stop now?
Yeah, that's fine.
Do you think that someone had exactly that moment and said, well, no, I'm not going to have this in my house for 8 years. I'm going to put it
They
in
brought
the
it here.
DreamLeague green room.
It's
No,
possible.
they went to IKEA and they said, give me the cheapest thing. That's what they said. Oh, you want this trash is by the dumpster. Do you want this?
So compared to those, these are much better is what I'm trying to get
That's
to.
true.
These are great.
Yeah, these are good.
Excellent couches. You
Yeah, these are nice.
can draw things on them, I
What?
think.
Don't do that.
It's like velvet.
Oh,
I
like
think
that.
I'm going to draw Shiver.
I don't know. Maybe you brought a Sharpie.
No, I mean, it's like that two-way velvet. You know, you can put
Yes, I know what you mean. Velvet. That
You guys
way.
know IKEA has a food court?
Yeah, they have really nice hot dogs.
They sell really good goldfish fillets there.
hot dogs.
Goldfish
But
fillet.
yeah, you can have IKEA is like one.
You absolutely.
Everyone says
psychopath.
meatballs in America.
No, yeah,
Like,
meatballs is nice,
go
but
there.
I
Yeah, it's
dare
goldfish
like,
meat.
The Swedish
No, but
meatballs.
if you go to an IKEA, like outside of the store, not the restaurant, but outside of the store, you can get a hot dog for like €1. It's really lovely, and sometimes you get a second one for 50 cents extra. Also, 50 cents is the price of a soft serve ice horn, which is amazing. It's like bargain.
what?
When
What?
I was a student, I lived quite close to an
ice
IKEA.
what?
This was my
Ice what?
dinner.
Fever, what's on the hot
Ice
dog?
what?
Though?
Ice cone,
Did you? That's not what you
soft
said.
serve,
That's not what you said. The
an
first.
ice crunchy bit, ice horn.
Fever,
The ice horn. What do you mean ice horn?
It's an ice horn.
What are we, Vikings?
Good one.
It's an ice horn. My bad. This is backing me up. The powerful
the
pandas.
fuck is what's
An
There's
ice
one
horn.
country in the world where they call it that,
What the hell, Bob?
and it's the one you four are from.
There's no such thing as an ice horn.
Ice horntje. Yes, ice horntje.
Can you count to 10 in Dutch for me, please?
1, 2,
Wait. Just wait till you get to the good ones. Wait. Go ahead.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Wait, so give me a second. Give me a second. It's just English, but with a funny accent. Acht. That's
Yeah.
8. Zeven. That's
Zeven.
7.
Zeven.
You just say it
Zeven.
weird, but in
Sorry.
English. Sorry. Do the
Dude,
9
it
and
sounds
10.
like if
9.
Sounds
Nathan.
like-
Dude,
Say-
it sounds like
say-
if somebody we're gonna make a space show. They're like, we need to create a language for our aliens. You know? But they only had like 2 days, right? So they just took English and they just added like letters.
Yeah.
I think that's
we
really
can't
funny.
be bothered to write an actual language.
Rev the engine, zav, z, zengen, you know?
Wait, what do you say if the spaceship is going 999,999 kilometers an hour?
How many nines are we talking about? 6 or 5?
999,000, 6 nines.
6 nines.
Yep.
999.999. Right?
Where's
Okay,
the, where's the,
Oh, man.
why are you gonna put that in there? That makes it so hard to say.
What?
Negen. Where's this throat
just-
noise come from?
You want me to do the alphabet?
We have
No. Oh my God. No. Holy shit. I'm already covered in saliva.
I just heard that the draft is in 5 minutes, and we do have some Dota to talk about, because some of you might be wondering, wait a second, why are we here? Some of us are wondering. No, we've got tiebreakers. This is tiebreaker day, and we started with 16 teams, and that was lovely and nice, and we had group stage days, and everybody was happy. But that didn't last that long, did it, Purge?
It didn't, and I feel a little bit. I feel like we lost something really special this time because we got a lot of really good teams knocked out. It was a tough tournament though, and frankly, both groups were still really
Yeah.
close. Not too many teams really disappointed in terms of score. But you got to knock out 8 of these guys, and unfortunately, we lost a lot of fan favorites.
We lost a lot of fan favorites. In Group B, eliminated our Beastco, Shopify Rebellion, OG, and Entity. I think a lot of fan favorites there eliminated, mostly of course in the form of Miracle for that one. But Group A is the reason why we're here, because even though Liquid and TSM are out guaranteed, 2 more teams have to join them, Effie, and it's a tie.
It is a tie, Shiva. We have a 3-way tiebreaker today between Secret, Tundra, and EG. And Tsunami walked me through the steps of the tiebreaker process yesterday, but I forgot them entirely. It was very complicated.
I thought you were going to go over
So
them.
ready for you to tell me.
I was ready.
It was super complicated, but I know that the 4th rule, the 4th step in tiebreakers is a 1v1 solo mid. So if we get to phase 4 of the tiebreakers today.
Because there is a potential for the so-called infinite loop, but you're saying that regardless, it won't be infinite because at the 4th time, 1v1 mid is the solution.
No, I think I forgot. There were so many rules. I
think
zoned
the
out.
third one is
zoned out
different
yesterday.
too. The third one's different, but it's not a 1v1 mid.
Okay.
So it's like if
Something
you're
to do with like head-to-head and then
The third one's like
fours or-
head-to-head, but if that is not solved, we do the 1v1.
It's like if you rock, paper, scissors 8 times in a row, you like pull out a gun and you see who can shoot the other person first because you're like, all right,
Russian
enough
roulette.
of this game.
It will only be repeated once. After that, different rules will come into play. Indeed, everybody will play each other once. It's a best of 1 round robin, and there is a chance that we only have 2 games because whoever wins game 1 will also play game 2, and therefore, with the first team that has 2 wins moves forward. And there's not just the place in the groups to play for the 4th place. There's also money on the line, Jenkins.
Yeah, money's important. Gotta get that dough, and 2 slots to Riyadh Masters. I don't know why I pronounced it like that. I'm thinking in Dutch still. 2 slots to Riyadh Masters this time. Very important to get there. That's going to be a $15 million tournament. So it's a TI level tournament that we're looking at here. So no screwing around today.
No,
for
and
these
we
guys.
do give participation trophies, so everybody that's eliminated already gets some money as well.
Yep.
And if you win the tiebreakers, you go from 9th, 10th to 8th. So that's a pretty big jump up there as well.
That's $12,500.
Yes.
Split that 5 ways. That's like a season of DPC.
Yes, which is more important for some than others. I want to highlight Team Secret that has not played very well in DPC recently, and therefore a little bit of extra cash would be nice.
Honestly, and placing well would also matter for them because I think that they said that they would do the invites to Riyadh Masters based on these 2 tournaments, but
a portion I believe is also Glico based.
Yeah,
of the ESL Glico rankings.
Right. So it's Glico, which means, and considering this is a big tournament, this is going to matter for getting invited to Riyadh. Even if you don't get 1st or 2nd, still getting a little bit higher replacement could give you more points, and you get invited to Riyadh anyway.
Yeah, and for some of those teams that did great last season, Liquid's the most obvious example. They got 2nd place, and then this time they flamed out. Unfortunately for them, that's going to really affect their chances of qualifying. So maybe they can still make it based on Glico, but it's going to be tough.
It will be tough indeed. We are going to have the 3 teams, which are Evil Geniuses, Team Secret, and Tundra, so play a best of 1 round robin. This is going to be the schedule. We're going to start things off with Team Secret versus Tundra, and then the winner of that will play against Evil Geniuses, and then the loser of that, will also play against Evil Geniuses. Am I dumb?
That's correct.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Yeah, EG would
Like
definitely...
the one of the to be decided on the bottom line has to be Evil Geniuses.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. Okay. Cool. And if that is a tie, we run it back. We go again.
Yep.
Because we like Dota.
And then what happens?
Then we phase 2 or
some sort of head-to-head.
Then we phase 2 it.
And then after that,
We have best of 1s. But no, we have
phase
mid
3.
1v1s.
exactly, that's what we're waiting for
that was
today.
phase 4.
Meepo versus Broodmother.
But I believe it can only happen between Tundra and EG because Secret has a 2-0. Everyone else in the tiebreaker has a 1-1 score with each other, but Secret 2-0 Tundra. So
Correct.
If it's Secret and Tundra, like if the infinite loop happens and they have to 1v1 with each other, that's not going to happen. But the team that it can happen for is EG and Tundra.
Yeah.
So they're basing the head-to-head off of the original results
That's
as
step
well.
3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Step
Gotcha.
3.
One of the only reasons that we're here is because Tundra versus Secret was not a tie. That was a 2-0 for Team Secret. And if Tundra was able to tie that, just like they tied most every other team, then Tundra would have moved forward and we would not have tiebreakers. Because then what would have happened is that most people just 2-0'd Liquid and everybody that 2-0'd Liquid moves forward.
Dude, and then EG would have tied every single series and
EG
just got knocked out.
That would be so
That would have
painful.
been brutal. I honestly feel bad for TSM because they went 0-6-1
Yeah.
and they didn't make it through to even tiebreakers, and all the winning teams that did make it through are 1-6-0.
Yeah, it is
So the one
close.
is just flipped somewhere. It's this group is so close.
I mean, even for Liquid, they were not that far off. They're 2 games away.
Yeah.
Like we talked disappointed about them, but yeah, they also could have made it. It was this group was very, very tight, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's one of those situations where one of these like 4th place in the group teams ends up going super deep in the tournament.
I agree.
To be honest, both groups were very tight, not just this group. I mean, with the exception of Entity in Group B, like the difference between 7th place and 4th place is 8-6 and 6-8. That is wild. I don't think we've ever had a group stage like this before in a really long time. I mean, every team was so close. And I'm not sure if that just speaks to the overall skill level in Dota Rising or, you know, the newness of the patch being that everybody's playing the exact same thing. So it could just go any way at any point.
What if it's Glicko's, the Glicko system is a perfect design? And it's just like the perfect tournament design, and that's why we have such close groups.
Holy shit.
It's very possible, right?
That's right.
Very possible.
Glicko doesn't feel perfect with my MMR, though, I can tell you that much. Lost a
It's
lot of
definitely
that.
biased there, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It feels good with my MMR. It doesn't feel good with all my teammates.
No, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Not your fault.
Let's talk about some Dota that's happening on our screens because our first match is live. We do have the draft. And of course, this matchup in particular was the one that made all the difference in the groups. And it was a 2-0 for Team Secret. And I want to talk a little bit about that. I don't know if any of you caught those games in particular, but I know that Medusa played a big role, especially in that first game of the series where we had Chrysalis have a near flawless. I say near flawless. They had a flawless anti-mage game. Didn't die a single time. I feel like Team Secret is playing a little bit different Dota from what we have seen Tundra play. So that for me is very interesting. And of course, we cannot forget both teams are playing with new additions. With FBZ, of course, now coming in for Team Secret on loan from Boom Esports as the offlaner, and Tundra still playing with Malrine on the mid lane and Immersion on the position 4 as stand-ins. But Purge, what do you want to see from this one? Because Medusa's already out. We won't see Poppy Chen. First phase respect ban.
Yeah, that's the hero that Secret's been playing the most for Puppy. I think he's played like 4 games, won 3 of them. So not a lot of other teams really playing Chen as often. So not surprised to see that get thrown out. They're just going to go surely a Techie's response plus something else here.
If any teams at all, right? I think Secret's the only team I've seen play Chen so far. I would, of course, have to check, so don't take my word at that. But it speaks a lot to Secret that they have these first phase openers that a lot of teams don't. Like these Chens, these Enchantresses, these Monkey Kings for Chrysalis. There is a lot of variety in the way Secret approach the first phase, so they are one of the more interesting teams to watch.
Yeah, for sure. And Chrysalis actually has had a very diverse hero pool in this tournament so far. You know, people criticize him sometimes, saying he's only good at a couple of heroes, but he's played like 7 or 8 different heroes so far this tournament. And it's safe to say Secret's overperforming. I mean, people after their DPC run, everyone's just expecting them to kind of keep burning out, but it's working here. And
to be honest, their DPC run, even though the score wasn't good, was not a bad run. If you watch their series, a lot of their games were close. They were not getting stomped in these games.
Yep.
They were always winning a game in a series, and even in the games they lost, it was just decided in the very late game. They were always staying neck and neck with their opponents. So I would say that Secret have probably had the best performance in a really long time with their last tour, despite the results not being so great. And it's really showing in this DreamLeague that the skill level of these players is high enough to compete with the rest of the Tier 1 teams.
And Western EU is just such a stupidly difficult region.
Yeah.
Honestly. Yeah, I mean, I watched a lot of their games as well. I was surprised that they got relegated, because if you look at the number, I think they had like 7 wins or something like that. It just happens that every single series they played was 1-2, and they even 1-2'd like a lot of the teams that were in the upper echelon. So, yeah, this is a very good team.
So, interestingly enough, Tundra go for the Spirit Breaker right after the Rat Rider versus a Bloodseeker. And we've talked a little bit about this matchup before, in that Spirit Breaker can play into Bloodseeker if he just, uses Bulldoze at the right time and takes the Rupture, but we've seen it going both ways. We've seen teams pick Spirit Breaker against Bloodseeker, kind of falling off in that early mid-game where they're not making these kills happen, and then Bloodseeker just completely counters this hero. So Tundra do have a lot of confidence in the Spirit Breaker pick, but what it does give them is extreme kill threats. With their ability to charge early on and the potential Batrider rotations, there is a lot of kill potential. But this Bloodseeker also happens to counter the Batrider as well, so I'm favoring Team Secret's opening over Tundra's at the moment.
Speaking of second pick, first pick, I think second pick is sitting around a 55% win rate right now in this tournament. So if you are first pick like Tundra was, 45% chance to win. It's ignoring sides, so pretty big deal.
That is a big deal. Seems like it anyway.
So Tundra's Dire and second pick.
And
So they've
Dire
got-
also has a bigger win rate.
Dire's a bigger win rate?
Actually,
Radiant
or is it
still?
50-50?
Because I think
I think it was 50-50 actually this
is it
morning when I checked.
50-50? Oh shit, I like Radiant.
I feel like it's got to be higher. Hang on, let me check that. Give me a second.
Right after the patch started, the first like
it was Radiant.
it was Radiant quite heavily actually, I believe.
Because this does feel like a Radiant favorite patch.
Dude, it's that damn pull camp. You pull the easy camp, and it kills the whole creep wave. Because there's a little sliver that the creeps got to go through, so they just run around confused.
On the safe lane,
I
yeah.
mean,
It's
on the
really
safe
nice.
lane.
Little stuff like that helps. I think one other thing that really helped Radiant feel stronger at the start of the patch was that Roshan seems so important. But one of the stats I saw this morning when I was browsing, that there's only average one Rosh dying per total game right now. So
It's because he's so far out
He's
of
really
the way.
far.
I think it's like one of those things where teams are just prioritizing a little bit less. They're getting into less fights there, and they're playing Dota in slightly different ways that prioritize it less, and maybe that's also eating away at the Radiant win rate.
That
yeah,
makes
sure.
sense.
Yeah, taking Roshan Radiant is definitely way easier.
So Purge is actually right. It is 50-50 Dire Radiant right now.
I know my pie charts. When
Yeah.
it's right down the middle, I'm like, I'm gonna eat half of that pie. That's how it works.
That's quite interesting. I don't think this is a 50-50 split in Radiant Dire win rate is something that I never thought would happen in
Yeah.
Dota 2.
Very long time.
That's why when you said that you weren't sure, I was like, oh shit, I read the graph wrong. I was looking at some wrong stat
No,
for sure.
you're
It looks so
absolutely
weird. 50-50.
I gotta have first for everything.
All right, there's some Bloodseeker core matchups that are good. The Void, the Ursa, Tundra bans the Morphling themselves. That'd be another one that matches up decent against Bloodseeker.
Is there another one that comes to mind that you feel like Team Secret should try to remove here?
Who's the invulnerable while moving heroes that are
Faceless
left?
Void.
That's why. Yep, that's why they banned that one.
Void Spirit.
They also lost to 2 Faceless Voids yesterday. The Yatoro Faceless Void completely crushed Team Secret. So I understand the respect they've placed on this hero, especially since Skater has been known to play it in the past. It's been a while since we've seen it be a staple of his, but like a couple of years ago, he was constantly running this hero with Tundra.
And it's a great hero against Batrider as well. So if they're not planning to pick it themselves, like Tundra is further protected. I feel like we're seeing Void consistently banned in the second phase, probably because of the popularity of Bat making it through.
Oh, damn, Shadow Demon made it through. I mean, this is like one of the classic counters to Spirit Breaker. You just purge his status resistance and also counters Batrider too. If you play core Bat, I mean, even just a support Bat, you
Great
throw
trade.
you throw the ult on him, and this hero like plays around being on top of you, and you just can't do that when you're slowed. And you can also save from
Yeah.
both of these heroes with the disruption.
And in the laning stage, Batrider puts a lot of numbers over your head, and it's the only way to go 50-50 is
Is to
do the
put numbers
same.
over his head, yeah,
Yeah,
of course.
so it's very important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
balance.
I'm not sure about Shadow Demon's ability to trade with Batrider. I feel like Batrider and Techies are just the hardest supports to trade against, so I don't think Shadow
Yes,
Demon
they
wins
are.
those at all.
That is so annoying.
Yeah, but Shadow Demon is just so incredibly good versus motion-based heroes, and Tundra have 2 of them, and so is Bloodseeker. I mean, it just feels like, on paper, hero dynamic to hero dynamic, Team Secret just have solutions already.
It's a nice combo too with the Bloodseeker disruption into Bloodright. Not like a scuffed version
Yeah.
of the Bane Nightmare into Bloodright.
And of course, we've got the ability to stack Ancients with Shadow Demon. He's just so good at it in this patch because you can just leave poison on the one Ancient cap near the Wisdom Room, and then you can just go to the triangle and stack the other one too.
So it aggroes even if you're like super far away?
Yeah, you just have to pop it, right?
You have to manually pop it? Because I know sometimes when you're really far from a camp, when you nuke it, it doesn't pull. But his still does, right?
Hey, that's an invulnerable hero. You press Omni Slash while ruptured, and then you take no damage. Or you can just spin TP.
Or just put the healing ward down and spin and run, and
Yeah.
you're like
I thought-
offsetting the heal.
So I think you would have to like pull the Ancient at 53 and then walk towards like the center of the lane, and then pop your poison
Ah, so
on
that
the
you're
other Ancient
close
around like
enough.
55, 56.
Gotcha. That way
I think
you're
that's
close
how
enough
you'd have to be
aggro.
able to do it. It's not easy to do, but it's you can pull it off.
Yeah, stacking Ancients is amazing right now. If you guys missed the last patch, you actually get experience from the stacked Ancients that are cleared down no matter where you are on the map. So it's just so good to stack Ancients as a support right now. It really pays off. There's a lot of games where I hit mid-game as a support and I'm like, I'm just really high level. And it just takes like 4 or 5 stacks kind of things that makes a difference.
Also, the great thing is when your core goes to take the stack, you take their lane too. So you just get huge.
Yeah,
you get so huge. And honestly, I think one of the more underrated parts to SD stacking is like everybody talks about like being able to stack like 3 or 4 camps at once. I think just being able to stack from super far away, it means at like the 4-minute or 6-minute mark, you can stack a camp while getting the rune. A lot of other sports have to choose between do I secure the rune or do I stack? You can do both on this hero.
And they have to be there physically in the right position with their hero model. SD or heroes like Venge, something Liquid is picking a lot in DPC. It's so easy to stack. You can be forgetful. You'd be like, oh shit, I have to stack right now. Boom, caster spell. So you get a couple extra.
Like over a cliff and then you can head mid or do whatever you were doing.
Save in seconds. It's a big deal.
That is very important. The issue that Team Secret have, since we're talking about stacking so much, is that currently, like, none of their cores really take stacks very confidently. Like, Pango is quite good at taking the hard camp stacks, but if we're talking about Ancients, neither Pango nor Bloodseeker feel comfortable taking it. So if they are going to take advantage of Shadow Demon's ability to make these stacks, they need something like a Tidehunter on the offlane. And if they don't, then this thing that we've talking about is a little irrelevant and kind of a waste of their Shadow Demon. So I do hope that they look towards some Ancient clearing offlaner right now.
Silencer is a really great hero to counteract that whole thing. So we talked about how SD saves his team, but Global Silence just interrupts those engagement periods. So,
and not just that, it covers them. So the way that we've been seeing Bat Riders be played versus anything that counters them is they'll go in for the lasso, they'll be covered by the Global Silence, and they'll have that ability to take the fight. So I think the Silencer pick was much needed by Tundra. And not only does it cover the lasso, it also stops the Shadow Demon disrupt versus any kind of save. So they do have the ability to make the charge in, make the lasso, get the initiation first on Tundra. So the Silencer is so pivotal in that. But what Secret has against that is they have Pango's ability to lock down and supports quite easily. So it's this Pango's job in this game to look for the Silencer if Team Secret are going to look for these engagements into Tundra.
So Tundra seems to think this is an Armel hero. It's going to be picked up.
Yeah, would you like to see Silencer, Batter, Spiritbreaker as the Armor hero? Other team.
Secret, they have run the Pango on the offlane. They're like one of the only teams that is willing to do that.
I think we are still looking for the mid matchup regardless, no?
Maybe.
It looks like...
I mean, they seem to think so.
Yeah, both teams seem to think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
But the Queen of Pain ban, to me, makes it seem like it's a Pango mid because this is like the best counter in lane.
Or Shadow Fiend mid.
To the Pango.
10 seconds remaining.
Let's see what's still in the pool for mid lane. The Ember is still in the pool.
I do feel like
Never mind.
Tundra needs some sort of like puck co-op type hero. They definitely need a spirit. Somebody's got to go in and do stuff.
The spirit's still in his Storm, Earth.
Yeah, let's see an Earth Spirit mid game.
No, why you asked for the spirit? The only spirit's still in his
It is
Storm.
Tundra. This is the one team that might do it actually.
There's also the potential Bat Flex still. It could either be going mid or offlane depending on what Secret decide to do on their last pick.
No, it will be the puck.
Okay.
and then on the other side, heroes he's played before, Wind Ranger, Tiny, but everyone else is banned.
Against Puck, you definitely Tiny. Come on, you got to Tiny this. It's really good against SB as well. You burst the silencer.
It's pretty easy to avalanche interrupt his charge.
I love the idea of Tiny. I think that's a really good suggestion. It's such a good combo with like Techies as well. Easy setup for all of Techie's mines.
It's not played very much lately. I mean, it's really been leveraging the power of tossbacks for so many patches. Like literally a year, it's been popular. So it's just been getting nerfed, and now it's just not as effective as these. Like,
I'm just so confident.
Spirits.
I'm so confident in Tiny players asking for Tiny against Puck though. Okay, never mind.
I think the Wind Ranger was the most obvious option here. Right? It gives them something to fight into, Bat and Spiritbreaker really early on. I don't think it's the best hero versus Puck, to be completely honest. I feel like Puck has so many ways to disjoint Wind Ranger's abilities. And honestly, as the draft progressed, I was feeling Tundra's draft more and more, because even though the SB and the Bat Rider on paper are countered by the Splitseeker, I feel like the rest of Tundra's draft makes so much sense. The Puck is going to be excellent in like tuttling on these backline supports in SD and and it's going to be so good at like silencing the techies and making rotations early on. The Coil also counters the Pango. I think Juggernaut has such a good core-to-core matchup when it comes to Bloodseeker, and we've seen Juggernauts completely pop off in the late game. And I think the Silencer covers what counters Tundra by Team Secret. It covers the lasso, it covers the disruption save from Secret, and Tundra have the better late game scaling too. What I don't like about Secret's draft is I just don't feel like they have anybody to take advantage of the ancient stacking that we talked about either. But I mean, Secret's draft could work. I just think Tundra approached their last 3 picks really well.
And they're also doing offlane Pango, which is typically not where it's played. It's usually played in the mid lane.
Pretty weak in the
But
offlane.
the upside is that it's not going to die to Jug very often. You can get away from him. They can definitely kill the support. The Silencer, he's not very mobile. So if Silencer, if snaking makes mistakes, definitely punishable.
Actually, you're right. That's probably why they thought that it was going to be a Pango offlane, because I remember when Pango first came out, it was like, oh, this is the Jug counter. He spins on you and you just swash away, you know.
But then later in the game, Jug just Omni Slashes Pango, and then he can't
This
do
is
anything.
true.
He can't do anything
This
in the
is
late
true.
game versus Jug. So.
It's a best of 1. We're in a round robin tiebreaker, and whoever wins game 1 has got the upper hand, of course, going into that second game. We're going to find out who is going to take this first best of 1, and we're going to start this best of 1 in style with the powerful pandas.
Was the powerful pandas, and we're about to head into a powerful match indeed. We've got 3 best of 1s ahead of us, and perhaps another 3 best of 1s, and so on and so forth, because it is tiebreaker day. We've got 3 teams and 1 spot. Avery, early bets on who that's going to be. I just want to get your thoughts just before we even see these teams play today. Who do you think has been looking the best of these 3 teams?
I think it's going to be EG.
Why?
They have the most blue in their logo.
They don't have any blue in their logo anymore. It is a white and black logo because that's what all esports teams are doing now. No color, no fun, just geometric shapes and black and white.
They have the least amount of stand-ins. We'll go with that one, huh?
That is not true.
Why, how's that not true? Isn't FBZ technically a stand-in right now for Secret?
I wouldn't call it, but sure. Well, yeah, sure.
Well, he's on loan. I mean, whatever.
He's on loan. Yeah, okay.
I mean, it honestly kind of speaks to the depth of the Dota scene right now that a lot of these teams are able to just plug players in last minute and still look pretty damn good.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, I don't know if that's ever been the case in the history of Dota. It used to be you got a stand-in and it was a death sentence. You were just done. Yeah, now it's like you got a stand-in, you might even be better.
Yeah, you might win a major.
Exactly. Well, that was kind of a fluke, but yeah, I mean, anything's possible.
2-time fluke.
I think EG has just looked like the highest potential of all these teams, but they have been hit or miss in terms of tying everybody. Yamage gonna try and walk it off, but
it's just enough. First blood goes to Snaking. Skeeter is going to take a lot of damage on his way back out, but this is not what you want to see if you are Secret, mostly because this Juggernaut hero, I mean, Effie was talking about it on the panel. It's been popping off late game. It has great stats so far in DreamLeague. It's been picked up 9 times, 6 wins, I believe. So, you know, it's a winning hero right now, and Skeeter in particular is a winning carry. So this combination is kind of scary. They want to shut him down and are unable to get a return kill.
Yeah, he has Fairy Fire Wand. You got to keep it in mind. You are keeping the thirst up, though, at least for Crystallis on his Grandmaster tier Bloodseeker. Man, every time Seeker get Bloodseeker Monkey first phase, I feel like their win percentage goes up by 20 or 30. Just makes their entire draft way more comfortable. He gets one of his signature heroes down here in the safe lane. Puppet can enable him on the lane. The game just goes way smoother for Secret, and then all of a sudden FBZ and Armel have a lot of pressure taken off them. So if this is fitting that paradigm, Secret are looking pretty good this game, at least. The draft being comfortable for them.
I overheard the panel. I believe Purge was talking about the fact that, you know, a lot of people give shit to Crystallis for having a low hero pool, but it's simply not true.
Who?
Well, the audience. the community members.
You show me someone who's giving Crystal a shit, and I'll give you Lelis's hotel room number.
Okay. All right. Well, could somebody go ahead and speak up?
And you can go take it up with him any day of the week. He's waiting.
He is waiting. He's a battler. Anyway, what was I saying? Chrysalis. He actually has played a lot of heroes, particularly at DreamLeague. He's been successful on a lot of them. But I think where that rumor, where that idea stems from is the fact that he plays two very specific heroes quite a lot and is very good at them. His two Siggies, of course, Monkey King and Bloodseeker. Those are the two heroes that he has picked way more often than any of his other heroes.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with having some Siggies, man. You know, it's like Crystallis plays Monkey King, be like, oh, it's another Crystallis Monkey. Miracle plays Invoker. It's, oh my god, Miracle Invoker.
Oh, Miracle Invoker.
I mean, you can't have it both ways, you know?
Yeah.
I also think he had one of the most diverse hero pools at TI.
Yeah, it was pretty diverse.
And I mean, I don't know. I wasn't really there. I wasn't watching, but I feel like he did pretty well at that tournament. So.
you weren't watching?
Just saying,
I think we cast.
Dota's the only game where you can get second at a $20 million tournament or whatever, and people are like, I wasn't that good.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't believe in some of those players, you know. I think they just got carried by the grandeur that is the puppy.
I'll tell you why people like to hate on him, though. It's because he plays that, pseudo-sacrificial carry role. He's not one of these guys that
hate that,
AFK farms and goes ultra late and has 0 deaths, right? He likes to get in the mix, get in the fights. He'll join early engagements. He'll play these skirmishy type heroes. There's a reason he likes the Bloodseeker or the Monkey King because he wants to be active. He wants to get in people's faces. He wants to be involved at all points in the game. And a lot of times, if your team is not winning, then you just look doubly as bad when you play that style because it's like you're not going to be 7-0 and lose the game. And
sure.
Oh, he was doing his best.
Yeah, I mean, Arteezy is knocked out of the tournament, but people still love to watch him play.
Yeah, exactly. Crystallis is heating up here as we're praising him, going for the double kill.
Blood right. It's easy. All right.
I mean,
great start.
This hero's a first base hero right now. People are just very confident constructing extremely strong lanes with him blind. You got to remember, people are taking this Bloodseeker blind, and he's just demolishing lanes. That is the value of the pick.
What about our mid hero? This one stood out to me. The Armel Windranger. Not really what I would associate with Armel. Certainly, he has a lot of other heroes that I think of as being, great Armel heroes, but Windranger, not one of them. And the stats back that up too. He has a sub 50% win rate on it.
I mean, that might be pretty good for Windranger stats, though. I mean,
you think? Wait, is Windranger? What do you mean?
I mean, historically.
Oh, historically.
Who has a positive win rate with Windranger?
Yeah, Yeah, I could see that.
You gotta look at the baseline. Maybe. I don't even know if that's true. His was damn good. I think Armel's Windranger is absolutely fine. He's very comfortable with the hero, plays at a decent amount. He likes these killers, right? I feel like Armel has 2 styles. He either plays kind of the Ricers or the killers, not much in between. So this just fits that style. It's like the Windranger, the Tiny, the Puck. These are his killers. The farmers for him tend to be like the Templar Assassin.
DK was one of them.
Yeah, Dragon Knight. Occasional Shadow Fiend a little bit, but not too much.
Yeah.
So this patch, I think Secret they just want him to be the killer, and I think that fits what I'm seeing, at least in the meta. I feel like the 2 and the 4s are the heroes that really give you the damage of the kill threat. I think that's why Timber's a first phase pick right now. Timbersaw is basically one of these mids that guarantees you can always threaten somebody on the map.
Sure.
That's just nice to have. As well as
Charge! Disruption going out, but all of this kerfuffle for a rune that does not spawn. Merchant tries to go for the TP out, but I believe they've got him. He does indeed fall. Power rune did spawn on the other side, and that'll be gifted over to Malrine. So he gets an invis and a refill in the bottle.
Nice rotation from the rune. Will end up paying off with that early focus fire. I mean, anytime you can get kill off cooldown with focus fire, you're very happy here, as that pushes Armel to the top of the leaderboard here. And really, the real loser out of all of this has just been 33. That bottom lane got destroyed early on, and he's been having to creep skip, get what he can down here. He's getting massively out-leveled. This is an off-lane battle rider that's falling behind, whereas, for FBZ, as we saw before, he's just sitting up there with Vanguard, and he is still going to be getting
I think he's dead here.
This is just a tough lane to enter.
They still have Blast Off to be able to throw out. He just didn't want to use it at any time. Very curious. FBC popping his wand to hop over the cliff there. Smooth move, actually dodges a blood grenade and potentially a death by doing that move.
This is one of those interesting situations where it's which stacked offlaner would you want to take, right? I mean, obviously 33 is having a harder time than FBZ, but would you have utility Pango or utility Batrider?
I would rather have a utility Pango.
I tend to agree. The only upside for Bat is with this Max Firefly, you can always catch up pretty fast. Like, I feel like this happens to 33 a lot. His early laning phase is bad, then he gets some item, and then he's just, you know, early bots or something to catch up in the farm, and he usually gets back up there.
I guess I'll say at 20 minutes, I want the utility Pango. At 40 minutes, I want the utility Batrider, right? Like, it's going to take a while for the Batrider to get back into the game, but he will get back into the game. Whereas Pango, he can have an immediate impact no matter what his farm kind of is. As long as
he's going to be useful, though.
Got level 6, and yeah, well, I guess we'll have to...
Like, there's a Shadow Demon Shard that can come out. He has to play into the Purge. Wind Ranger, the second you shackle Bat, he might just get ruptured. That team fight's over him. I don't know if this is like the easiest back game. I mean, it's a product of him being first pick. 33 is just going to have to suck it up here for Tundra as they continue to try and build some stacks and gain some economic advantage in this game. I feel like they just want to go late at this point with the Juggernaut.
FBC is surrounded. He's probably going to swashbuckle up the hill, and oh, hey, there's 33.
He's going to farm a stack at the same time. Look at that.
That is efficiency. Though it is not the most efficient kill for Tundra. That is 5 heroes to kill FBC's Pango. He's like, nice. Yeah, I'd be dropping something like that too if I was FBC. Like, guys, you can't blame me for that death. They literally brought every single player that they have to my lane, and I don't even have a support in my lane right now.
You think that's what it's like playing with Puppy? Every time you die, Puppy's like, yo, bro, how'd you die? Commander, there were 5.
There were 5.
I swear.
Why didn't you outplay them?
Well, then you should have killed all 5. Look at the camp stacked. Tundra are really trying to just go into this mid-late game strong. Yamich wants his stack, but he won't get it all. Oh, no.
Maybe Armel can punish. Yeah, he'll get the kill on snaking. Yamich is like, wait, I want the experience. Bro, come back.
That's the thing. You're talking about 5 heroes for this kill, but I feel like in this patch, it's honestly not that bad.
Just because of a shared assist gold that you get?
Yeah, the gold's so much.
Yeah.
Like, that kill that they got on FBZ, it ended up being split 4 or 5 ways. It's like 270, right?
Yeah.
That's not an insignificant amount of gold to just run over, throw a spell, run back the lane. It's like the equivalent of 2 CS per hero. That's pretty reasonable. So if you're willing to try and guarantee it's not like you get nothing out of it and it just destroys your game flow. You miss a creep wave, you feel bad. I feel like a lot of these early kills are just always worth it, especially for the supports. I think if you're a support this patch, anytime you're getting a big core kill, like, you TP for that sometimes even. It's just so much extra XP guaranteed. And that is exactly what you're looking for. You just want support ults in a lot of these games. Nice disruption dodge. Armel does not have ult here, though.
I mean, they're going to have to commit pretty heavily to get this kill. Blast off coming in through the side. Nice hit. 33, meanwhile, has to lasso up the kill and then TP out, but it's not going to happen fast enough. FBC, I mean, your idea, your concept of, like, it's always worth it to be able to jump in one of these team fights. FBC TP'd for this engagement, right? Like, Secret brought all 5.
I mean, yeah, that's Crystallis happy to join all these fights. Well, it looks like he got a delivery.
No. He came back empty-handed.
Hey, Armel, can you sign for this package?
Must have been room service.
It's, oh no, that machete is not mine. 2 doors down. Oh, thanks a lot. Yo, Puppy, they tried to deliver me your latest item.
Maureen, jumps over to his orb. They do not see him, but he'll TP out just in case.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Tundra still looking for these support levels, man. They're just stuck at the 5s. And it hurts. It really hurts them. When you have these types of lineups where you need the extra damage to come through, especially when your offlaner is having a rough game, you're just missing a lot of that mid game. Again, like, is the fallback just you're just going to farm for Jug here forever? I feel like you're opening up a pretty large window for Secret going in the next 10 minutes here. If they can get some team fights going, get some push going. Maybe that's the part where their lineup kind of lacks. This last pick, Wind Ranger, didn't really give them some super early objective taker or map presence. Not that that pick was obvious, but you could have gone for something like a DK if you feel like it's viable, or even the Tiny gives you a little bit more, right?
Sure.
I guess you can run up and focus fire towers.
That's what I was going to ask. Like, is there anything wrong with that, or do you feel like putting that on cooldown that way is not worth it?
I don't know. If I'm in this game and I see Armel run up and focus fire tower, I'm coiling him and TPing my entire team. Like, this type of coil is a little deep, but if he's up on your side of the river, then you can connect the charge, you can bring the Batrider in. And that's the type of engagement Tundra are looking for. Again, this goes back to those games yesterday we saw Tundra play. It feels almost defensive from them, right?
Yes.
Like they're playing for the late game. They're going to stack up. They're going to play efficiency, let 33 rat out the map, and they're going to make you go into them.
You've played with some stand-ins in your time. Do you feel like teams naturally play a bit more defensive when they have stand-ins? Like, naturally, if you're going to play a very aggressive game, isn't that like a game that you have to play a little bit cleaner?
Atos instantly punishing Immersion on that charge.
Yeah, great play by RML.
He is very farmed on this win range. The faster you get this build-up, the tankier you are, the stronger you are. The base damage starts to increase. I don't think stand-ins innately make you play defensive. I think it depends on the stand-in. I don't know. Most of the stand-ins I had were like psychopaths, so I tended to just run at people and lose.
Who did you have standing in for you again?
Excalibur. That guy's a psycho.
Psychopath Excalibur, of course.
I'm kidding.
Everyone knows that kid is wild. Loses at any moment. Literally the most even kill-hauled kid out
I
there.
don't know what other stand-ins I've played in.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Sometimes your actual teams feel like stand-ins, you know? You know what I'm saying? They all blend together. Was that an actual roster? There's another coil mid. Well, Arena's just looking for these kills. Finally, he will find one in +2 for the King as his brain grows.
The King? No.
Snake King. What do you mean, no?
Because Aster's still in the tournament, so you can't call him the King.
What? Sumail's the King in the East.
Oh, the Western King. King of the West. Okay, I could deal with that.
I mean, Snaking is my king. He won a TI. Managed to drag 4 Europeans to that Aegis. That is a monumental effort.
Yeah, that was really some heavy lifting.
Yeah, when Sumail did it, he had 4 NA buddies with him. That's basically cheating at that point. So we'll give the edge to him. Now it's just a question of how fast Armel can get this Gleipnir online. Because once he gets that, Malrine is going to have trouble in the fight. The Breaker can't charge through. More control for the Batrider. This is a good Gleipnir game. It's also just going to set up a lot for his team. You can Gleipnir people into the Techie Stun, into more poison stacks, Bloodright. The swashbuckle and the rolls come through because people are stuck or clumped together.
Yeah, your roll is going to feel a lot better, that's for sure. Though he is pretty close to Blink Dagger. FBC went Vanguard, and he's got 1,500 gold right now, so he's closing in on that.
I mean, Secret are cruising through this game. They don't have a gold lead, but it does feel like they're in a decent position to start ramping up the pressure and taking the fights. The Tundra, are they ready for that? Like, you have Battle Fury Jug and Octarine Batrider. These are good farming tools, but not the great fightist.
They know Skeeter's around here, but Skeeter, nice play, good awareness. He pops out, spins on the creep wave, tries to kill it, and TP's back. Like, that's a super efficient move. Now, the nice response from Secret was they glyphed the tower, or glyphed the creep wave, rather, so it would stay alive, so they could finish off the tower easily.
The question is, are you going to go to the gate? Are you going to defend your own tier 1 in this game? I think you definitely want to if you're Secret, based on the fact you're so much stronger. Let's see what Puppy and Armel decide to do. They wait for Roshan to pop out. But Secret just playing it slow. They have huge Ancient stack Crystallis is clearing through right now. Absolutely going to work. This was set up by probably Yamish earlier. And he is getting powered up on the Bloodseeker. Almost level 12 off this. Oh, it's farm and chill time.
I mean, we keep talking about, okay, they're ramping up. Would you say this BKB Gleipnir, that's got to be go time, right? Like,
yes.
Let's not ramp up any further past that. Let's actually,
No, I don't think you want to let Tundra just farm out this map. I think that's when this team is scary. They have a lot of rap potential this game between the Octarine Batrider, who's going to go bot second. Again, 33, just playing the catch-up build. He's not interested in fighting. He's interested in getting his net worth back from the slow start. And you have the Blink, Malrine, Puck. So Puck is really hard to catch this game for Secret. The Bat's also going to be obnoxious. This game is going to get stalled out, which means when you hit your power points, you need to find the fights or at least force something out of the Tundra. That's where that lack of objective taking, I think, just makes it weird. Because what is your way to force Tundra to fight you in this game? It's not that straightforward.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about.
Like, these goals are just kind of free. Where's the punish? And that's just free info for Tundra. They get a couple TPs out of it. They see some heroes mid. That is space. That is farm time. That is Battle Fury Jug clearing through Ancients.
Would you consider Blink Dagger on the Wind Ranger too to help get you some more lockdown?
It's not a bad idea here. Hurts your damage a little bit, but it might just be necessary.
Because otherwise, Mallory, like, he's doing this right in front of 4 here.
Yeah, this is the problem. Like, what's your answer? You need some sort of silence, orchid, or instant stun, but...
I mean, even if they do manage to, like, catch him initially, right, you could still global silence. There's nothing happening in this game for such a long period that if you only catch a hero once every 2 minutes, then, you know, global silence is going to be able to counteract that.
I feel like Tundra are getting way more out of the map right now, given the position. Like, secret itemized for these mid-game fights, and Tundra are just itemizing to go ultra late. And you can't help but feel like Juggernaut does carry this game. I don't really see anything preventing Skeeter from 1v5 in the late game.
An early Omni Slash and just a spin TP out. That's another big problem. They do not have a way to be able to stop spin TP.
Secret are getting destroyed on the map right now, and they find the coral on the TP.
Are they actually going to be able to get this kill, though? 33 is going to come in, flame break, global silence goes out as well. Rolling Thunder covering him. They need to be able to stop 33. They got to get something out of this, and they do. Thankfully, FBC was able to get the shield crash up the cliff. Hits 33, and we'll finally get something. Boom, all their heroes are here, so it's not like super efficient for them, but it would have been a total abject disaster if they didn't get a single hero kill.
Still doesn't feel great, though.
Yeah.
You all went bottom for a Bat Rider. Your top lane got pushed in by Immersion. Skeeter has been going to town on Ancient stacks. Just very efficient plays from Tundra here.
I think that my favorite part is Skeeter TP to tier 2 mid.
Yep, and instantly went into that triangle.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. They're just not missing anything right now. I mean, the call has been made. We're going to stall this game out, find picks, get the hell out. They have a lack of TP cancel for the Jug. And now you find some big core openings. You're going to punch them even harder.
Now, they don't have the Omni Slash, so this kill is not so guaranteed. Chrysalis popping his BKB and uses it to run away. They're charging again. I guess they figured the Bloodseeker is... Oh, nice Shackle. Bulldoze was not used in that, so the Gleipnir, he's just going to die from this one, it looks like. Oh, no, Armel. He fogged himself by going behind the trees, so a couple shots missed, and now they're in big trouble. Win run up in a second, but he's silenced for too long. Now the coil on it too, and this is the problem right here with Tundra. They can play it slow, they outfarm you, they put you in a position, but they will fight sometimes. And that just feels so bad when you know they're outscaling you and they still manage to win a big engagement. Now it feels like you are so far down.
All of a sudden, this map is going to collapse. That was your Gleipnir Wind Ranger timing that we felt was going to be really good in this game. They got nothing out of it. Tundra just bringing the reinforcements. Good part of the map for them to fight in by their tier 1. Hard for Secret to try and return fire when their Bloodseeker's the one getting gone on there. And you have Healing Ward just backing up the sustain. I mean, Skeeter's a problem in this game. They do not have a Juggernaut answer. Who is man fighting him? Bloodseeker does not win this matchup. And the Pango Wind Ranger are just not helping enough unless you can land some crazy shackle on him.
Middle tower is under attack.
How much longer would you give it for, like, because, like, Secret, they do have a time here, right? Like, at some point, they're just going to be kind of out of gas. At least that's the way I look at it. I don't think anything can really challenge this Juggernaut and the control they have from Puck Bat Rider to help that carry.
Honestly, it already feels a little out of their control because they don't have the... I'm not seeing the catch answers. So if you're not going to start killing Tundra on the map, then I think you're just slowly getting out farming. You are slowly getting outscaled. Unless Pango gets to, like, damage Pango territory.
Yeah, and that's the problem, right? Like, he has been building for initiation and utility. Like, this is not a scaling Pango build. We could talk about, like, hey, you know, like, Pango scales up, Bloodseeker, Wind Ranger. That's 3 different cores that can all scale somewhat. Maybe that can outdo the Juggernaut, but these sort of builds, they need to get kills out of it. There's one. They get the pick off onto Immersion, but they got to keep this going. Got to build up some momentum. But look at Tundra. Again, they are not willing to give you the opportunity to strike first a lot of these situations. They're actually going to get the smoke initiation and get the pick off.
Maureen was even looking behind there. Another +2. Happy to retake this jungle area every time Secret have invaded it. Tundra have brought numbers back here and reclaimed this space, refusing to give Secret advantage on the map, and also just controlling that Roshan. They can go in the Radiant Pit right now. They have Healing Ward. They have Jug. This is what this hero can give you. Really solid objective taking when you group up.
All right, Avery, I'm calling it for plan A for Secret. Now you got to go plan B.
What is plan B?
You got to go to super crazy late where the game gets weird. You got to start getting FBZ to scale. Don't go that Yule Scepter. I mean, if they get this Roshan, which if they smoke, they are getting here quickly. If they could stop this from happening, this would be fantastic.
Oh, if they get a fight in the pit with Rolling Thunder.
Oh, FBZ, he's going to be able to blink in. He goes for the Bat Rider first. Jumping around. Is somebody going to get inside the pit? The Juggernaut's almost finished this one out. The coil is stopping all these heroes. They need to be able to finish up this Roshan now. Skeeter is going to be able to take it. And now they've got the Aegis. Now they're just backing away. They see whoever gets caught, that's fine. But we kind of won the Roshan pit. No, maybe they're going to go back in. They killed one, and Malrine didn't die just yet. So now it's a 5 versus 4. Now it's a 5 versus 3. Now it's a 5 versus 2. Chrysalis, wait, never mind. BKB, can he get away? Oh, it's going to be a close one. 33, trying to slow him down. Finally, the magic meter runs out. They get the charge, and that's it. 3 dead, no losses on the side of Tundra.
Oh, it's just such a hard contest there. Unless Tundra are grouped up in the pit or something devastating for them, which they just weren't. I don't know what you're supposed to do. Like, you just kind of have to go in. You start on 33 is decent, but you do use a lot, and that global just resets the whole fight. He's stuck over the cliff. You can't even really right-click him here. And massive coil from Malrine buys enough time for Skeeter to finish Aegis. It's just no real initiation power by the time you're done dealing with all of the zone control. Snaking has proved to be very annoying for Boom trying to commit in. Not Boom, for Secret trying to commit into these fights. I'm used to watching Dota. I see FBZ. I assume we're talking about Boom, but we're not. As he is getting pummeled in another region right now. And this game has just gotten out of Secret's control.
Tries to jump ship to another region. You jumped to the wrong one, FBZ. If you wanted to start getting dubs again, I don't know if Western Europe's the easy region to go to.
I respect that though, right? It's going to make you a better player. And
oh, no doubt.
Armel's still looking for the kills, but Immersion has cliffed himself, very fortunately.
Oh no, he didn't get another Maelstrom proc.
Wow, that was quite an outplay. I don't know if that was intentional. But he got him. Armel does not know where he went. That is Butterfly completed for Skeeter. This is an insane power spike for the Juggernaut. They do not have an answer to this one. Their magic damage is not nearly good enough to deal with him right now. Not to mention his Omni Slashes are just damn free this game. There's not much that stops him outside of the Lotus FBZ was building and the disruption on a key target, but you have Global. You can go in with Omni Slash Global. It's kind of a nice mini combo. What's your answer? It's just, someone is dead. There's no summons to tank it up. There's no Manta illusions from Universal Heroes, anything like this. Somebody is getting Omni Slash. Somebody is not going to like it. You're just gonna have to choose who it is, and I doubt it's gonna be Puppey.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, Puppey's gonna be the one to scare him back from this high ground push. Trying to give some space for Chrysalis to just keep farming. I mean, obviously he's the Bloodseeker expert, so I'm looking at his item builds because I'm sure he's played against a lot of Juggernauts. He must have some idea about how to be able to win this game, but it's just not too apparent to me. Like, he's going Lincolns to try and deal with the Omni Slash.
I mean, he's going the Manta Lincolns. Those are the two items that will best help him deal with it, but it's not helping you win the man fight. And that's another problem with this matchup. Jug can just sit there under Healing Ward, right-clicking you down to absolute death. What is the answer to that? That's generally something like an AC, an Abyssal, Scotty, Satanic type territory. It's just not going to be there this game. And he doesn't have anybody to help. I mean, I guess Armel can pick up some of the slack here, but it does feel like he's not been able to find the momentum he was looking for.
No.
Despite being 5-2. It's just not the highest impact core kills.
Looking back on it, like we did talk about, man, this timing from Secret is going to be very dangerous. But they just could not seem to catch a single hero. Was there something you feel like Secret could have done better? Like, should they have just, like, forced objectives more, gone for these tier 2 pushes, gone for an early Roshan? Like, what could they have done?
I think it just had to be Armel ganking the side lanes and, like, snowballing these other two cores and translating it into towers with cores combining early on in the game. So they have more space to operate and they can punish Juggernaut on the map. I don't really know what else would have done it. Like, I feel like your last pick has to stopping some objective taking because you're getting outscaled with this Juggernaut Bloodseeker matchup. Just never happened.
I mean, I guess the problem I see with that is I don't know how you catch the Juggernaut, you know?
I mean, you don't necessarily need to catch him as long as you're punching the rest of his team, taking away a lot of the space.
That just kind of leaves the Bat Rider like killing 33 over and over again.
Yeah, but then at least you're getting something.
Sure. Yeah.
Like if you keep killing him, it's likely you can get a Roshan off it.
I guess kind of where I'm leading to is it does feel like Tundra have much better options when it comes to the draft. Like, if they win the lanes, okay, great. But if they don't, they can stall the game out. If, you know, like, if they can't fight anywhere in the mid game, they can keep stalling for late game where they're really good.
It's just a product of they have puck and bat first, very limited catch, which means they can always control where the fights happen, where they happen, and basically at what point they want to take them. Because they're controlling the lanes, Secret can't catch them on the map, then, again, how does this lineup force a fight? You can't really just go in the pit and do it either.
I don't know why, but I associate the hero-to-player combination to be the opposite. Like, when I see techies, I think of Snake King, and when I see the silencer, I think of Puppy. So every single time, I was just about to say, man, Puppy's really farmed on that silencer. A hand of Midas working towards a refresher, but no, that's Snake King. King of the West.
You know what pick would have been sick for Secret? Last pick Lone Druid here. Because I think last pick Lone Druid would have destroyed Puck in the one-on-one, and then it gives you a hero that you can just go through with your two of their fighting cores and force the fights into Tundra, which is what their lineup doesn't want to have to do, right? That's the downside of Tundra's lineup. Like, we're talking about how good it is and a lot of stuff, but the downside is if you're just pushing objectives and forcing Tundra into you, their lineup isn't that great because they just have to commit into you and they're going to ball up to do it. They have to use the goal aggressively, and if you can survive that, you're just going to win the fight in the end.
Yeah.
Some hero like Lone Druid, or if they had the Juggernaut, would have been really nice here for Secret. The Wind Ranger is just not giving you that, which means you have to just up the kill tempo. And if you don't up the kill tempo, this is what happens. The game's going to get stalled out. Tundra are a very good defensive-oriented team, stalling these games, hitting their timings. I mean, Snake King has just bought up Midas on Silencer here and just been ricing it up.
Yeah.
Like, this team knows how to get the most out of the limited resources they're going to split between everybody. It's just a good item pickup. It's already paid off. He has a 4-staff. He's going to get a refresher in this game on top of the shard. Double Global is going to destroy Secret in these fights. You're not going to be able to cast a Shadow Demon spell for forever. And that's with a Lotus Rush on Yamich here.
Unfortunately, Armel is not a Lone Druid player, but
no, he's not.
I could still see, like, the Tiny would have given you better option of killing the Juggernaut, right? Because it's a blank instant stun, and it gives you better objective taking, probably.
There's Lasso Global and Omni. Little Omni.
Eggs. Yeah, little Omni.
Just a little baby Omni. Tell him what's up. You can get these Jug Illusions off the Disruption. That's one way to use Tundra's net worth against them. They're pretty decently strong. They also look cool.
Yeah. Running around like an anime character.
Just have to be able to land the stuns somehow. Needs to be a shackle. Oh, he tried to force him out of the coil, but not big enough. Now you might pay the price. Oh,
jumps over to the other side. Oh, man. A small little opening for Secret to play for, but they miss it. Malrine tipping over FBZ. Meanwhile, Skeeter just taking just more real estate while he can.
Skeeter feels invincible this game. Absolutely invincible. I mean, I guess so does Malrine, and they both have 0 deaths, so they truly are invincible. And that is Octarine plus Arcane Rune done for Puck. On top of that Psychic Headband, so he's trying to push people out of coil. What an annoying combo.
Coin for me.
And Immersion just going for that Glimmer Cape Planar Pocket build. We saw Seb do this one on the Breaker. Extremely tanky to the spell damage when you go in. You almost don't care what you're tanking, but hey, if you tank that Rupture, if you tank an SDL, you're very happy about that too. Well, maybe not the SDL, but you will free up space for your cores for sure. And Ags finished for 33, man. What an interesting item pickup. Not when I see him go a lot on this bat, but
look at Malrine.
Makes sense.
Okay, you gotta get this one.
Global,
please
though.
tell me. Please. Kill him.
No
Do not
way.
let him get away again.
Oh my god.
Oh, no.
This is just disgusting.
They were smoking to the Roshan pit too, but at least if they could have killed Maureen, it would have been something.
And then they got the charge. You know Tundra want to take this fight.
Oh yeah, any fight is good at this point.
Secret
Thunder
missed
just
the BKBs.
bump Skeeter. Don't get Omni Slash. It's going to be a death of you. Shackle shot. They do manage to latch that secret. I can't believe they're still playing for this one. They're trying to get the kill. Oh no, he managed to get off the switch slash. Does manage to get away. He still has his Aegis, of course. Now they're going to start TPing out. Shadow Demon's going to die. 2 supports down. FBC, of course, no Rolling Thunder. So unlikely to get away. Nice play by Immersion. He knows they've already caught FBC, so he looks for more. Stops Crystallis's TP. Oh, FBC. Never mind. Crystallis dies, and FBC is the one to survive. Still, a better kill for it to the favor of Tundra.
I mean, if you're not getting the puck when he goes into your 1v5 like this, that tells the story of this entire game. And the global, perfectly on point here, definitely bails him out. He would have got shackled to a tree. I mean, you just feel bad, right? Like,
yeah.
It's just that cat playing with the mice. What you would do to have an Abyssal Blade right there. But of course, Tundra not giving that opportunity. I mean, how is this lead up to 32,000, by the way? Like, what?
That's the
it just
Tundra
seems like
effect.
it comes out of nowhere, right?
Yeah.
I feel like at 20 minutes, it was 4 or 5K. So they've extracted almost 30,000 gold in the last 10 minutes here.
Yeah.
Just a ridiculous rise in net worth.
3,000 gold a minute.
2,500. It's damn impressive what this team is able to do when you give them the space. And just 0 deaths as well. I don't remember the last time Seeker found anybody on this map. Okay, another very aggressive move.
All right, Maureen.
Nice. Round of applause right there, boys and girls. They finally...
We did it.
They got a core hero.
I mean, Secret, maybe maybe they are losing this game, objectively speaking, but that felt like a win.
It was a moral victory.
Yeah.
2,200 gold kill.
Don't worry, guys. We finally killed the puck. He's got a death. Hey. Meanwhile, the win probability says this game is over.
I mean, nobody believes in that probability anyway.
I do.
Well, you're foolish.
Oh.
Because here is the comeback smoke for Secret. Easy line up there. No focus fire, though. So not that easy.
Skeeter's here. Run!
You got the healing ward. Oh, Lotus Omni.
Oh, Lotus Swift Slash, but he still has his Omni Slash, and he will bounce over to the hero
lasso.
And absolutely decimate them. Crystallis is running off him. Fumes right now. He turns around, uses rhythm. Like, you know what? This is the final fight. Just go for it. He can't kill the Bat Rider because, of course, he's just going to play around the cliff, and Immersion's going to dive in. Oh, the disarm. That saves him. It bails him out. Doesn't bail out Puppy, though.
That was one of the fastest diebacks in a while. Puppy sacrifices his body for the carry. A commendable feat, but not one that will save the buildings here for Secret in this BO1. As the lead continues to balloon.
Mike, I thought they already had a second lane of barracks.
No, they just been slain.
They gotta go for third.
Keep in mind there's Refresher on snaking as well, so those globals that have been bailing the puck out, he has 2 of them. Might is eventually paying off here.
Well, you know what, Avery? I'm glad we started off talking about this game by...
another double lasso for the road, why not?
Beautiful.
And that'll do it.
We talked about who you thought was the best team of the 3.
Yeah.
And you did not list a team in this matchup, which is actually very nice because now we can see how Tundra can fare up against Evil Geniuses and maybe how Secret fails up against matches up there because Secret obviously have to be able to win against EG in order to keep this going. They got to keep the infinite tiebreaker going to have a chance to be able to sneak in.
Anything's doable here. I mean, it's game 1 of the day. You're going to warm up a little. All right, maybe that draft got a little ways away from you. The Juggernaut pick was pretty damn good. You know, but hey, Tundra firing on all cylinders. 10-0 for Skeeter. What a way to start the day with 820 GPM. This hero is looking damn scary if you give him a free game. And I go back to the carry matchups that really threaten this hero. They're not too strong in the meta right now. That's one of the other things Juggernaut is going for. The 2 I think about always are Ursa and Faceless Void. I think both of those heroes destroy Juggernaut. Absolutely destroy him. It's like almost unplayable matchup. But nobody's playing Ursa.
Sure.
And Faceless Void, you can play him, but you kind of have to get him as a later pick. So a lot of times you can get away with this hero if you get him down the stretch 4th or 5th.
Well, something to think about as the meta develops, and maybe it'll develop in this best-of-1 3-way tiebreaker, but we'll have to see whether or not Tundra can actually get a second win and close this out, or if we're going to keep on going. Back to the panel.
Yeah, Tundra's one up. One up and one more to go if they want to secure themselves a spot in the playoffs. This game looked like Team Secret might have needed a warm-up game, and that's not what you get when you come in for the best-of-1 round robins tiebreaker. But we've seen them do better than this. Tundra, though, on fire. I want to start there. I'm joined by Jenkins, Effie, and Purge. Purge, this was Tundra showing up big time.
It was, yeah. I think the most crucial moments were around the 15-minute mark where Tundra was invading the jungle, sort of near where we're looking right now. And they won 2 crucial fights against Secret. Because then Secret's lineup, which is a little bit weirder, just had issues. I mean, the Wind Ranger's not super survivable. She's tankier than she used to be. But they don't have a conventional offlaner either with auras. So it kind of comes down to them initiating either with Rolling Thunder or Shackle Shots. And once they got behind in net worth from losing those 2 fights, it was just Tundra farming a lot.
I mean, I think Tundra played a great game. I don't think Secret played badly at all. I just think that their draft was weaker. We talked about the issues in the draft. The Juggernaut was unaddressed. The Wind Ranger last pick did nothing to the puck, nor did it threaten the rest of Tundra's lineup. And yeah, I honestly think it was an outdraft on the side of Tundra. But they played incredibly well too. I think Secret in the laning stage owned. Yeah. Armel and the Wind Ranger did really well mid. Bottom, Chrysalis had such a good lead that he was able to farm and just get that early Maelstrom and keep up in net worth with the Juggernaut. But 33 was able to find his way back into the game from like the rotation top into taking the stacks into just creating gold for himself wherever he could find it. And we saw that during the early mid game, like Tundra was going for these aggressive plays, but Shadow Demon was just kind of stopping it in its tracks. So instead, they chose to bide their time, farm up, and look for the good fights. And when they were taking their good fights, they brought the Juggernaut down, they had the global to cover it, and they had the correct target priority. They would take out the Wind Ranger first, and it was smooth sailing from there for Tundra.
Yeah, I do really like the idea of like being able to put the bat as a core position when you pick the silencer. Because I feel like the way that you counter bat as a core these days, bat in general, is not by dispelling the napalm. That was for a long time the ability everybody played around. So you'd pick like some Oracle, dispel the napalm or a Slark in the laning phase. Now that doesn't really work. It's all about the lasso. It's all about the initiations. It's kind of like the old bat. And Silencer is like probably the #1 hero for you pick it and he just gets free initiations. It's like either the guy is there to save the person from the lasso and you global silence, or they're not there and you just get a free lasso, and then in like 30 seconds it's up again and you do it again with the global. And we were talking, like I had this thought backstage about why Batrider is so insane in the late game right now. It's because like when the lasso is a 40-second cooldown, the res timers are way longer than 40 seconds. So it like hits that timing where
it's always up.
It's always up. It's always up. You're always playing one guy behind, or you're sitting in your base in order to not play one guy behind, and then you're sitting in your base.
And then he bought
That's
Ags,
terrible.
and then it was 2 people for a 40-second cooldown.
Yeah.
Yeah, it got even worse.
That's true, and even the long fights that we've been seeing in this patch with Batrider. Like, for example, yesterday when we watched Shopify play versus OG, there was this game where Miracle was playing Batrider, and I think he threw out 3 lassos in a single fight because of the Octarine Core cooldown. That fight went on for so long, and it just makes it so that this hero becomes really effective in the late game, whereas before he kind of felt a little bit one-tricky in terms of, let's go on this main target. If they counter it, we're just going to have to disengage.
We said at the start that we wanted the Team Secret to have a stack taker. I feel like that was kind of solved by Chrysalis having a good start. We did see Yamish get a couple of those stacks going, and we saw Bloodseeker getting the gold from that. Why wasn't it more impactful?
It was those fights. That ward that Tundra put in the Radiant Jungle, it's like next to the cliff, between the 2 really good cliff ward spots on the Radiant Jungle. There's like a little, on the hill edge, they put a ward there, it didn't get dewarded, and it spotted them for like 2 initiations that allowed them to start the fight better. I think that was really impactful.
Yeah, but also putting, like, I think that the Bloodseeker was able to keep up in net worth with the Juggernaut, which is really impressive for until the game kind of went out of hand. But the issue is like you're putting this net worth on your Bloodseeker who doesn't hit this super powerful timing where it flipped the game over because he's already playing into a really bad core-to-core matchup with the Juggernaut. So even if all the stack gold goes to this Bloodseeker, he's not going to turn the game around for you, right? He just does not have a naturally good matchup. And there was no solutions for the puck. There was no hero to catch the puck. We saw how much they struggled with that in the late game too, and he broke that smoke near the Rush fight.
If they'd gone like even and gotten to like a later game stage where their net worth is similar, then they can start addressing it with size device and stuff like that. Then they can hex the puck. But because they're behind by that much, they just had like no opportunity.
I do also think there's a difference between like casual stack farming and picking a draft that is like intended to farm stacks. Because like when he took the stacks, he's level 12 on Bloodseeker.
Sure,
like,
not very early.
Yeah, usually when you take stacks and you're drafting something intentionally to take the stacks, is to have some insane timing based on taking those stacks. Like even Axe, who gets like a Blink Blade Mail out of timing where like heroes just don't have the ability to deal with it. You have like a Timbersaw who takes the stacks, he gets an Octarine Core super early and just absolutely rampages the game. Beastmaster, Aghanim Scepter, something like that. So by the time he did take that stack, if it was like we're going to pick a draft in order to take stacks lineup, he would have taken already 2 more sets of stacks. And he would be even bigger than the Juggernaut. It's just the Bloodseeker can't take stacks when he's level 7.
The thing is, he doesn't even facilitate a timing really as a hero naturally. For example, if it's a Tidehunter, you go like Crimson Guard, Greaves or something, and then you can ball up around it. And it
there's
gives
some
you a
ball
very
timing,
clear
right?
game plan. But Secret didn't really have that. So I feel like this was a draft issue at the end of the day, but Tundra did play very well because their early game didn't look strong.
Well drafted, well executed on the side of Tundra. That means they get to go again. Their next opponent is Evil Geniuses as we continue this round robin best of 1 tiebreaker here for Dream League Season 20. So stick around.
Controlled on the side, they use all of their spells, no Wukong's command, no HP left. Great set from Love, gets an AoE electric vortex, and Gathro can just pump away.
My name is Clement Ivanov, aka Puppy. I play for Team Secret and I played Post 5.
I'm Chrysalis, I'm Position 1 and I play for Team Secret.
The best description of Team Secret is that just a bunch of chill guys just chill a lot.
I would describe Team Secret as chill.
Everybody's a character, you know? It's nice.
He's able to get the Doom down onto 23, and Yetoro will happily sit in it.
Qualifying for TI was pretty hard. There was a lot of teams in the EU qualifier that just felt like, oh no, you can just lose to these guys. And it's gonna happen this time around too. So luckily this last chance qualifier, and it gave us a big boost. I think us and Liquid got such a big boost from last chance qualifier that people did not realize that we're that good.
Does go down. Nisha is looking for more. And Science with the wraparound. Oh, they're all on top of him. The Michael Middle, he's the new up, right on top, able to catch him. The Tumble Man tried to arm on top of for all he's worth, but they're...
We just kind of clutched it out. NTI, I'd say, we had a very good warm-up through the last chance qualifiers, and then we managed to carry it all the way through TI up the top 2.
I think we are in a really good spot to try to do well in this tournament.
To me personally, this tournament is quite important. It is essentially a second TI at this point. So I would say it's a pretty important tournament.
Bully, he turns it around onto Ganu, who's going to get smacked, stuck. Janssen overwhelmed, and the last one to drop his move. GG got called. Now
I think the team is putting themselves under pressure, if anything, on performing, just by the nature of like, okay, this is it, we have to do this, you know. Thank you for, I mean, I'm not really sure. Wait, we can cut it and start it over. Thank you, fans, for still watching our games and rooting for us. We'll maybe hope to bring the win soon, and you know, we'll keep at it and trying to win.
Thanks for watching and supporting us, I guess.
love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Do you want to play like a pro and gain that sweet MMR? Watch the DHL Pro Tips to improve your gameplay. Then test your knowledge to win a €250 Steam gift card. Become a pro by visiting esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips.
I practiced the whole time and then I missed.
You missed.
They left an instrument on my desk. I really like it. Welcome back. DreamLeague Season 20 continues here with Tiebreakers. Oh, this is a bad idea.
Say it again.
Someone put electricity.
I didn't have my headset on.
We're continuing on with the tiebreaks here at DreamLeague Season 20. Great. We have got Evil Geniuses taking on Tundra. It's the best one. Tundra is, of course, the team that has just won a game against Team Secret, which means that there is a chance that the tiebreakers end right here, right now. Because if Tundra wins, very good. If Tundra wins, their 2 wins, and therefore we can stop this whole thing.
Farce, this madness.
And we can just give Tundra the spot in the playoffs starting tomorrow, which is not playoffs, it's another group stage. But
who deserves?
Unbeat.
What is the nature of deserving?
That's a difficult question to answer.
Being slightly better than your opponent.
No. It depends. Like, a lot of people will have different ideas on it.
Because
deserving could be how much time you put in. Okay, Team Secret should win because definitely Puppy's in there. He's been there for 2 decades or something. You know, deserving could be.
Are you entitled because you put in the time?
Is entitled? How would you differentiate entitled and
deserving? If you deserve something, are you entitled to it?
You're not entitled to anything in this world. And you can be deserving of something and not get it. That's just how things work. And if you're practicing and playing Dota every day, of course, you deserve a shot, but it's not the nature of how competition works, unfortunately. So this conversation is irrelevant. Out comes the Beastmaster.
There's a lot of 2K players that feel entitled to their rank up, but they don't deserve it.
There's a lot of Glicko sufferers out there.
Yeah, what if the Glicko sufferers are right?
Can I say that there's actually a lot of people that were previously Herald, and then they ranked up because Glicko made it so there's way less Heralds.
Yeah.
And these people are on fucking cloud 9 right now. They think they're so good. Every day in Twitch chat, it's, oh, CS lol.
They waited years for this moment to
get
the validation.
They type it in.
I knew I didn't deserve it this whole time.
Sickening. Glicko.
I'm one of them. Happy to be
Giving
out.
Evil Geniuses Beastmaster, you guys. Very dangerous. Very dangerous.
It's very good, but you know what? I'm a little sad because I'd like to see Whisper on a more interesting hero.
But it's not necessarily a Whisper hero. We've seen this hero be flexed to the mid lane before. Successfully. You never know with that.
That's perfect for me because then we get to see Chris Luck play a weird hero, one of my other favorites, and Whisper play a more interesting.
And C-Luck did tell us he doesn't even like playing these guys mid. He's just told to do it, and he's got to do what he's got to do. You know? He's doing a gamer stretch right now as well, getting ready to play Beastmaster.
Unfortunately, I don't think Christopher Smile has played Beastmaster mid, but it was Stormstormer on Entity, but they did win the game and it looked cool, so if there's any team willing to flex unusual heroes, it's going to be EG.
I like this. Tundra is just straight up saying, you guys want to value the Skywrath mage, all right, we'll take it. They didn't consider it at all last game. This is specifically an opening that they clearly prepared for EG.
Yeah, and the funny part is they have not played it at all this entire Dream League.
Yeah.
Well, it solves 2 birds, 1 stone, right? It's Panda's most played hero of the tournament here, and Matthew's also played it, so take it out of their hands and play it yourself. Gives you some good burst potential against Beast. Beast generally has a lot of HP these days. You either go like the Vanguard into Ags build, or you do the Helm of the Overlord. But Oracle kind of shuts that down a bit. 2 spells to save whoever they get go on.
What a weird first phase. I feel like we haven't... It's been a few days on the mainstream of just looking at, like, Beastmasters and Dooms and
Techies.
Bloodseekers and Techies and Batriders, and we've got Darkseer, Sky, and Oracle in the first phase.
Now they're next leveling each other. I mean, Oracle obviously counters the Darkseer, purges the Iron Shells in lane, but also like the Skywrath match. I think the reason this hero is so good at winning lanes is because the combination of his slow with the Blood Grenade. People are just sending out Blood Grenade after Blood Grenade after Blood Grenade and going for kill attempts, even just using it to harass. And Oracle obviously can purge the Blood Grenade, which is very nice. And you just throw that Fate's Edict on somebody. You can save them from the Sky ult without even having to use your ult.
Yeah, it's a good response for sure.
It is a great counter versus Sky.
So do you double counter the save with the Silencer? I mean, we saw it last game.
We did see it.
They pick Shadow Demon, you get the Silencer. You pick Oracle.
I think we also saw Skywrath Mage with Silencer. It
Yeah,
might
we
have
did.
even been EG that picked it.
And it won.
So it's not, it's not a bad idea.
If you do go for the Silencer with the Skywrath Mage, though, you have to correct it with your next 2 core picks. They have to be Sun Initiator types. You can't go for...
We got Beastmaster already. Oh, wait, no, sorry.
Other side, yeah. And Darkseer also not really your, not a stunner type hero.
Just buy Blink Axe, dude.
That's right. That's true. 6,450 gold.
Yeah, and that's when you get to start playing Dota.
Yep.
Just rush it.
I mean, you can definitely fix that in the mid laner. I feel like, the DKs, the Tinies, Primal Beast, I guess, because of course they have the stand-in, would be good. So I think they could do that if they wanted.
Okay, there goes the Medusa. It's interesting that the Medusa just goes untouched in this first phase by Tundra, especially when you see the Beastmaster opening. Like, teams like Tundra who love Medusa and love to flex it, they will jump at the opportunity to pick a Medusa after a Beastmaster. But maybe it's not something they want to do versus EG. They've clearly prepared for this a lot. I think they just want to counter Pikaza's hero pool as well with this Darkseer and make sure that it makes it through the draft no matter what.
There's kind of downsides in 2 ways, though. Like, the lane could be potentially difficult with the Sky Darkseer. It's like a lot of chase and damage. And then once Darkseer gets his ulti, then it's good against Medusa anyway. So it kind of protects him against the Medusa.
I'm talking about Tundra not taking Medusa.
Oh,
I'm a little surprised they didn't ban anti-mage. I feel like Darkseer Sky is just asking to be anti-maged.
Well, is Darkseer now not universal, so it doesn't really matter?
No,
It still has a huge
it
amount
still,
of
it still
gold.
matters.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you beat it in lane. Okay, now you're really asking for it. But maybe they'll get something else. It still is not great against the silence. I mean, once you have the Manta, it's insane. I'm struggling to think what other of Pikaza's heroes look really good in this game.
I mean, the best one would be Monkey King, but it's banned out, unfortunately.
Yeah, or Bloodseeker.
Yeah.
But also banned.
No, get the bounty out.
Morphling, maybe? I mean, no, not against Darkseer. You can't do it against Darkseer.
They've ran, of course, a lot of Matthew Bounty Hunter over the last few days. And it's a 50% win rate over 4 games played. So, it's nice. Stable.
Because Matthew has a career-killing fetish.
Yes, he does.
If he can find a way to make that his main role in a game, he will do it. And he has replaced his favored Ricky with Bounty Hunter, and he's been doing the same thing. And you know what? I'm happy he's happy, because Bounty Hunter is actually much more useful than Ricky right now. So you get the track gold, you have the vision on these backline supports in Sky and Silencer, you have the lane pressure in the early game, the ability to counter-rotate.
They have a ton of vision with the Beastmaster as well. Is there any hero in particular that could really make use of that?
Tinker Sheaver.
Other than Tinker?
Smile Tinker. I
mean, please.
Storm is usually the one you go for, but it's really not good against the 2 silences on the side of Tundra.
But if you jump them first, it feels so good. Like, both of them are squishy. I'm sure Matthew's going to have a fun game.
I feel like C-Smile's probably going to end up being some sort of Underlord. I don't know, something that can just... Okay, SF. So he goes for the right-click type SF. So it's similar in the sense that you don't need to cast spells. You don't really care if you get silenced. And if you do get silenced, this is a natural BKB buyer.
It's also Grandmaster tier by C-Smile. He is obsessed with this hero. He insists on playing it in any draft that he can. He's like always asking for it. So I feel like there were better picks here. Some Ember Spirit or something that can like go in first for your team. But now you can just have Pikaz play that role. You can have C-Smile be your main right-click guy, and Pikaz can play the Faceless Void type of carry.
I do really like SF with Beastmaster. I feel like we saw that a lot in the meta where it's like Lina, Nature's Prophet, SF as carries, where you just pick like a ranged right-click guy, you'd ball down a lane, Beast would have all these auras, and they would go on SF, and SF would just turn and right-click and just kill everybody.
And they can protect him either with Roar or with Oracle, so they have like lots of avenues to really make him stronger.
There are also no stuns on Tundra right now, so usually SF hates to play versus supports that can just stun him when he goes on them. But when it comes to these two, one Manta style is enough to deal with both the Silencer and the Skywrath Mage, and that's an item that you naturally want to buy as an SF too.
They pick the carry that's hard countered by Darkseer typically, because there's no way EG would pick it. Terrorblade should match up pretty well. I don't know how well he does in lane against Beast, but in terms of SF later, once you get your Scotty timing, you should be out DPSing SF.
He does very well in lane versus Beast, but now that Beastmasters are going for the Axes build these days, it's not like you can get Beastmaster out of the game or anything.
Yeah,
like
the age-old counter was like you spawn an Illusion of Beast and then you get the aura, but now he's not really based on the aura. I would say, I feel like Beast just farms in pretty much any lane now, which is why you can actually pick like a BH with it. You can pick these like kind of weak melee roaming heroes and you just leave the lane because Beast is just going to send a board a stack and push the wave with axes anyway.
And not just that, the Drums of Slum build that we've seen people be going on Beast now is just really good versus Illusion heroes typically.
Yeah.
Like the Drums of Slum are so powerful. Like in the past, Beastmaster suffered versus these Illusion cores and these Illusion carries, but he does not have that problem.
No, he doesn't.
Problem anymore at all.
Yeah, actually, Beastmaster's best matchup on Dota buff is against PL. For obvious reasons, the Drums of Slum. But it's crazy to see that, because for so many years in Dota, that has not been the case.
Yeah. That was his hard counter for so long.
That was his hard counter, yeah.
And Naga, but now he just claps Naga too.
Yep.
The drum build seems really good for increasing your farm speed too. Obviously, the neutral creep is really powerful for that, but like to be like active with your team and have really decent damage while still getting good farm speed is a lot better at that with this drums build.
Speaking of PL, it actually doesn't look like a bad PL game for EG. It's.
I think they don't want that. They want like a Faceless Void or a Juggernaut, right? They want some active carry that can take advantage of all the vision.
Agree that they should probably pick an active carry, but I could also see them picking PL just because it's a great PL game, other than against the Darkseer.
Which hero would you imagine Malreen's going to play here? Queen of Pain is still in the pool, the traditional SF counter. I mean, it doesn't look like EG is expecting Malreen to be the last pick because of the maybe Primal Beast ban. I wasn't expecting to play it. He, of course, has played a lot of Pango. But the Void Spirit and the Puck are already banned.
The issue with whatever Malreen plays here is that the CC type of mid laners are all banned out in the Primal Beast, the Pango, the Puck. So whatever Malreen goes for here, he's not going to correct the stun issue that they have. They might just have to go for something like Wind Ranger on Tundra.
He has played Marcy mid once. They did lose that game, I think.
Yeah, it doesn't sound good though because it doesn't like cover their bases and what they need.
I feel like Marcy mid would do very well against SF in game, but probably not in lane. Like you'd probably get dumpster by SF.
That's true.
But in game, like Marcy would melt. I actually really like the idea of Juggernaut here, by the way. I feel like because you've Oracle and you can dispel the Surge from Darkseer, you could actually kill the Darkseer in lane with the Juggernaut in this game.
I like Faceless Void as well on top of the Juggernaut because you can take advantage of the Hawk Vision to start the fights with Chrono. You also have SF doing damage in your Chrono.
Oh, wow, they go for Morph into Darkseer.
Good against the TB though, so there's positives and negatives, and if his HP's high enough, the silences aren't the end of the world. Often buys Manta anyways, so. Selling Pikaz on what he needs to do. He's like, come on man, I know how to play this hero.
And a Huskar that comes out last.
Ooh. Ooh, that's a little spicy.
I like the Huskar, honestly. To be honest, I understand the need to pick this morph because you have to respect the Tundra Terrorblade and how they use it to play them up, but I feel like having this morph SF duo core early on is going to put you in a position where they're not strong enough to fight back. So I think Tundra's take on that was, let's just pick the Huskar. We don't have stuns, but let's just overwhelm them. Let's run them over. Let's exploit the part of the game where these two cores are going to be farming, and let's just
And
bother the Beastmaster, right?
And they ran out of disables as well on the EG side with the the bounty pick into the SF and finally the Morphling. Like, they don't have very good ways to like stop that Huskar from killing people.
Yeah, I agree. I think the 2 aura timing for the Darkseer, and then Huskar will probably have like Armlet Halberd or Armlet BKB, something like that. That's a pretty scary timing for EG.
Halberd's great this game, so.
Yeah, I think Tundra has a really good timing. I'm just not sure how Huskar does against SF in the lane. Probably pretty well.
I think he does fine, honestly. I mean, SF is always going to farm, but he does fine. Like, one support rotation, he has a Sky support, so they can bully the SF if Sky can.
That's true. They can kill the SF. It's just not like the Huskar versus Ember where it's like, oh, they're done. Like, it's not one of those games.
It can definitely go both ways, though. If Bounty shows up against Huskar and SF gets like a triple raise or something.
He can die as well, yeah.
Yeah, I think I would prefer like the Sky plus Huskar rotation if we're just theory crafting it.
A lot of fighting around mid, though, this game.
I mean,
that's what we're going to see.
It sounds like fun. I like it when you guys can't come to like a solid conclusion. Oh yeah, that hero is going to be that hero.
Not sure, yeah.
It's just more. It's a little bit more dynamic.
I don't know. I just I think Tundra are gonna have some really strong timing where they're gonna run over EG because I feel like not picking Faceless Void, not picking that carry that can take these fights early on, might bite them in the A word, the ass.
Anus.
The anus. It might bite them in the anus, but if it gets to the late game, I mean, they do have the Morphling SF Beastmaster late game, so they've got that going for them.
It's a lot of auras, yeah. It is really good late game potential for sure. I feel like they can burst the TB using morph nukes and run down stuff, but I don't know. The Huskar could get out of control.
We're gonna find out. Will the tie be solved? Will Tundra take their spot in the next group stage, or will EG force out that third game of our round robin tiebreakers? We're gonna find out together with Cap and SVG.
Now, when we started initially,
Hello, and welcome to Evil Geniuses versus Tundra. I have been promoted here. Cap is out of commission, been destroyed by production. But I will take you through this match as we watch EG versus Tundra take on the second BO1 of the day. And what a last pick Huskar here. Is it a bold move? That is what Cap would like to ask, but he can't because his voice has been destroyed. I will tell you everything, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I will tell you it all. I think it is a bold pick. Huskar into Morphling, into Shadow Fiend. Seems tough to me. But I guess if there's one guy who can there's one guy who can pull it off, it is Mallorin here. Having to stand in tournament of his life. Are you back?
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, there we go. Nice. We, sometimes when it comes to production things...
hold that thought, Cap. Immersion, contesting the rune. Kaz going to lay into him. That's going to be your first blood for the Morphling. That is exactly what they are looking for. Beautiful.
Nice. Well, I think I'm back. I think I'm good. Sometimes, just so you guys know, sometimes production, just like sometimes randomly stuff just kind of dies or has some sort of problem. Maybe you just like, the sign of good production is being able to fix it on the fly in a limited amount of time, which our lovely production was able to do so damn quickly. So
Trying to suck up to him right now so they don't mute you for a second time? I don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, I would prefer if they mute somebody else in this cast every once in a while. No? Well, apparently you've got the observers on your side, so congrats, Avery.
Thank you.
Apparently we're going to be starting off with a tri-lane. I didn't really hear much of what you said. Did you like one draft over the other? Because I believe you said at the start of this best of 3 tiebreaker that it would take some sort of miracle for EG to be eliminated. You said the other 2 teams are, and I quote, dog shit Europeans.
I'm sure that was me.
Maybe that was Purge.
Yeah, I think that was Kevin for sure.
Yeah.
Either way, I still believe in EG to take this.
Even after the draft, Matthew, disappearing.
I don't like the Huskar pick. I don't really understand it.
Why? Why do you hate it?
I don't know if it's... I guess it's like I know it's a Mallorin level 30 hero. He's just super confident on it. I'm happy to always be disproved about what I think this hero is capable of. He has some very weird builds. You can always go in and play the disarm game versus the double right clickers here. That part I can see being annoying, but my historical understanding is that SF and Morph both dump on that hero. They absolutely dump on him. Morph's a Scotty buyer. They're both BKB buyers. They just go on top of Huskar and outright click him, and there's not much you can do in the exchange. So you kind of have to find ways to play around that. Obviously, Huskar can always hit his timings. Halberd timing is insanely strong in this game. If you can get to like BKB, Halberd, Ags, Armlet territory, you're kind of a monster at that point, but it's all dependent on who gets there first, and I don't know how good the lane's going to be. I think
he's going back for it. He's diving for it. He gets it. Oh, see Smile. Now that was a baller move right there.
That is
committed to certain death, but goes for the kill. And not only does he get the kill first, so he gets the experience, but also the wave was pushing in. So that means our Huskar just missed out on like 2 different creeps at least, maybe even more. These side lanes are being a bloodbath right now, which it does seem like EG is walking away with the current advantage.
EG's been a strong laning team in this tournament, and that other SF game we watched them play, they just tempoed that one out, right? They just pushed the lanes down. This is a beast map for
dead.
SF.
Now the question is whether or not Whisper's going to be traded for it, and it might just happen, maybe not. Matthew's going to keep on hitting Skeeter here. Whisper turns around, throws out some axes. I think he knows he's dead, so he's setting up for Matthew to try and do some damage. But Matthew is a physical damage dealer, and the Terrorblade has 1 million armor, so kind of hard to kill him.
If they had juked that better and been able to get the Lotus onto Whisper, they would have been really happy with that exchange. Nonetheless, Matthew getting levels is honestly not the worst thing for EG here, because this is a pretty damn good bounty game in terms of him annoying the 2 supports.
Yeah.
You have 2 ranged backline intelligence support heroes, draining their gold, draining their XP by if you can steal in a Wisdom Rune, that's amazing. But also just being obnoxious in the fight is going to prove wonders here for EG, as they have the double vision heroes, which means they can get on the backline very easily this game. And there's not a lot to protect it other than the fact Tundra can just shove waves into your face between the Darkseer and the Terrorblade. And there's that early roam Matthew's looking for. Will get met with some flames and retreat. Still lanes going decently for EG with the first blood off Pakaz.
These guys just do not stop. Skeeter just keeps running at him, meanwhile Pakaz kills Immersion in that bottom lane. They do actually kill the Sentry, so this is going to be a lot tougher for Malrine to play this matchup now. If he can't see Matthew coming, it's a problem. That's why the support is coming in
like this.
Sentry going to be dropped down. They are going to be able to kill Matthew and then re-kill the Sentry that was laid out for him.
I feel like this roam mid was just a little forced.
Meanwhile, Skeeter diving in so deep that actually gets Panda to rotate over to try and get the punish here. If they'd gotten his nukes onto the Terrorblade, I think they kill him, but not the case.
Too fast.
Slow him down with the Blood Grenade. Axes keep raining in. Did manage to get his level 3, so a little bit more damage out of that. Back to mid lane. Matthew's just camping on him. Skeeter's not careful, then we're going to have some issues. Pakaz, meanwhile, is going to be left alone against the Darkseer Skywrath Mage, which when the Darkseer is just solo, I feel like Pakaz is going to be totally fine, but... Malrine. No, goes for his courier instead. I mean, even if Malrine knows you're there, does it really matter if you can't actually lane? Maybe can't even confidently get neutrals right now? It's a crazy laning phase, huh, Avery? Oh, what's that? What's that, Avery? Oh, production likes me more than you. Oh, that's a shame. Guess the observers didn't have your back well enough, did they? He still picks up the kill on Malrine. What is this devastation that's happening? The 2 supports are going to be playing top lane now. Snaking and Immersion both showing up. All right, are they just trying to miss me? But the problem is that they have no stuns between those 2 supports. So even if they're going to like tri-lane or roam, or I don't know exactly what's happening. Either way, Tundra is losing the laning phase, and they feel like they got to shake things up somehow. But unfortunately, the supports are going to be late to the power rune, so C Smile is going to pick up a haste rune and might pop that haste rune because I see a support that is easy pickings for our SF. Matthew just going to keep him slowed down. C Smile will eventually run him down for the 9th kill of the game for EG in 6 minutes.
They're running a train over this map right now as I'm back. Oh, choo-choo. I have global silence. Oh, we don't have
there's so many silences in this game.
Really are a lot. I don't know what's happening today. I mean, if you hadn't broken this entire death setup like an hour ago, we'd be fine. Matthew is breaking.
For the record,
Mallory back, not again.
Mallory, no! Oh, go. Ooh, close call.
I mean, he's been so disruptive on the back side of this map for Tundra.
I mean, maybe that's just better. Don't kill him. Just leave him alive, limping around.
Oh, that Wisdom Rune, though. 5 seconds. He's going to be there in time.
Is Malrine going to have the heads up to be able to blast? He is. Good read by him, knowing that the Bounty Hunter was going to cut over like that. Secures himself the Wisdom Rune.
His game is just getting slowed so much by this. He's getting XP drained. He can't farm. He's at threat of dying because Huskar always has to be low. Another courier kill for Matthew in here. This bounty pick has paid off already in this game. He's destroying the map. Despite Whisper having a slow start in that off lane, I feel like EG's getting everything they want. Mid-destruction with the Shadow Fiend matchup. That tower is gone. The Huskar's getting debilitated. But Kaz is so far ahead off that first blood into lane kills. And again, what is the Bounty Hunter answer? There isn't one in this game. Their supports cannot deal with him on the map. That's why I feel like this pick just sways the whole draft, because I don't think he can play Dota right now.
It's looking rough. 8-minute power rune's going to be coming up for Tundra's sake. I kind of hope it's top, because this could be a very one-sided match the way it's going. Whisper again is just going to TP away. So, yeah, he is getting under-leveled. He's not getting a whole lot of farm out of his lane. He is the lowest net worth core in the game, but he has the 2 highest net worth cores on his team as well. So he's just accepting a sacrificial role. The power rune, by the way, was not top, and EG are going to collect yet another one.
I mean, they're happy to sacrifice Whisper a little bit if Matthew's getting the work that he's getting done.
Sure.
And that's kind of the trade-off. Like, he would not want to lane top versus double ranged hero lane. I mean, Terrorblade with meta, pretty hard for the bounty and the beast to deal with unless you're winning some level 1 trade off axe spam, which didn't happen. It's just about terrorizing the supports and making sure Huskar has no gameplay. And C-Smile is
Speaking of terrorize, C-Smile. Okay, he is going to get silence up right away, so things are a little bit difficult to get these kills, reliant on the slows. Nice use there from Panda to be able to purge off both the curse and the silence that was on C-Smile. Helps him get the kill onto Snaking. And Immersion, still maybe going to get caught? No, that was already the long-range raise.
He might
Unless C-Smile commits for the second round of the long-range one? No, he actually is just cutting the wave. That's all
he has
he's
regen.
doing.
So he's happy to just use all his resources up here. And invading Tundra's early jungle areas is also limiting where the Huskar can catch up. It's pretty much just constricting Malrine to the triangle here. He has to be wary of the Bounty Hunter as well, just playing on sentries. And that's another tier 1 bottom that went down to Pakaz solo. EG getting a lot of early tower damage in this game just off the lane wins. And again, I feel like both these right clickers are happy to play into the Huskar. I don't think you're too worried about Huskar Terrorblade out-carrying Shadow Fiend Morphling, especially in this position.
Yeah, if you got to like this super late game, Huskar, where he's got all the items you're listing, and like the Octarine build where you perma are just disarming people all the time, maybe. Can't even get this kill on Matthew, it seems like, as he might. Nope, he actually will tick out. They think there's a ward on the high ground, though not actually the case. Just wrong place, wrong time. Or more likely, just the fact that EG owns so much of the map that maybe the triangle is a little ambitious to try and invade.
I mean, it's the last place Tundra are holding.
Exactly, yeah.
And it goes back to the Tundra defensive orientation, I guess.
Yeah.
Time to bait the enemy into you, create some sort of scale threat, and let the lane shove do the work. That's where the Bounty Hunter can shine, though, because we saw Tundra last game for Secret just rat that game out and create a huge net worth advantage. Bounty, in theory, shuts some of that down. He catches you on the map, he sets up for his team, forces a lot of detection.
Vacuum wall back in. Too many EG heroes, though. 33 is going to die. Immersion can't turn around and do anything because he doesn't have his level 6. And even if he does, what is the kill combo? Right? There's actually no real good setup for Mystic Flare. So it's not even like they can get those surprise pickoffs very easily. Vacuum.
Single target vacuum into Mystic Flare.
Yeah, I mean, that's not the worst idea.
Now they're just invading Ancients with those early tier 1s down, and here we'll get a Sunder, but that is just to run away.
Matthew taking a lot of damage as he runs away. Snaking may end up dying here. A lot of track kills to pick up if they can win this fight. Because grabs one now. Requiem going to be popped out. Malrine in trouble. And too much damage coming his way. Too many nukes.
Those are track kills, baby.
Yeah, that's exactly what the problem is for Tundra now. Because they are going to go for that defensive formation, but EG know that, and they're willing to bring 5, and if they keep winning these fights, they are, I mean, who cares about the loss of farm efficiency?
Yeah, look at the Ancients right now. C-Smile's just jacking them. Yeah. Taking all of those stacks away from Malrine here. That's his catch-up farm. That's his way back in this game. You take that away, Whisper's going to catch up on his own. Who's stealing Whisper's Ancients right now? Nobody, right? Yeah. He's absolutely free-farming while this skirmishing is happening, and you're getting track kills, and you're stealing Ancients, and Tundra are still bleeding out. You got to find an answer. You got to find it soon.
Malrine is going to be able to pick up one. It's a bit of an overextension by EG, gives them 2 kills in return.
So a little intelligence. At least something going your way.
Yeah.
But EG are just getting so much off the map right now. It is ridiculous. So much space for Whisper to catch up after that laning phase. He is suddenly fully back. And there's just not that much space for Tundra to operate. This support duo is just backfired on Tundra. Really got punished by the bounty hunter. Now they're just behind, and like you said, they don't have the clearest combos.
They're gonna burst him in time easily. Didn't even have Thunder up anyway, so.
It's just a product of Skier has nowhere else to go on the map.
Oh, they need this kill, but I don't think the damage. Oh, it was fast enough. He dies in the fountain. Frame perfect for Tundra.
That is about as close as you can get. I guess there's your combo. You don't need a stun if he's TPing.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's a big kill to get. Take this SF off the map, remove some of his souls.
Yeah.
And for Malrine to catch up. You're not going to get too many of those opportunities. But you better make them count. Also, Spark of Courage on Huskar. Pretty interesting, right?
Oh, yeah. Isn't he always low enough that he's not actually taking advantage of the damage bonus?
I can't tell if it's like better or worse. I feel like it's worse because you don't get the damage to farm. But
yeah, it's definitely worse with the
7
way
armor?
he wants to play right now, right? Because he wants to be hitting a bunch of neutrals. He wants to farm as quickly as possible.
Guaranteed 7 armor on Huskar is also pretty juicy.
Yeah, but he, I mean, when he's below 20%, is he dying to physical damage or is he dying to nukes?
Both.
Well, I mean, I guess he's just dying all around, so.
Well, he's going to try and kill Roche. A very sneaky move by Tundra as they just walk into it. I don't know if EG have a read this is happening, but there's a Hawk heading bottom-ish. Not on the... Is this going to see it? No, it does not go far enough, so they're going to get away with this. Always the Huskar play you can make.
Yeah.
The pub play. I mean, my pub Huskars always die doing this, but...
Well, that's why Snaking is here, right? Malrine not confident that he can armlet toggle enough, so.
Oh, that is a good find. Continue to push this Huskar back into that Halberd BKB territory he's probably looking for at some point to be able to take the fights. As Matthew continues his reign of terror. No couriers for you, son. The high ground base ward has been planted.
You know, I was reading through the stats earlier, and apparently before DreamLeague, Yamich has like some insane courier sniping stats. Matthew, very similar. So if we get to see EG win this game against Tundra, we will see EG versus Secret. We may have both supports doing some courier sniping, because apparently win or lose, this is what Matthew is up to. Not sure. Like, I feel like he always does this when they're losing.
Well, he does this when they don't want to fight. Basically.
Yeah, but shouldn't they want to fight right now? Don't you want to keep building the advantage that you have?
I mean, maybe they're just feel like they're not going to get outscaled, and they're happy to hit their next set of items on both their cores and then just push it. I think they were also a lineup that went to mind just going early into that Roche jump hit. But it's not like they're... I mean, their cores are ahead, but they're not a crazy amount of items ahead at this point in time. So do you want to fight into the Aegis Huskar here? Is there a purpose to doing it, especially if you can kill all the couriers and just limit the map presence from Tundra? Not necessarily against this, but it does feel like the tempo is going to slow down a lot here. I mean, you also have double damage BKB finished for C-Smile. That is a crazy damage power spike. Picks up an Invis rune to boot, so he might just be able to Invis in somewhere and get a Requiem, though he's probably also thinking there's a crap ton of sentries down. As another courier shall fall.
But then if you do think that, just have Matthew scout for you, right? Like, have Matthew lead the charge. They go on Matthew. Okay, fine.
I mean, EG are still out farming Tundra slightly, because Tundra are afraid to push out deep on the map, especially with their supports. It's kind of like a bluff game. I feel like Tundra thinks their supports are getting hunted right now with the tracks and the bounty being annoying, but EG have no intention of killing them.
No,
they are just killing neutrals, slaying these jungles, and pushing towards Helm of the Overlord for Whisper. That is probably going to be the go point. Like, you get Helm of the Overlord here with the Vlad's aura, buffing up your other 2 right-clicking cores. That is just an insane damage power spike. A huge amount of lifesteal coming through. You have the armor reduction from the Shadow Fiend plus some Golem aura or something else, and suddenly your push line is just fully online. Could be looking at another decently early high ground here for EG, that 25 to 30 minute mark. If Tundra are not ready for it, you're just going to lose some buildings.
Yeah.
You do not have the outspam to defend these fights, so you kind of have to just flank or shove the waves in preemptively. That's what Darkseer terribly lets you do. But then it goes back to, okay, Tundra like to play with a lot of this ghost lane shove plus some pickoff, but what's the pickoff this game? What's the threat? Was it supposed to be the Huskar Skywrath? But the Huskar got shut down, so now you just lost your threat.
Yeah, I mean, if you had an Aghanim Scepter on Huskar, then sure, you could get the jump on him and hold him in place with the taunt, and then Mystic Flare. Sure, that seems okay.
Or even if you had a better game, like maybe just armlet Halbert Huskar, who's ahead, is enough to just run into areas. This game just did not happen. They'll find Matthew with a dust, but...
There is Panda right behind him, though. Panda gets a little bit too close, though, and he's going to be the one to get picked off. He's still silenced. Meanwhile, the Mystic Flare went to work on the Bounty Hunter. Matthew will tick out as well. So, Malrine picks up a double. Right as EG were ready for a fight, they have that Helm of the Overlord you were talking about. They're going to buy back on the Bounty Hunter, knowing that they still want to take some fights here. C-Smile going to be the target up Malrine, and he is going to be able to get that kill. This is going terribly for EG because turning into the Terror Blade with the meta, trying to chase down some of these smaller heroes. Thanks to the track, he'll be able to pick up 2. So at least he gets some track kills, but this was obviously super worth it for Tundra and can keep going. Malrine, after all, still has that Aegis. So he's willing to push it to the limit right now. Knowing that if he goes over it,
Cause finding supports, but that wall really owned them. They got zoned off from their Shadow Fiend, stuck on the wall. Skeeter did a nice job not committing super fast, getting caught in that Beastmaster Morphling flank. And then your SF's just stuck on an island. Not the way you want to be starting these fights.
I mean, specifically Panda's positioning here. You got it.
It's way too far up.
Yeah, like he stopped moving. If he just backed away, false promise when the Bounty Hunter was low, I think this fight is pretty free for EG.
And you have to think about the global in this game as well. It makes Oracle's gameplay really hard, which is another reason to just play super patient and maybe not even show early on in the fight. And at this point, see Smile, he's just disarmed. He does get the BKB off, so it doesn't matter, but you're not winning that man fight. I was kind of surprised how fast he went down there. Of course, Bakaz's still making some action happen and has not died in this game yet. Will continue his reign of terror. He is mega farmed, man. Ag's already done. At the point where he just goes in the fight and steals Terror Blade, so much of your damage disappears.
What do you call 2 reigns of terror?
Not
Amber's giving me daggers right now.
I'm not answering that one.
I mean, I was just saying, you said Matthew's gone on a reign of terror now because?
Yeah.
Maybe it's a storm of terror. Get it?
Not even
rain.
That's terrible. That was actually terrible. I thought you had an actual joke there.
No, I just came up with that on the fly.
Do people tell you you're funny?
Twitch chat does sometimes.
I don't know why they're playing that clip. That is not representative of my mood right now.
Yeah, yes. Do we have any footage of Avery staring grumpily at people? I don't know if I've ever seen that.
Any photo from the last 10 years. There's another courier. Do we have the courier kill count?
Oh yeah, we need to see that.
Production, please. Show us the courier kill count. Production, please. JJ, I know you've been writing it down. Bring us that number. But just guess. Just guess.
Yeah, just write a number down.
Oh, don't point at me. I want you to give it to me.
Write a number down and we'll just trust it. Any number. All right, production is 47
That
couriers.
was terrible. That was, no. I don't even think there's ever been 47 couriers killed in a single game of Dota, so.
Well, that means it's a new record.
Okay, well, you heard it here first, folks. Production has said that Matthews killed 47 couriers this game. Very impressive, as I've only seen him kill about 6 or 7, but I guess we missed the other 40.
I mean, it's almost impressive how much EG, like, on a dime, just changed the momentum of this game. Because we're kind of BSing right now, but, like, the laning phase was a slaughter. EG came up, like, pretty far ahead, and then all of a sudden the call got made. Guys, we're not fighting anymore. We're not going to try and get any more track kills. We're just going to build towards our mid-game item.
I legit think they believe they can't lose this game late. Like, if the SF and the Morph have 5 slots, I feel like they view the game is just over. Especially with Beast supporting it, with the inner Beast aura plus Vlad's aura plus an Overlord creep plus everything else. Whisper's going to be able to... I mean, this is such a scary late game right-click lineup, and those are generally the lineups Huskar does not win against. I mean, you have to go insanely ham. It just feels hard. So I kind of understand how EG are thinking about this game. Like, they want to put the pressure on Tundra instead of the other way around and not try and force some fight into them where they lose an aggressive go and then suddenly the game's in a bad spot.
Sure, I mean, watching Secret, you like, that is Tundra's specialty, right? When you're trying to be the aggressors,
yes,
they know how to be able to out-farm you while evading you, and then they also turn and are able to take advantageous fights while you are looking.
Is the type of fight that EG maybe you want. If
they have BKB with Smile, so he should be fine here. The threatens the Requiem, BKB usage, and Tundra's like, okay, that's good enough for us. No need to force it past that point. Though they do have the shield rune on Malrine, so...
Yeah, that is a broken rune on this hero. Insanely broken rune. The tracks will start coming out. EG just want as many tracks as they can get. Prefer to jump the backline if they can find it. Because does steal the Terrorblade. That's that Ag steal. Oh, he was thinking about going in on that one.
I mean, he sees Snaking. That's a easy kill. Maybe not the juiciest kill in the world, but...
You can still see how much EG are respecting the aggressive go they don't want to force, though, right? They want to make Tundra go into their ball so their 2 right-clickers just have free reign in the fight. When you start chasing, only one of those is going to get in deep. The Shadow Fiend is going to have issues forcing himself in there. See how much they decide to chase this action is... I mean, you got to think about the next Roche. Oh, the pike in.
Kill now. Force that forward with the Requiem.
Okay, they found that silencer, and they're happy to take him because that opens up the fight for Panda. But once again, they're going to play conservative, take their victory, and back off here, playing for Roshan, which is spawned. They have the Mega Lizard, and Snaking will be forced to buy. I mean, this is Tundra's timing. They have multiple Ag Scepters that just came out. Normal Punch for 33, and Malrine with his Ags now has the lockdown they need.
I mean, how do they get to
go
this?
Time. You just got to jump in and pray to the gods of Fire Spears, I guess.
I mean, because they have Hawk and Trax, so the Hawk is giving vision for more Trax. Tundra, they're being seen every step of the way. Snaking putting himself very far forward as target here. Another wall goes out, and he does die. Morphling finishes him off while C-Smile challenging 33 with the Aghanim Scepter gets an illusion of the SF.
Yeah, but
at the same time, because it's going to work.
They don't have an answer for the Morphling right now, and he is just taking names.
And the Scotty, you're not going to be able to run away. Ooh, that was a big hit from C-Smile. Another one coming in for Malrine next. He's going to die as well. Ultra kill, EG. They played this incredibly well. They put so much pressure on Tundra to start a fight that just seemed unwinnable.
I mean, this is putting Tundra in the position that they like to put teams in, right?
Exactly.
And it's cool to see from EG because normally they're the aggressors, but they just wait this fight out so patiently. The only person that Tundra see here is Pakaz, basically, with C-Smile on the backside. They are hiding their support so deep in the bottom, and they're just letting Pakaz go to work. There's no control for the Morphling with the Manta, with the Ags. He just goes in, takes both supports out. That fight is automatically over now because at some point you're getting stunned, and the second you're stunned, there is no turning that around. The Shard from C-Smile definitely helps adding some damage here.
Panda did pretty much nothing that fight, which is exactly the way you want it to be, right? Like, he literally was just sitting there for the longest time, just like way out in the back, just, all right, guys. Something goes wrong, I'm here.
I mean, sometimes that is the way you have to play Oracle, especially in these Oracle Silencer matchups.
Yeah.
Like, you just sit there and don't show. And then Tundra's going to be thinking, all right, we still want to find this Oracle. We still know he's there. We maybe have to use Global for him, but they don't see him. If they see him, they're going to jump him. There's an opening. But if you never see the guy, he doesn't have to cast any spells. And then all of a sudden, Tundra's supports are out in the open, and because he's going to clean him up. So that is another Darkseer kill into that dire side Roshan. Aegis for the Morphling. EG in a commanding position in this game with Cheese and Aegis on their 2 right clickers with Beast Aura to back it up. It's time to think about that high ground. You get one more good pick off, you're just going to end this game because the buildings are going to melt. You have that aura of presence affecting the objectives here for T-Smile.
Oh, well, they found Panda.
He showed.
It's a great start, and SF is entirely alone here, so they can get the BKB out of him.
Should be able to get out with the TP.
Yeah, no TP.
Look at this bottom, though.
Oh, yeah.
This is a guaranteed TP cancel. Matthew just needs to keep following him, wait for somebody to join. EG are cutting him off because in chase from behind and Whisper in chase from front. I think Skeeter knows what's up.
Yeah, he knows he's in trouble. He's going to have to pull some sort of like Manta move here.
There's the Lincoln's Pop on the track.
Hides in the trees. See if he can bait him out with the illusions.
Oh, it's pretty.
Oh, he knew which one because he found him immediately.
And even BKB early for Matthew, so he doesn't give up a free Sunder. Also, just what is the damage through BKB this game? This BKB Bounty Hunter is going to be incredibly annoying.
Yeah.
Tundra just do not seem to have answers for the double right clickers EG have presented here. This Shadow Fiend pick has honestly looked pretty damn good in a lot of games they played it. Teams are ending up with a lot of these Spirit lineups with ranged backline supports that just don't threaten him at all. And he gets good lane matchup, he snowballs, he gets ahead. This hero hits damn hard. He's very strong this patch, especially when you can back him up with a Vlad's Aura builder, which is exactly what EG have. This is their bread and butter. They are cruising through this game. Wisdom Rune collected, Shard collected. 2.5 minutes left on the Aegis. This is definitely where you want to poke high ground, at least force Tundra back, or maybe just claim that fight. As once again, Matthew has found Malrine on the map and is preventing the TP. He'll back off. Wants to join the team. The bigger objective. Decent wall. But that's all it is.
Oh, Malrine, they've backed away from that push. So now some heroes are free to chase you down if they find him. But at the same time, Matthew is underneath the Ward Sentry combo, so...
Yeah, he doesn't want to chase without the BKB, because then you run under a Sentry, you're just instant dead to the Huskar.
Sure. Who does also have the Aghanim Scepter, so that combination is there. You go blind to the high ground, you get Huskar ulted, Mystic Flare, you'll die very quickly.
Utility is just coming out, though. And the utility is going to be problematic for Tundra, because one of the ways they can win the fight is during that global duration, but Whisper, he just bought a Lotus Orb, and honestly, this Lotus, you might just throw it on Panda the second that global comes out.
Sure.
And all of a sudden, you have a free Oracle in these engagements where Tundra think that Oracle's disabled.
Yeah, throw it on Panda. Panda throws the Fortune's End back on you.
It's a nice little handshake.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Once again,
snaking. Oh, maybe not. Huskar actually catches him, and that is an Aegis.
He's in really deep, too. No wait for him for 2.
Okay, he is going to get pulled back. Global Sound's going to be used here. Still has a Silver Edge and morphing into Strength, so he's good. Meanwhile, T-Smile just went to work on the building. So even when they kind of just throw away an Aegis, it still creates enough space for T-Smile to take an objective.
He just hits way too hard right now.
Yeah.
Quiver on top of that aura. Aegis was definitely not the most effective I've seen, but at least they get Pakaz out. Live to fight another day. Double damage rune spawn top. Oh man, you know Tundra would hope they can fight with this.
But if they can't get into position in time, can it get up to this high ground?
Also, no meta for Skeeter.
Oh, that's going to be awkward. Requiem's going to go down after a beautiful wall. Primal Roar going to be used onto the Darkseer. Meanwhile, Pakaz was able to blow up Malrine from the side. He died so damn fast, and C-Smile just reigned supreme in this team fight, man. He was just cleaving through heroes one by one, chasing after even... he just kind of ignored Skeeter and was like, okay, I'm going to deal with the back line. Skeeter, meanwhile, is just going to get kited super, super hard.
I don't think they care about him.
Yeah, they're just like...
They actually just don't care. They're just going down mid.
Disarm
like, good luck, Panda. I'm sure you can handle the man fight. We'll see you at the throne.
1v1, Panda versus Skeeter.
Yeah, yo, guys? Yo, guys. Any help? Any TVs?
Oh, yeah, double wisdom runes there. Skeeter stopped moving, so I'm going to say that Tundra might be done with this game.
Took a drink out of the mug. I mean, this game is over, right? Like, you're not winning these straight-on head-on fights.
Oh, nice vacuum. Again, 33 keeps hitting some pretty decent vacuum walls.
Oh, there's a combo.
It won. Problem is just the other two cores seem to be not as easily burstable.
No, if you catch the Morphine, you can, but then you have to start worrying about the Oracle saves, the Beast utility with the Lotus that can remove a silence. EG still respecting Tundra, respecting that meta. Honestly, it doesn't feel like they have to, but can't blame them. When it's a BO1, you're this far ahead. Take the conservative approach.
Yeah, because you are one of 3 teams for 1 slot into the second group stage. And I would dare say that, like, EG, somebody said it on the panel there, was, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if one of these 4th place teams in the groups goes on and does very well. I think EG is a great marker for that. I mean, they have shown up on all these international lands. They did very well at the last major. And they're a team that I would definitely mark as a team that gets stronger as time goes on. So if they eke into the second group stage, wouldn't be surprised if they get into playoffs from there.
33 will eventually kill that little Ice Shaman. That was a bold positioning for Snaking to be with Gem, by the way. And the fact they lose Gem to Matthew, who just sets it up basically solo.
Yeah.
Speaks the entire story of this game. It has just been a struggle for the Tundra supports playing against Bounty Hunter. Matthew just 1v2 destroyed them this entire game.
1v2? You mean 1v7?
This is the ultimate duel right here.
Juke, juke, juke.
Give me an Ice Shaman death sound. What the fuck was that? What? Oh, never asking for that again.
What didn't you like about it? It's kind of a dumb creature. It's got a dumb death noise.
I'm glad Valve has better sound engineers.
You make a death noise then.
What? I asked you. You can't ask
and I'm asking you back.
Nah.
What? You can't just not me? What the hell?
I'm an ancient Frostbite Golem enthusiast.
Oh, is this the one? This is the one. They got the pick. No, the false promise.
Can he live though? He has Satanic.
He has
didn't pop
Satanic.
it.
He's surely gonna be. He hasn't popped it.
What?
Is he gonna die? No. Oh, how much? Oh, he had the cheese. That's why.
Ah,
Good call.
yes. Saves that Satanic.
Oh,
I mean, I don't know what he used it, but
that was close.
I guess double cheese. Way more than enough to secure that. And
Yeah.
what a false promise timing from Panda in the right place at the right time. No global to save that. And those are those catches you really need to work. In fact, where's the global? It's just late. It's never there.
Oh, you're right. He just didn't pop it until.
I was thinking maybe it was on
way too
cooldown,
late.
but yeah, Snaking just didn't throw it out. And I mean, maybe he's thinking like, okay, they can Lotus the Oracle, but it's always going to guarantee you at least half a second, right?
Sure, and half a second would have been enough.
Yeah. That's just a missed opportunity for Tundra. You're not going to get.
He's not making it back to base.
Nope. He is definitely not. Did go Moonshard, pretty interesting build.
Yeah, I saw that.
This Moonshard is not going to do much work when his buildings are dying. And
He's running back.
Pauline is
They
gone.
know it too. They're taking the team fight while the Terrorblade is not here. 33. Man. Okay, Skeeter's here, guys. Welcome party for him. Starts with the Requiem, and it ends with a GG call from Tundra.
Because with the stolen normal punch, ends that game 18-0-9. When this guy asks for Morphling, you give it to him. And when you give it to him, you pay the price. As Tundra witnessed why he is perhaps the greatest Morphling in the world right now. Dare I say it? Dare I say it? I'm going to make a lot of people mad. I'm going to make a lot of Morphling player fans mad, but I think the stats don't lie. If there's one thing I've learned in Dota, it's that stats don't lie. And right now, he is going ham as EG get their first win of the day.
Yep, and these stats say that, well, Secret is 0-1, Tundra is 1-1, and EG is 1-0, meaning they have to face up against Secret, and if they win that, they win the three-way tiebreaker. So we are going to finish this three-way tiebreaker out for the first round. What would you give it the chances here, Avery? I mean, I cannot see that there's no way this is even close to a 50-50. They got stomped by Tundra, and in turn, Tundra got stomped by EG. Very pessimistic outlook on this upcoming series.
I mean, you asked me who's going through. I said it was EG, and I'm going to stick with EG. I think.
Oh, so 100%?
Yeah, I think they've shown the best
EG's going
gameplay.
through?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. I said EG. God damn it. Listen to me for once in your life. All right, I'll send you off with the Ice Shaman death sound.
It's Warcraft 3. And we are going to a third game of this Tiebreakers. Just like our commentary team just mentioned, Evil Geniuses, they take this game against Tundra. So if they win the next game against Team Secret, we will have indeed our answer. However, if they lose against Team Secret, which by the way they also did during the group stages, because they tied every single series that they played, that means we're going to have another round of 3 best of ones, or maybe 2 best of ones, depending on who wins, of course. I'm joined by Purge, by Effie, and by Jenkins, and we're going to try and break this game down. Evil Geniuses, we know, Effie, that they are very strong in the lanes, and they showed that once again here.
That was such a dominant lane performance. I just haven't seen Tundra get dismantled like that in so long. Matthew played incredibly well on his Bounty Hunter. He did not give Huskar the space to come back. C Smile on the SF solo killed the Huskar. I potentially thought that the Huskar was a genius idea, but it turned out to be the complete opposite. EG made it look so bad, and credits to Tundra for trying to find their way back into the game with the smokes, that early Roche, but when you win the lanes this hard and you have a Morphling who's 10k net worth ahead of your Terrorblade the entire game, it is an uphill battle.
Yeah, I feel like it was they took a little bit of a gamble with their stand-in. You know, they tried something that they probably wouldn't have done with 9 by picking the Huskar mid, and because the lane went bad, and then he got solo killed by the Bounty Hunter, and they had the Oracle against the Darkseer, like things were just out of control, and then they didn't have very good ways to start the fight. It's supposed to be like Huskar, high net worth, hitting towers, forcing their opponents to fight into them, then they global silence. Instead, they're like looking for some initiation with heroes that aren't very good at it.
Yeah, going back to the SF laning, I've been on the other end of this C Smile SF quite a few times, and I can tell you the main thing that he does differently is he doesn't give a shit if he's just free farming. Like, he always plays to kill you. He always plays to get raises on you. Like, he'll often run to the tower, bottling, and, you know, take like 2 or 3 tower shots just to get a second raise on you, or even a first raise just to keep you away from the creep wave. And I feel like that's the exact way that SF beats Huskar in lane normally. Is like, if you kill him, like, yeah, sure, if you let Huskar get to like level 5 and Huskar has the passive, especially if he gets level 6, then maybe you can actually kill the SF by manning up on him. Yeah, sure, it's going to be close, but you can maybe kill the SF, especially with a rotation. But not C-Smile. Not a Grandmaster SF that is one of the most aggressive SF players in the world.
It was a very entertaining match. We saw a lot of bounty hunter movement, of course, by Matthew trying to get all the couriers. Do we have a guess on the amount of couriers he was able to successfully snap? It's not 40-something.
Do you have the number? You actually have the number?
No.
Oh.
I want to have a guess.
In the game?
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and say 5.
I would say, like, you go ahead, Perch.
I was going to say 10, but I feel like I should go lower because you said 5. I feel like I'm over.
I always shoot low.
Yeah, go ahead.
I always shoot low.
9. Wait, how do you say that again, Shiver?
9.
9.
I'll go for 8.
That means 8. I was going to go for 7, which is 7. But I think we're all on the same ballpark, between 5 and 10, something like that, which is still extremely high. Of course, you give gold to everyone. It was a very entertaining game. I think Evil Geniuses definitely maybe made it a little bit longer than what it needed to. They played very careful at some point. You could tell, like, it's a best of one. You know, the pressure is on Purge, you know?
They lost that one team fight.
Yeah.
They were like, oh, we got to be a little careful here. Can't let the Huskar come back into this game and actually win it. So, yeah, they slowed down a bit. But then once they hit that Scotty timing with the Morphling, that team fight was so one-sided. It's like he hits the Terrorblade one time, and he's like, I can't fight. Turns around, then he hits the Huskar, does the same thing. Oh, half regen. It's really hard at that point.
They had that Scotty for a while, though, before they took that Rush fight. I just really enjoy watching EG play more disciplined because they've been known to come out of the laning stage and potentially throw some leads in high-pressure situations, but they took a step back, especially after Tundra had their first successful smoke. They were just like, okay, let's just hit our timings on the Morphling, let's farm as much as we can, and just take the fight to them at Roche, and that's exactly what they did.
That is what they did. How do you feel their chances are against Team Secret, Jenkins?
You know, I feel like EG's going to slaughter Team Secret.
Oh, yeah.
But I really hope that this is just a rock, paper, scissors scenario. I want to have the tiebreakers go all day. I want to see a 1v1 mid. That's what I want to see.
That'd be so freaking hype.
Armel versus C-Smile.
That won't happen.
That one can't happen.
I don't think that one can happen, can it? No.
I do not
Malrine
know.
versus C-Smile.
You know who has all the answers?
God.
True. All of them, actually. No, I think Tsunami will have all the answers.
Oh.
Yeah. And he'll be sitting where I'm sitting after a bit of a break because we're continuing with this tiebreakers. Now, there is indeed a chance that we're going to go another round. And then there's all kinds of rules in place to prevent another round from another round and infinite tiebreakers. So he's going to talk to you all about that. First, of course, he's going to focus on our upcoming match, which is Evil Geniuses versus Team Secret. So stick around. We'll be back with more Dota 2 and Dream League.
Go. Darkseer, wall down, but couldn't follow up with the vacuum. There might have been a clip opportunity there, but it...
Hello, my name is Skeeter, and I play for Tundra Esports as a carry player.
I'm Neta, or 33, and I play often for Team Tundra.
I think the way I would describe Tundra Esports is a team, a lot of hard work, and a lot of passion for the game.
I don't really know how to describe us in one word. It's just a Dota team, you know.
Is there. Gonna make the jump onto Zai. Silence on 3. And we had to use the Nightmare hit to break Zai out of the combo. Zai's able to get the guys down. 33 will go for the black hole. He's caught Zai, he's caught Insane, that'll do it. As 9, he's able to lay down the damage, take out the 2 of them, they'll take out Boxy as well. Mid-game will commit in. And he's considering fighting this kind of 2v4, he feels strong.
The challenges we have been facing recently is mostly to prove ourselves that we deserve to be at the international.
In the first part of the season, we had a bit of problems with our motivation, I guess, in our practice. We started putting in just as much work as we did before TI, and I think it shows a lot in our games.
Away, 33 though, now dominating and might just give up that spree immediately.
Done by
Goes to the lasso, they're burrowing him in, they've got the chrono, he survives on the high ground, they get the chrono Moxie!
We basically wanted to make sure we win the last DPC tour, so we can play the whole major with less of a pressure on ourselves.
The turn is insane here for Tundra. They've got themselves a third. They'll look over.
And we managed to achieve that. Our goals for this Dream League, we didn't really set any goals because we're gonna be playing with 2 stand-ins.
We have Malrine from Nemiga. He was one of our top choices for mid, and post 4 will have Immersion. I only played a couple pubs with him, but he's been great.
Honestly, who knows how it's gonna go, but hopefully it's gonna be fun to watch.
GGG is the call from Collapse. They're done.
I mean, I just want to thank all the fans and supporters for our team that you guys are cheering for us. Even though we haven't been delivering much, but you know, it's the Tundra stock is on the uptrend, so stick around.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I filled that life according to a friend. We're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone in search.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final series, potentially, of this tiebreaker. I'm only saying that because people are leading me to believe that this is a very one-sided affair. Usually, it's like a rock, paper, scissors type situation. Now it seems that it's some kind of transitive property thing, but if Tundra stomps Secret and EG stop Tundra, then it should be like a Giga Stomp. Right, Fear?
No.
Why not?
Because all these teams draw.
That's what I thought.
And Secret already lost, and EG already won.
Thus?
They must draw.
But are we taking the quality of the Dota into account?
No.
No. Are we taking the quality of our panel into account?
Yes.
It shows right here, today.
It's only been enhanced. Oh, that's true.
It took me 6 years to get close to this shirt. Okay, I have a lot of trauma connected with this shirt, but today I brought it out. I dusted off all the cat hair and whatever. What's the trauma?
Can we bring up past trauma? That's one of my favorite pastimes.
Yeah, you know, being kicked from a team is some trauma there. But today is the day where Secret, they will bounce back. Puppy, he knows what to do. I mean, if he lets me, I'm burning the shirt if they lose.
Really?
I will burn it.
On camera?
Sure. Right here.
You don't even have a backup shirt while you're wearing it.
Oh, I'll do it while I'm wearing it, yeah.
Okay.
I'll just die live on the air.
Self-immolation is on the agenda for today if Secret does not win. But to commemorate our slightly empty panel, I would like to bring in one special guest. Can we get the powerful pandas to welcome BSJ?
He got a walk-in, huh?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, you're real special today, Brian.
I think it was tactical.
Yeah, usually, I mean, there were just, I had to get my new headset.
Yeah, my mic didn't work.
Yeah, just usually it's they get to walk in. I have to introduce you.
Yeah.
Where's my spotlight?
You got it last season.
True.
Many
Got
times.
it right now, too.
And right now.
That felt really good, though.
You're a
Just
glutton.
Having them play, like you telling them to play music for me, that was special. Almost as special as you lighting your shirt on fire.
I don't know if it's that special.
It might be happening.
It might be happening.
If they lose.
So they think that it's a rock, paper, scissors situation. Brian, what are we looking at for this game? Is it going to be EG hyper stomping Secret? Because Tundra beat Secret and then EG beat Tundra.
No.
So I was relatively unbiased coming into this game, but now I am rooting heavily for EG.
What?
for the
Explain
immolation
yourself.
on stream.
I mean, I think
there's something on the line here that I am suddenly invested much more in rather than just good Dota.
That's right. We saw the Huskar last game and you were like, that's not enough.
Yeah.
I need to see someone taking more damage to themselves.
Exactly. I think EG, like they carry a lot of momentum as a team just between series, between games. Like they're a team that I've seen a lot make deep runs in the lower bracket of tournaments, and I think they're going to feel good coming off of that last game. And that's something where they're a team where if they win the previous game, they're much more likely to win the next one.
Mm-hmm. Momentum based.
Yes.
But this will be a great deal of shame brought to the Western European region because we've already eliminated. So we brought 6 here. 3 are confirmed eliminated. Gaiman is still in.
We have Entity and Liquid already eliminated.
Yeah.
Who else is it?
Well, Tundra is also in this tiebreaker. So.
Well, Tundra's in this.
Yeah, so
it's
Tundra
Team
and Secret would go down.
Team Secret.
And then Gaiman
OG are already.
Oh, and OG's eliminated as well.
Yeah, we forgot about OG.
Wow.
It happens.
You suck.
So yeah, that would be literally 1 out of 6 Western European teams would make it forward if Evil Geniuses win this tiebreaker.
Western Europe is the best region. Therefore, Team Secret will
What
bounce
happened to
back.
Western European Dota? I thought they were supposed to be the pinnacle of Dota.
That's what they tell me, Fear.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think right now, who's going to be the pinnacle of Dota? Hopefully it's not gaming, but is there going to be a rise of South America?
Well, Beast Coast is eliminated.
Yeah, I was going to... Well, both the EG running.
Both the Eastern European teams are in.
Oh, yeah, Eastern Europe.
Mm-hmm. What about Team Spirit?
And Team Spirit. Wait, did we?
Yeah, 3 out of 3.
3 out of 3?
Yeah, all right, so Eastern Europe
Oh,
is
yeah.
on the rise. That's it. We figured it out.
All right.
Now, how much do you guys think these results will reflect the major?
The major?
Like, will the 3 Eastern European teams place top 8?
2 of them will be top 8, I think. One of
Okay.
them is gonna choke it up again.
Yeah, for sure one's going to choke it up.
And how is Secret going to do at the major, you think?
Very well. They're gonna watch it.
Flame bait questions here.
But to get into the draft, Puppy's mastermind earlier, he lost. So they played against first pick Bad Rider, and they were like, we don't care. We're going to pick our Monkey King or Bloodseeker into it. Well, long story short, that didn't work out. So this time around, big brain, Clement Ivanov, he bans the Bad Rider, so he won't have to play into it. He's like, Whisper Timber or Sea Smile Timber, we don't care. I got my 1 of 2 Crystallis heroes where I know he's going to carry me into the next stage.
Let me make sure I understood that properly. So you're saying that because Monkey King, one of his worst matchups in the entire game is Bat Rider,
Yes.
that it occurred to Puppy that if they want to pick Monkey King every game, they should ban Bat Rider.
Yeah, I know it's crazy, but that did happen.
Do you know what else is really crazy?
This guy's good.
EG, they banned Chen and Techies.
Okay.
And took Timbersaw.
Okay.
And they left Crystallis' Monkey King and Bloodseeker in the pool, which are supposedly both really good versus Timbersaw, because they don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Damn.
They think Timber's that good.
Neither team gives a shit.
They don't. That's it.
That's what's up.
And which one's scarier? Team Secret doesn't give a shit, or
I think EG.
the South American?
I think EG not giving a shit is scarier.
I would agree.
Yeah.
100%.
Well, of signatures, which one's scarier? Crystallis Monkey King or a Whisper Timbersaw?
That is a tough.
That's a quite equal matchup.
I mean, I would say Whisper Timber.
Okay.
I think Whisper is one of the most annoying offlaners.
Yeah.
Like, the plays he makes on the map are very chaotic and very unpredictable, and Timbersaw just kind of fits that to a T.
Yeah.
Like, that hero can just go ham, and sometimes if he knows his limits better than you, you'll think, this guy's going to retreat when he's 1/4 HP, and then he turns around and does 800 damage.
Also, when you play Monkey King, do you need to go Echo Saber first item every game? There were other monkeys I've seen that sometimes they will go like Maelstrom or some Desolator Rush.
It feels really hard to stay on the map without Echo Saber right now, and since jungling kind of sucks for Monkey King, and
so it's too good not to.
It's just like the map right now feels really bad to like farm your way back to base. Like you want to just consistently stay on the map.
Okay.
So that's why I think players. I tried Monkey King towards the beginning of the patch.
Yeah.
And what was happening to me was I was getting booted out by carry rotations. Like the enemy carry would go through the portal and they'd 3-man me. And I stopped. I gave up on the hero because of that specifically. Like I was like, what do? I don't want to jungle as Monkey King. Am I going to go Maelstrom? But I think as long as you're prepared for that, it's like if you're 2,000 games of Monkey King.
All right.
He should know.
Well, my take on Monkey King is you don't farm on this hero. You're not going to just sit back and jungle. Yeah, so you need to build those early stats, and if you start losing these early engagements, you're kind of you're going to lose a game, and it's going to feel bad. I've tried the Maelstrom build too. You go hit creeps, and I'm farming versus Terrorblade. I'm going to lose.
The other guy's hitting
problem.
way more creeps than you.
Yeah, so as a Monkey King, you kind of want this Echo Saber build, so you can keep fighting. You get your money through getting kills, using the Twin Gate, hopping around, being aggressive, and limiting the enemy farm instead of being greedy and taking your own farm.
So what's with the, just to add one more onto this, is there no way to rush a Diffu or Deso? You need the Echo like for the
you're
mana.
against Medusa, but you're against the Timbersaw.
So it's very specifically only.
Yeah, the hero's strength gain's not fantastic.
Okay, gotcha.
So I think the fact that his first item is meant to fight, you probably need that extra bit of I think it's like 13 strength.
Yeah, and the difference between getting that last Jingu off into a full HP stun could be that 200 HP or something.
Yeah, he's a hero that will either kill everybody or just die instantly at the start of the fight. Or get kited more so.
Checks out.
The thing about this Venom pick is it makes it difficult for Monkey King to do just that. Any hero with consistent dots, the way I view Monkey King is if it counters Blink Dagger, it counters Monkey King, because Monkey King's Primal Spring works where if you want to jump on trees, it's a 3-second cooldown since the last time you took damage. So if you look at all of his bad matchups, like on Dota Buff on paper, it's like Phoenix, Queen of Pain, Veno,
long
stuff like
DOTs.
Long DOTs that can be chucked at him from range. Like you don't have to be in range of him hitting you in order to apply it. So I like that Evil Geniuses went for Veno. I think this hero's been, I'd say, almost like undervalued. In the
Right
sense
now,
that
yeah.
I see it a lot this tournament, but I actually think this hero is really strong.
Yeah, it's definitely really strong. I think the Bat Rider is going to be the worst matchup for the Monkey King just because that other aspect of Monkey King is playing in the trees.
True.
Where Bat Rider can knock him out, break the trees, whereas Veno, you're playing against Crystallis. He's played against Venomancer hundreds, maybe thousands times. I don't know how many Monkey King
Probably
games
1,000. He has like 2,300 Monkey Kings.
Yeah, sure.
He probably has 500 games against each counter.
Yeah, exactly. And then against Venomancer, if you play in the trees correctly, you can make the Veno feed right away. But you might die in return. It's still a good matchup. Either way, all I know is Crystallis, he's a good Monkey King player. He probably knows this matchup. He definitely knows it against Timbersaw. If this is a game where he gets to stay in the tournament or leave the tournament, he couldn't ask to be on a better hero.
Yeah. I mean, Mag is very good with Monkey, of course, with the Empower and like locking people in place. But playing these type of heroes that need the correct fight and like a good initiation against Veno can be a bit tricky. So I would want Secret over the course of this draft, like where they round it out to help this Mag out. Like we've seen it before, if you rely on one guy going in, especially against some stupid stuff that is laying around, like whether it's some Sunray, eggs, or Plague Wars you have to get through, that shit is hard. Like I don't want to have them set up their offlaner like that.
Mag gets kited pretty hard as a hero. Like, surprisingly for a hero that's decently fast, has a mobility spell, usually buys mobility items, I've found that when I play this hero, you're either hitting everybody or they're kiting you and you're hitting nobody. And so now we're seeing two heroes with similar issues, the Monkey King and the Magnus. And I think they're, like you said, they're both kind of bad against Veno conceptually. I'm not sure like where this Veno plans to go, because I don't think Chris Luck plays Timbersaw. Does he?
He has not played it.
It's not one of his favorites, no.
Yeah.
So
And
it must be a
generally
Veno
when we
5?
see Timber, the Veno is likely to be 5.
Okay.
I would say.
Yeah.
It's very likely.
Well, if you want to shore up some of Magnus's shortcomings, Armel has also been playing a fair amount of Mag mid. I don't know if that changes the equation.
Okay. No, that would be nice, because in the early game he doesn't have to worry nearly as much about that kind of stuff. I would love if Secret goes for like an Oracle in their 4th overall pick here, because yeah, just making it so these heroes don't have to buy their own dispels early. They can play for normal items that they want to go.
So just to recap quickly, I think it's probably offlane Timber, 5 Veno.
Yeah.
We don't know where Wind Ranger's going to probably carry mid or 4.
Yeah.
They can do
And
all
flex.
of them. Then for Secret, I do want to see Mag in the offlane pretty badly, because if you're running a Mag Monkey strat and you're playing against like these Veno Wind Ranger type heroes, I feel like they really need a Space Maker to come online from the mid lane. Because if they could get some Void Spirit, is that in the pool? Yeah, Void Spirit.
Yeah,
would be
so
quite
Wow, he
good.
is in the pool.
Some Void Spirit with Mag, classic, but they need something that can, like, if you imagine this Veno in the fights, you drop the Mortimer's Kisses and some Void Spirit jumps in, you'll just kill him immediately. Same with the Silencer. That could be a good approach. But for EG here, looks like this Wind Ranger is now just going to be mid or carry.
Yeah.
That might have been a preemptive Spirit counter, because they had already banned out Sky, who teams will traditionally use with that Ancient Seal. As you mentioned, like this Void Spirit's likely to come out.
Secret need some form of chaos in this game. So we touched on Mag against Veno. It's not easy in team fights. Now you have a global like added on top.
Yep.
You need someone that helps this guy. Otherwise, you can't really rely on your Mag doing anything but trying to hit with 400 damage the people that are in front of him, because he's not going to be able to set up your team fight on his own.
Definitely a lot more difficult now. And that puts the Veno on 4 actually now. So Crystallis is lane, and that's not a super surprising pick.
Yeah.
And EG saw it coming with that Silencer pick. So
Yeah, they must have.
well prepared. I'm scared for Crystallis now, because this is going to be a Veno Timber lane. And it's going to be very difficult. And the reason why Monkey King is good versus Timbersaw is because you do get those stacks. But if you're getting galed continuously, you're never going to get that 4 stack. And Monkey hates it when he gets harassed and he actually can't proc, because then he can't heal.
Yeah, that's
So
his
it's gonna
only
be
form
annoying.
of sustain, is hitting you 4 times.
I would like them to pick a lane where you can go for kills on the Veno. I don't know how much so, sure, Oracle is good against Veno, but I think that hero has an incredibly hard time playing into Silencer in the game. And I would prefer them taking a more aggressive
Channel
approach.
it, bro, in the team fights. Predict it.
Ooh, I've seen a Reddit clip before.
I think it was
Insania did that a lot.
Yeah, Insania did it.
You channel the purge on yourself.
Yeah,
When the global comes out,
Like, global's coming, global's coming.
You gotta hard read that global though.
Because Venno is good against Monkey if he gets to like use his spells and gets to play behind his core. But if Monkey +1 can actually be the ones going on Venno, I mean, it doesn't matter if you gale him if he's literally on top of you and you're being slowed as well. So that's something that I would like.
Is there like any possibility that one of these cores for Secret is actually a support, like Mag or Monkey King? Is there
Mag support?
I'm just wondering because then otherwise they're 10th picking
Monkey King maybe
a 5.
Did OG do that yesterday? They had Seb on Mag.
They're gonna last pick 4 or 5 here, and I think the reason for that is just you first pick Crystallis as hero, and then you're like, oh, we get Mag Void Spirit. They're just taking the flavors of the pad right now.
They're taking
the OP stuff.
guys.
Because I don't want to see a Mag 5. That's all I know.
Yeah, I think that is just.
That's a waste of the hero.
That's horrible. I think. Yeah.
Yeah, level 2, you could Shockwave Skewer the Venno into tower. With boots.
Yeah.
Then you have to hope that Venno's AFK, but it can happen.
The good old Mag Monkey lane against Venomancer.
Any chance he's playing on a hotel Wi-Fi?
It's possible.
Always a chance.
2 or 3 seconds.
Just get him at the right time.
Yeah.
I mean, EG did think there's a potential for them to probably flex the Monkey King, since they're banning out Bloodseeker and PL. But yeah, I don't see any other hero other than Monkey King being flexed. But even that, I feel like is a bit of a stretch.
It's your potentially elimination game. You're not going to let Crystallis play the Monkey King? Of all the options.
We need the Chris Luck Shadow Fiend now.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's what I'm looking at.
They have a lot of burst damage for him. It would shut down the Void Spirit, though.
It's Chris Luck. He doesn't care about
He doesn't give a shit. Maybe Death
trivial
Prophet.
things like
Death Prophet
the state of the game. Is he going to win his lane, though, is the question.
This hero has
Alright.
been doing quite well in this tournament so far. Very nice against displacement spells like Mag. You can't really meaningfully skewer this guy out of position. And also, if you go on somebody else, he's BKB piercing counter initiation for the RP. The only issue is that if they follow up the RP with the Wukongs, the statues still attack during the Chronosphere.
Yeah.
How does it work with statues if the main monkey is empowered?
The main monkey is empowered? Like, does it cleave?
Does the statue cleave?
It should. I'm not sure, actually.
I know with
think
Battlefield
it might be
it cleaves,
items only.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not actually sure.
You put buffs on the monkey, it just applies to the main hero.
Yeah.
Okay.
But either way, Void's a really good pick here, especially, I like it a lot with the Silencer.
Yeah.
Because all he needs is like a moment of combo break to get his time walk off. Because it feels very hard to kill Void in this game. Normally I'd be like, sure, you just RP, screw him back, Monkey stun, Cookie stun, he's gonna get chain stun, but press R on Silencer and it's difficult.
I should have called it, because that's like the #1 core-to-core matchup counter to Void, I feel like, if you want to put him off lane, the Wyvern. It's like a heavy damage over time, you have the Curse to counter-initiate him, you have the Cold Embrace to save your teammates. I would love to see like a Mag 4, Wyvern 3 here.
Puppy's playing that Wyvern.
Yeah, I think
You think so? I just think it
so as
suffers
well.
against Timbersaw as a 5.
That's what I think. I could be wrong here, but I think...
That's what I'm thinking too.
It's a 4. I think Snap and Wyvern are their supports. Just because I don't think anyone's bold enough to play support Mag.
I'm telling you, I would like them to make the swap, but I understand what you're saying.
Bring it back.
Yeah, I
know
want to see it
gaming
too.
happens with intel, but who's playing what in this game?
Hold.
We don't have the intel.
But do we have the strength?
No, we don't.
DHL, deliver us the news, please.
Oh, this guy's really growing into his co-host
He is.
role.
Oh.
He wants to rank up.
We're back.
Off-lane Winter Wyvern.
Oh, mid-mag.
Mid-mag, support, Monkey King, carry, Void Spirit.
This is okay.
I'm fine with this.
Yeah, I just don't... I want to see Mag on core. That's all I really cared about.
Ooh.
I know you want to see otherwise, but... You know.
No, I don't. I just wanted to see the Wyvern core. Like, I thought Wyvern support would really struggle here. I think the only thing that made her viable this patch is she can buy items that give her damage. So
Might be the same with Mag, too, then.
True.
True.
I'm going to go with EG for this draft, but I think the Wyvern pick is pretty spicy.
This
I find it
mid-game...
slightly tragic that Crystallis isn't playing the Monkey King.
This Void Spirit's okay, but I think Secret have a very hard mid-game cut out for them. Like, all these heroes that rely on their spellcasting against some Venomancer and Global faces Void, you need to combo Void to kill him, and they have a lot of... Like, just Global Silence alone is...
There's no easy targets. Like, the Wind Ranger, the Void, and the Timbersaw are all difficult to bring down.
Well, are they going to be powerful enough to do it? Let's find out as we get into game #1 with the powerful pandas.
EG versus Secret. Will EG win, Cinderin? If they do, of course, they will move on. If Secret wins, we got a three-way tie again. Who you got, big boy?
I kind of like EG a little bit more here. I think Kezu's breakdown of it is the way I feel about it as well. And I don't know if I'm too happy with the way Secret assigned their heroes either. The mid Magnus against Timbersaw I think is going to be interesting to see. We've seen Timber do very well in a lot of mid matchups that historically he wouldn't. This is one of the ones historically that Timber wins. So if he's playing against the new Magnus, is this lane still going to be Timber favored? Is it going to be more even? I don't know if we've seen it this tournament, to be honest. So that's one that's a bit curious for me. And the safe lane Void Spirit as well. Hang on, Matthew.
He's going to get the bounty. Will it cost him his life? A nice gale coming out from Whisper.
Puppey might actually be in trouble now.
Yeah, Puppey getting slowed to a crawl. Crystallis trying to block a bit, but that double blood grenade will be enough. He's going to throw one out right before he drops to help get the kill onto Panda. It ends up being a 1-for-1, but EG with the first blood. Crystallis has to TP. Where did he actually go? Was it the lane?
He did TP top, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So the reason I'm a little bit unsure about this safe lane Void Spirit is that I think a big part of this hero's presence in the game is levels. Obviously, he does scale very well with items now compared to in the past being a universal hero, but I'm curious to see if the curve of this hero, how different it's going to be by playing from that safe lane. It's clear that Secret didn't want to play carry Monkey King against the Veno off lane, but at the end, this might be a little bit too creative, because I don't think this is a good Void Spirit lane either. I actually think Venomancer is one of his worst matchups, because you don't have a reliable way of avoiding the harassment. Every time you want to get CS, you need to either melee or use your Resonant Pulse, and that sets you up for a Gale and some harassment from the Veno. So historically speaking, I would say this, at least as a 1v1 mid matchup, I would have Veno all day for this.
I think considering, I don't know if we even saw that on the stream, but we could see in the game, Secret, when it was time to pick their heroes, nobody picked for quite a while. I think they were certainly discussing, because they do have quite the flexible lineup, seeing a little bit new positions like you talked about. And from heroes that we're not used to seeing be as flexible because of the universal aspect. I mean, Secret have, is that 4 out of 5 universals, and EG, I believe, 3?
Yeah,
and Void Spirit makes it to the second phase somehow.
So I think definitely Secret were debating this for quite a while, and I can see the reasoning of why they arrived at what they did. Oh, hang on. See Smile actually taking a beating here. Is our Mel gonna kill him?
Well,
one hit and a Shockwave would do it.
Maybe. Level 3 Shockwave, right click, that's enough.
Damn.
Solo kill Mag versus Timber. You don't see that every day.
That was very unexpected for me. That's a big win for Secret to grab that one, because this was a lane I did not think they would do this well in already.
Timber against any, well, I was going to say strength, but I guess he is universal now, but still, any melee hero really should have a free lane for the most part.
I wonder why Secret didn't put... Oh, hang on. He's getting skewered again, but I think this time around C-Smile is a bit healthier, so we'll be okay. I'm wondering why Secret arrived at putting the Void Spirit safe lane in the Mag mid instead of vice versa. Because I actually think Mag carry here could have definitely worked, and maybe it's just a player preference thing that they don't want to put Crystallis mid and Armel in the safe lane. They just want to stick to their primary roles. But I think that lane assignment is arguably better. But hey, if Mag kills Timber, then that's putting me to shame. So
yeah, you put yourself to shame on that one somehow.
I will almost guarantee you that this is not supposed to happen.
Scatter Blast from Puppey, forcing Matthew out for the time being. But yeah, Void Spirit, I mean, we've seen how well he scales with the damage and whatnot because of the universal aspect. Same with Mag. Kind of interchangeable in the core roles, it feels like, but we haven't gotten to see his Kaz getting gone on in the bot lane. One more right click should do it. Yamich gets that. Big kill for Secret again. So that's 2 lanes that they are doing quite well in.
Yep, they're finding the kills. The CS also looking pretty healthy. The Wyvern, used to be a hero that had a very hard time CSing, but with these 2 bracers, he is already up to 73 damage. So he can very well contest in this bot lane. And I like the fact that they put Wyvern 3. I think that was something that they definitely should do in this game, and so far looking great for FPZ.
Any damage over time against Voids or against Faceless Void typically will be a good matchup for that hero.
Yeah.
Time Walk is not as useful in those situations, but we're seeing Void Spirit struggle a bit in the top lane as well. So both position ones having a bit of a hard time to start things out, but
I do think this is going to get harder for Crystallis, though, than it is for Pakaz.
Oh my.
He might survive here, but this is starting to get really ugly, and it's not going to get any easier, because when Venom hits level 5, the harassment ramps up massively. Like, the way Poison Sting scales is one of the best scaling abilities in all of Dota. The damage just ramps up so hard every point.
Yep, Panda, bottom lane, another Blood Grenade comes out. Yamich will get that one as well. Trying to focus his sights onto Pakaz, but it looks like, oh, the Cold Embrace keeping him alive a little bit longer. Pakaz wants to continue out, but you see the Boundless Strike with the full Jingu stack. Double kill for Yamich, and this bot lane is all Secret.
Perfect timing. I think FBZ might have actually leveled up from the Silencer kill and skilled that Cold Embrace on the spot. Just good decision making.
Oh, Puppey. Completely blocked in on the creeps. That is very annoying. Power Shot actually misses. The Puppey will be able to walk away. So EG, I mean, they came in as the quote-unquote favorites. Obviously, all the teams are tied, but...
They beat the team that beat Secret. So.
Yes. And Secret been a little bit inconsistent, but they've been better in this tournament than they were in the DPC, that's for sure.
Yes. They have definitely leveled up.
And all Tundra can do, because that is a three-way tie, they can only sit back and watch as Crystallis will be able to dissimulate. He's ticking down very low to that.
Did he salve? Did I hear oh, there was Whisper. Never mind.
Does he need to get denied? Oh, no. All right, now he's just stuck in. Maybe he wanted to die. That was like a free TP in a way.
I think Puppey, this was Puppey's in-game machete right there. Stop taking damage, Crystallis.
Oh, Yamich getting forced out. There's the last word. It gets off the Boundless Strike. Pakaz not going to go any further, though. And yeah, I don't know. He's going to have to walk back to base. I think he definitely wanted to die, even though he wasn't going to tick out anyway.
I dare say already we're 6 minutes in. There's a lot in this game resting on Armel's shoulders, because I think they set Crystallis up for failure by laning this way. Like, I know this matchup is so bad for the Void Spirit, and I was thinking, okay, maybe with the Universal change, maybe he'll do a little bit better. Not really. He's 8th in net worth. He's behind the enemy Wind Ranger. He is struggling big time, and he's going to arrive now to face a level 5 Whisper who... All right, only has 2 in the Sting. He did get 1 in the Plague Ward instead of triple Sting, so I guess his timing will come a little bit later, but still the pressure is just absolutely mounting on him.
Yeah.
So,
but the good news is there is Empower, right?
Absolutely.
He can catch up.
He can. It's going to take some time.
Oh, we have a Skewer back. See Smile. We'll use the Chakram, though. He wants to get aggressive instead onto Armel.
This bottom lane
shrugging things off.
This bottom lane for Secret's going very well, though. That's the lane that's shining the most in my eyes. This off-lane Wyvern Monkey King is owning. FBZ is close to level 6. Pakaz just close to level 5. So a full level advantage here for FBZ is very, very good news for Secret. And the mid lane, as we talked about, also doing just fine. Armel with a good lead here against T-Smile. He's got his Vanguard, though, so he's just going to be pretty safe here. Shackle Shot going for the Gale, perhaps.
Yeah, it will hit. He's just going to TP out. That means Crystallis is going to be left to his own devices. Let's see how long he'll be able to stick around without Puppey.
Another thing about this matchup is his barrier doesn't protect him from Poison Sting. It only blocks physical damage, so even if you have that Resonant Pulse running, you're still going to be under some pressure. I feel like this doesn't happen very often in Dota nowadays, that both carries have a hard time.
Yeah, I mean...
So it's going to create an interesting dynamic in the game with the power levels of the cores.
Okay, Shackle, we have a TP coming in to try and help Crystallis out. It's going to be Yamich, along with Puppey, who's finally made his way here, has his cookie available. The Gale will hit onto Crystallis, dissimulate, and actually dodges the power shot as a result, but he will die to the Noxious Plague. Matthew will be a trade. And now Yamich just getting completely kited around as Whisper and Panda just playing with their food. Earn charge applied to him right now, and that's a double kill for Panda. He's going to continue on, trying to go in for Puppey. Scatterblast is there, but you can see the Gale hits again. But now we have TP from FBZ. Puppey not able to hit the cookie, but you see the Arctic Burn is there, so they will finally bring the Venomancer down.
And this is
and
all
it
of
costs
Secret's
Armel coming as well.
Yeah.
So many rotations.
The entire roster of Seekers in the top lane 8 minutes in.
Oh, Crystallis is bot now. He's like, screw that lane.
Yeah.
I mean, he is the same level as Void.
I think this is a good adjustment. I don't think you want to go back top, and Veno probably doesn't want to come bottom, so I think you'll have a better time down here. Obviously, the risk that you're taking is when Void hits level 6, if you get chronoed with any sort of backup, you might be at a risk of getting killed, but it's not like EG have the most burst damage in a chrono. They have a power shot and a chakram, so
yeah, that's about it.
Probably okay, actually, just sitting down here. I like this idea a lot from Secret, too. Nice steal there from
yeah,
Yamich.
very nice. And Pakaz can take a little damage as a result. The guy's going to use the Astral Step right away, but we'll have to back away because TPs have come. Big Curse comes out. Can they actually find themselves a kill? It doesn't look like it. So Secret will have to back away as Panda's made his rotation now. Chakram slowing FBZ to a crawl, and C-Smile will get that one, so...
Did he not have vision on Pakaz
EG.
there for the curse? Was he in fog? Because if you curse the Void there, he is toast, I'm sure. He was very low health. You just curse him and you throw a Splinter Blast and you get that big kill.
Was it the Timber that he used it on?
I think he used it on Wind Ranger, which, even if she's not in Wind Run, it's not great. Timber had his Chakram flying, so he's doing no damage. He can't attack.
Yeah.
And the Void was very low. Let me see here. Is he really in the fog here? Oh, he was. He couldn't. Okay.
Unfortunate.
Because, yeah, if he could have cursed Void there, he definitely would have done that and got a big kill, but... Puppey.
Oh, Puppey getting chased. C-Smile cleans him up. Armel
has RP here.
He does have RP. You can see Panda coming in to try to help out his comrade, but it's not going to happen, so ends up being a pretty big kill for Secret. Panda stuck in the wrong triangle as well as Secret able to
kill everything.
Bounce back here.
Kill all the heroes and couriers and anything that moves in that triangle. They very much own that area. Whisper's going to go for some counter pressure top, and yeah, I guess. Okay, at this point, Crystal is actually caught up to Pakaz, because Pakaz was ahead by 700 just 2 minutes ago. But these couple of kills that Crystal has been involved in have made a very big difference for his game. I think he's got upgraded boots flying out now, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, upgraded boots, as well as the makings of the start of his Echo Saber. So...
It's okay. He's a universal hero. At 15 minutes, he'll have 200 damage anyway.
And they'll give him power.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You see the Plague Ward starting to mount up now for Whisper. And Pakaz working on the Hand of Midas. And I think the Spirit Vessel was being built by Whisper. He actually does finish it, so...
Yeah. Great against
we'll
Monkey King,
the Wyvern.
He's a support, and against the Wyvern. His top tower is gone. I like the play call from Secret to not defend this. I think it's just don't play into Whisper's hands. Your game is actually going very well right now, and if you avoid taking the bait, so to speak, of trying to fight into Veno, you're definitely better off. All right, we're gating in bottom.
Oh boy, Poppy, you might be in some trouble, young man.
Oh yeah, he is Omega dead here.
He has his cookie. Not going to be able to get it off. A freebie for EG. Yeah, both those tier 1 towers now gone.
This cult distribution, I can't get over it. It looks so silly with the carries being in 5th and 6th like this. And it's not like they're close to the others. They're a full 1,000 behind the offlaners. And I guess it's worth mentioning that Secret supports are faring a bit better, right? Especially the Monkey King's net worth can actually become very relevant because he is going to reach this Diffusal Blade at a reasonable timing on Yamich. And it's a very, very good item against Faceless Void. So... could very much be the thing that pushes the thing in Secret's favor.
The thing that pushes the thing.
This
well
game,
said. Very eloquent. Mortimer's Kiss is coming out. Global Silence is there, though. Whisper taking a beating, but a nice shackle puts Chrysalis in his place. He's going to continue to get silenced, but there's a skewer from Armel. They're going to be able to pick up 2 quick kills. Will cost them the Void Spirit, although Puppey and company able to take out Panda in turn. So it's a 3-for-1. And here comes C-Smile. Armel with the RP. Just wants to get out of the arms of this Timber Sub, but that's not going to happen. So in the end, the RP wasted, but 3-man Chronosphere. Not the hugest combo. And there's a Winter's Curse, though, to hold them in place. So they only find 1 kill off the back of that Chronosphere. Although Yamich is still time dilated. C-Smile, he's Atos now on FBZ. Burning C-Smile away. Do they have the Boundless Strike? They do to cancel the TP. C-Smile getting really low. The Jingu stacks are now up. Do they have enough damage to finish him off, though? This is going to be close. C-Smile with no mana, though. And that'll cost him in the end. So nice turnaround again from Secret.
I thought he was just going to run. He actually killed himself by TPing. He could have just got away.
Yeah, probably.
But stuck around there, and that's a nice one for Secret to get on their way out. But, I mean, it's always funny to see a hero be cursed next to Timber. He's just looking at him.
Yeah,
like, what am I doing?
So the Chronosphere, it looked cool. They killed 1, but they don't, like we talked, they don't really have the combos.
Yeah.
They don't have the Mortimer's Kisses, right? They don't have these big ults that you can slap down in there.
And Void himself does not deal meaningful damage yet.
Yeah, but in the end,
eventually he will.
They did use RP on a solo hero, kind of wasted.
Yep.
But Secret get the better kill advantage there.
It is worth keeping in mind for later in the game that when you are playing Void, Wyvern's actually a classic counter, because whoever Void Chronos, you can just cold embrace them from a supporting role. If you're played as core Wyvern, you might have even more luxury of having more items, maybe a positioning tool, to very reliably get that cold embrace off when Pakaz finds the opening. Obviously, EG have a lot of magic and pure damage coming out as well, but you could imagine maybe someone gets a Glimmer, and you can cold embrace plus Glimmer the Chrono target. And that might be able to delay the fight long enough that Pakaz...
Pakaz, Atos is there. They're trying to lock him down with the Boundless Strike, but he time walks away. Matthew with the TP now, focus fire onto Yamich. Whoa! Shackler Shot will actually not connect, and the Cold Embrace is going to delay this kill. And FBC, he does have Curse, but I don't think you want to use it here. Yamich will fall. I mean, it's 2 rotations. Could have been worse for Secret, but EG gets something out of it.
Yeah, they're going to be very happy that Void got the last hit as well. These kills are actually worth quite a lot of gold right now for him with his... Like, the bounty relative to his total net worth is very meaningful, even though it's just a support that he kills there. This is going to pull him 1,000 ahead of Crystallis once again. Gale missing here. Still putting some serious pressure on this tower with the level 4 Plague Wards, Whisper opting for the pushing, farming, and map control build rather than getting more points in the Sting. He's really been... It's like they've assigned him this job of just being a thorn in Secret's side that they have to handle all the time around the map. All right.
Another Atos. Curse, not going to last that long because he's all alone, and Global Silence is going to force the rest of Secret back, and now we're going to see the Chronosphere only onto 1, but that's going to buy some time for EG to get back into the fray. Wukong's command from Yamich, providing some zone control. Mortimer's Kiss is coming from the south of the map, as Cold Embrace has to be used by FBZ on himself, but that's with the Spirit Vessel applied, and C-Smile's just going to rip him a new one. Looks like Secret want to try to back away. Yamich not going to be so lucky, so EG able to respond back with 2 kills.
Yeah, and that right there is what the panel is talking about with Global Silence, right? They're going to use Curse to try to get Armel in range for the RP. The Global, this play is over, and Pakaz just gets to turn around. Only finding the one-man Chrono, but in the end didn't matter.
I don't even with the RP, do they even have enough damage without Void Spirit there?
Well, historically no, but Magnus hits hard, so maybe they do.
Either way, Secret.
Yeah, nice win for them. Or sorry, nice win for EG here. Not really.
Bit of a backfire situation for Secret there.
And now with this, C-Smile top of the net worth for the first time. Armel has been ahead by a decent amount, but these couple of kills, especially the first one he found there onto the Wyvern, worth a lot.
I mean, they're pretty much even.
Yeah, but he's ahead.
He's pretty much even. It's close enough.
He's ahead by a whopping 1.5% or something.
See, do they have stacks in the Secret jungle at all? Doesn't look like it.
That's a good question. I feel like they haven't been putting a lot of emphasis on that, considering they have an Empowerer lineup. So it's a good point, but sometimes, I mean, sometimes obviously the players don't pay enough attention to it relative to what they could, but other times it's also just by sheer pressure on the map. I don't know if the supports have really felt like they had the time, because the Veno lane has been ruthless in pressure, and so has the Timbersaw. They just keep pushing their map control to the limit. Matthew with an early dagger here. Oh, that was nothing
Shackle
to left.
somehow doesn't hit.
Yeah, that statue is not a tree, on Sven TV.
Well, in my terrain it is.
Oh, well.
It's the Monkey King terrain. Everything looks like a tree.
That
By the
like
way,
pay to lose to me.
a plead to Valve with this new map. They got rid of all the monkeys on the Monkey King terrain, and it makes me so sad. Those are the best part. These little monkeys just jumping around everywhere. I loved it.
Oh.
Please. Okay, on to the game again, of course.
Yeah, that's good.
We have
Get it out of your system so we can
EG.
focus on gameplay.
Yamich.
Fast jump.
I'm able to tree dance away. And he's about to finish that defusal that you talked about. He's still getting pursued. My God. It looks like...
Well...
Oh! They see him just for a moment! And somehow C-Smile sniffs him out, brings him down.
-2 as well.
-2.
I think Silencer just barely got in range there. Maybe he didn't, actually. His smoke didn't break. What's the range? The smoke break range is bigger than the int gain, I think, so he wouldn't have got it.
That's impressive, though, without vision. I don't know if they scanned for that. It doesn't look like it. Their scan's still available.
I mean, Timber is also just the dream hero for that, right?
It is,
You
but
literally just
I
go
mean,
for it. You cut down half the forest. You have a good odds.
Usually people would give up at that point.
Yeah, that's fair. After his first volley of spells missed, I think a lot of players stopped, but gave it a good second try and got it. And this tower is now claimed by EG. Wonder if they're going to stick around and think about the Tormentor here. They're already in position with their entire team anyway.
Yeah.
Not the best lineup for killing it, though.
In our experience, the teams don't really give a shit about the Tormentor.
Do they have good shards, too? Windranger shard is godly, in my opinion, when you're support.
Silencer is...
Silencer is incredibly underwhelming as support. So, I think...
50-50.
This feels like a game where Windranger Shard can genuinely turn the tide in a lot of situations, though. It's very good against Monkey King. You can, like, push him against his own ring. When Magnus is skewering in, you can catch him in his tracks. It's I'm a big Gale Force believer.
Yeah, I believe it. You seem like a Gale Force kind of a guy.
Yeah.
Well, it is 20 minutes, but we can see EG not really... Well, they are moving in that general area.
They're definitely not planning on the Tormentor right now. Then they would have more heroes here, you would think. I mean, they're somewhat in the area, but I think they're just playing zone control more so than anything.
I feel like the Tormentor, the first couple weeks was really cool, and now it's just... People forget about I don't know.
Are we?
When I play, I love it, because I prioritize it. They have some Plague Wards out to give some vision, and actually, we talked about this before, but just by damaging it here, the effects go through fog, so that could be potentially a way to trick Secret into thinking that's being attempted, but...
I forgot that Plague Wards destroy themselves on the Tormentor as well.
Yeah, that's true. But it's not going to bait Secret in. Instead, we're going to see some TPs
Wisdom
from
Rune
EG.
action. They want to contest this Wisdom Rune, and they have the
Puppey
Secret one on the other side.
Looks like he's going to get it, but it's going to cost him his life. Now, maybe that's worth. Trying to deny himself on the creeps. Not going to happen.
Close. C-Smile went for the monkey tree again there, which is a stone statue, so it didn't connect on the Timber chain, but didn't matter.
Statue buff.
Yeah, so 1-for-1 Wisdom Rune trade. Both teams very aware of the importance of this, and I think Puppey dying for that is worth it. The overall XP swing of that rune is massive, so even a kill doesn't compensate.
Yeah, you can't get negative XP. That would be an interesting mechanic, though.
Oh, losing levels for dying?
Yeah. Like 30 minutes in, somebody's feeding really base, still level 1.
You die a sound, so you buy back to cast Global, and then you're level 5.
Yeah, buying back, you could lose a level. That would be interesting. The true cost.
Don't give them ideas.
Well, very even game, though. And Secret are posturing for...
Look at that!
The Tormentor. Yeah, it's only 2 minutes late. That's better than what we've been seeing. See who gets the shard here. It is Puppey, so the cookie.
Yep.
We'll get the little globs.
It's a real feels good shard. It allows you to wave clear way more effectively. Just cookie and scatter blast, you kill the full wave. And might make for some cute plays together with the Monkey King or with the Magnus, potentially.
Yeah, I think of the two that they were going to get, the Monkey King one was the more underwhelming, although it can be good for sure, especially as the support. Yeah, the cookie, very, very good.
Mantis now completed for Chrysalis. Big item here, can break out a Global Silence, can Manta dodge Shackle Shot if he's clutch. Can Manta dodge Chrono if he's very lucky.
Yeah, if there's a bug and you just end up on the other side of the
No,
map.
if you're on the edge of the Chrono and you Manta and your hero...
on the edge, I see.
I'm sure that's going to happen now.
That would be the good...
That would be pretty amazing.
Your calls are usually so bad that you've just been banking them up over the course of the last 10 years, and this is what it was for. The best call ever. And most useless.
No, but that's the thing. People don't really remember the bad calls, but when you make a good one,
Yeah,
like a really good one,
You
they're
just
like,
gotta
holy
call
shit,
everything.
he called it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
That's what you do. Like, you'll always be given the benefit of the doubt if you call it wrong. Yeah, Dota's a complex game. You know it's hard to be right all the time. Then you nail one, it's like, oh man, he knew.
Such a god.
Yeah.
C-Smile did clear out some of those trees to try to give Monkey King a harder time at getting some vision here. Now the Roche attempt is here, but we see Secret.
Secret's either going to make it here or they're not.
Yep, that's a great call. You're going to be correct, I do believe.
Roche will either die or not.
Yep, that is very true. And I
EG
think
will kill Roche in time.
Roche will die at some point. Can
Secret
guarantee
will be
that.
too late.
Yeah, it looks like this will be Roche
Pavis has been used.
Secret really taking their time to get here. Do they still want to fight? They do. Mortimer's Kiss is used, but not to really great effect at all.
I guess he wanted some info there. He was throwing it out for vision, actually, on that high ground, but nobody was there.
It just took them way too long to get there. They're actually going to get the power shot onto Yamich on the trees, and he will fall as a result. And now FBZ will be next. Gets bashed up. Does have the Atos. There we see the global silence come out. He's going to get pursued, though. There's the power shot into the right clicks. That's enough. Double kill for Pakaz. Meanwhile, Chrysalis was fighting the rest of the team. He's going to be brought down, and all they got in response was the silencer. So 3 for 1 for EG.
They also got a shitty t-shirt, but not great.
Okay.
Yeah, I can understand Puppy throwing out the ult there to get vision. They were expecting if EG are in the Roche pit that somebody will be standing at the gate area, and if those globs hit anyone, that they can use that to go on and engage. So I actually kind of like the idea, but EG just weren't in that position, and the follow-up fight did not work out whatsoever. This is something that Secret have to be very wary of, is if their Monkey King gets caught or if their Magnus gets caught, constructing a fight can be kind of challenging for them with navigating against the Veno wards and the global silence. And there was just the vision advantage there. They saw the Monkey King on the trees, they power shot him down. I thought it was blind at first, which would have been kind of cool, but either way, Matthew with the awareness, getting rid of the monkey immediately. And honestly, when he dies like that, it's just hard to see Secret structuring it in a good
It feels
way.
like with the Roche pit so far away now that if you don't get there with great timing, it's just a terrible fight. The team that doesn't get there in time, where before you have so many avenues to get to the middle of the river.
It's also hard as the aggressing team that's going to contest the Roche to deward in time, right? It's hard to know whether you're being watched and from where. So if you can't clear the area,
very aggressive. Wukong's command is used. He has the Aghanim Scepter. The reactive armor's trying to charge up, but he gets RP'd. He gets Mortimer Kisses, and eventually does go down. They probably did 10,000 damage to him at least. As Panda will be able to force staff, gets the last word off as Yam is trying to catch up. Matthew, does he actually want to fight or just trying to slow this down? Probably just the latter, although Whisper comes in now, gets his ult off onto Yamich. They do take out the Wind Ranger, and the Silencers, with 3 dead. That does cost them their Monkey King. And Chrysalis able to dissimulate to the other side. Doesn't have any mobility, though, so if they can sniff him out here, gets time dilated again, and that is going to be a nice kill for EG.
I can't believe C-Smile survived that long. It's so stupid, man. He pops his eggs, and there's 5 heroes fighting him. Like, my goodness. That was a 5-on-1. If he had one helping hand from his team, I think he would have lived.
Yeah,
just one support.
It's too bad. The thing, it doesn't say how much damage he took in that.
Yeah, there's no breakdown
for
damage received. But there's one for damage done, right? But I think that's after reduction.
Yeah.
So, a bit hard to tell there, but yeah, pretty ridiculous amounts of tanking there.
Yeah, but a good fight for Secret, despite not having the Aegis. I mean, Pakaz wasn't really a huge part in that fight. Still has that chrono available. But a good pick-off to start. And what do you think of the Veno Ags, the old Poison Nova?
It's pretty damn strong. Veno has always been this hero that can be a little bit confusing in the late game. I mean, it's a very straightforward design, but the amount of damage that you end up taking and the way it influences fights can be a little bit hard to wrap your head around sometimes. With this new Poison Nova, Veno's damage in fights, even when he dies, is pretty ridiculous. So, as Secret, you've got to be strategic about avoiding running into Veno's type of fight, more so than you did before with the new Ags. So, I think it's a very good Ags. I'm sure you don't think it's particularly interesting.
No, I think it's fine.
You like some of the more
I think it's
creative Ags, but Puppy. He got Galed, though.
Ogre Seal Totem and the cookie. He's fine. Oh, okay. Armel wants to try to skewer. Oh, he actually gets him onto the high ground. That was really close. Mortimer's Kisses as well. Matthew's dead, but
nice play.
Just the support.
That's a level 20 talent skewer there, right? I don't think he could have done that without it.
That was so close.
He had the skewer talent. Nicely done.
The old harpoon action. EG not going to be dissuaded from pushing, though.
This tower probably. if EG had the outpost, Secret would definitely not defend here, but since they don't, there was a theoretical possibility of fighting here. It's 5v4 with no Aegis, but looks like Secret are just going to give it up. It'll take some time.
Yeah, it's going to be delayed a bit thanks to the backdoor protection.
They will let it go here. Pakaz now with the Lincolns will protect him against Curse.
Yep. Oh, we got mass TPs coming from EG. Matthew trying to find FBZ in the trees, gets off the Yules. That'll set up the Gale. And the focus fire with the shackle shot combination. You can see Yamich trying to provide some cover. A nice RP onto one. Maybe not so nice after all. Armel gets to pop the BKB, but he gets chronoed in turn by Pakaz. Of course, does not have that Aegis any longer. Does he have enough damage to actually take him out? He does. 1 for 2 for EG.
Yep. Not much to say there. One-man RP just not enough. And also Secret just don't have the numbers, right? That was a two-man play. No Void Spirit to be seen. Or three-man, actually. The Monkey King was there, but no Void Spirit to be seen. Really lacking a bit in the damage department. And I love the play from Matthew to begin as well. Like, he just ran in with full confidence. TP'd, instant wind run, charged in, Yuled the Wyvern to set up the Gale, and then got the Shackle Shot follow-up. Secret did what they could to protect, but not enough. Good news here, though, for Secret is Crystallis is close to the Nullifier, so might make some more aggressive, successful plays on assassinating, in particular, the supports.
And unless they fixed it, I do believe that works against Timber Axe. Yes?
I don't know that for a fact, but I think you're right.
I mean, it was 100% like that at the beginning of the patch, but I know for a fact that it wasn't in the patch notes, but it doesn't mean it wasn't hot fixed or something. Right? So I will assume right now that...
I don't know if he's going to prioritize that regardless. It's going to be a nice...
I mean, that's a really good dispel.
It is for sure, but I think his primary mindset with it is that he wants to kill Windranger and Silencer, right? Yeah. He just wants to get them out of the game immediately. Windranger won't be able to wind run away. Silencer can't force staff. So...
So EG sporting a 4K lead. Pretty even game throughout this. And if you're just joining us, of course, this is the triple tiebreak situation where one team moves on. Essentially what we're at now, if EG wins, they will move on. If they lose, then we have a three-way tie yet again.
Yep.
The never-ending tiebreak. I don't remember what the scenario that would be needed in order to get to the 1v1 matchup tiebreak situation, but I want to see it.
I don't know what the exact rules are, but I know we can only get one extra round in the rules here.
Okay.
In this tournament, they've said there's going to be one additional three-way tie, and if that's a tie again, I don't know what the tiebreaker rule exactly is. We'll have to ask the panel about that.
Maybe for next season, we can make them just make it a 1v1 to start. That's the first tie. Oh. I mean, that's pretty hype, honestly, if that ends up happening, but unlikely.
I thought you were going to suggest something completely different than Dota. Like a...
Yeah, play some Counter-Strike 2. And the people that don't have access just lose.
I was thinking a hot dog eating contest.
Oh, even better, yeah.
Something like that, you know. And if you don't want to eat the hot dogs, you got to win your games.
Finally, a good contest for me. The more obese you are, the better.
This is where they bring in the coach to play the tiebreaker. Players have to...
Make sure you don't eat for like the week prior. Save up your energy. Secret look like they... will want to clear the wave and smoke here. Roche not up for another 2 minutes. Of course, they don't know that. It could, in their eyes, be spawned already. So these fights are going to be extremely important.
Don't really like this formation from Secret that much. I mean, they're not going to get punished here. I guess they have enough info, but they were very stacked on top of each other in that smoke.
They want Whisper. Double Astral Step, Boundless Strike as well. He's nullified. Global Silence comes out, but it's not going to save the Bananamancer. Shockwave brings Panda back along with the Harpoon. Buyback down to the Venomancer though. Big, okay, well the Skewer brings him back and Armel does get that kill. Wukong's command not really used to full effect. And Yamich is going to die shortly after casting it. Whisper though, Poison Nova goes off now that that Gale was dispelled. He's trying to get into the action now as the rest of Secret attempt to run away. Spirit Vessel applied to FBZ. And FBZ, he's trying to TP out. This is very ambitious. The Yules will cancel it. And he'll be brought down shortly after. Although Cold Embrace is going to delay it.
Maelstrom.
Maelstrom is not quite enough. FBZ. Okay. does end up falling in the end.
Not too bad for Secret, though. That was a Veno buyback. I was worried about their formation, like I said, but the EG heroes weren't in position to punish that. If they would have been, that could have been a nasty chrono, but Void wasn't there to begin with, so Secret... I mean, at the end of the day, this is pretty even. They got the Veno buyback, which is pretty meaningful. But now the question is, will they stick around for this Roche? It's up in 16 seconds.
Yeah, they can always put a Plague Ward in there.
They really should.
They feel confident it's going to spawn.
Well,
I don't know what
it is the max spawn time in 5
Was it
seconds.
max?
Yeah, you can see on the clock there. It's closing in on 11. That's max.
Oh, okay.
Why are they leaving? Oh, they think Secret can't kill it in time, which is... Yeah, that's fair. They're going to go and kill it in the top instead. But Panda...
Oh, all right. That's a good pick off.
Secret can't do this in 20 seconds, so...
We've seen teams try.
Oh, if they find Pakaz, though, that would be big.
Through the gates they go, waiting for Roche to come to their arms.
Yeah, well...
They're going to be greeted, though.
Hello.
Yeah, the skewer back. Whisper is dead. Great pickoff from Secret, and that is a dieback. Pakaz goes through the gate, gets off the Chronosphere, attempting to take out Crystallis. He's not going to find him initially. RP is there. He's getting bashed into oblivion by Roche himself. Time walks to safety, though, and Crystallis gets destroyed by C-Smile. There is a buyback available. C-Smile pops the reactive armor Ags. Now Secret looking to try to run away for the time being. FPC trying to find cover in the trees, but C-Smile just destroys all of them. That's the buyback now into Crystallis. Pakaz getting gone up for the time being, but Puppey not able to get the cookie connection. The Magnus pops the BKB. Puppey looks like he's going to fall here, but the Aether Remnant actually saves him for the time being, and the Winter Wyvern buys back in the game. Pakaz able to time walk, goes back in. If they can get Crystallis, it'll be a huge kill, because it will be a dieback. Gets off the Astral Step, dissimulate to safety. Armel, another skewer, but he gets Whirling Death. Matthew doesn't have the evasion thanks to the Nullifier. Crystallis has to be really careful. Matthew looks like he might tick out. Yamich on the trees. There's the curse finally, but it's only going to be used for Secret to try to get away. Yamich is not going to be so lucky. FBZ getting slowed to a crawl, completely surrounded. Puppey trying to save him. Cold Embrace not available here as the Winter Wyvern will fall. 90 seconds of no Wyvern, and Puppey looks to be next on the list as well.
All right, EG, where are the tips for Pakaz? What a fucking superhuman fight that was. That was unreal. First of all, the decision-making to go through the gate alone and go for that chrono. Yeah. He survives on like 10% health 4 times in a row with Time Walk. Obviously a great supporting cast in the fight as well, but see, so first of all, he's going for this. This is a 1v4. There's nobody here. He's just going straight in, going for the Crystallis kill. Fails, gets RP'd now in the Monkey King ult. Roshan bashes everyone. So he time walks out. So now there's no RP and C-Smile gets to go in. And the thing about this fight is Pakaz took so much damage in this fight but didn't die. And this is damage that could have gone onto supports, like maybe Windranger could have died, maybe Silencer could have died a second time. But just so clean. And I think we're about to see it soon here. Pakaz will... This will be, I mean, this is more a miss than a dodge, to be fair. The Monkey King Boundless Strike that's about to come here. This one could have maybe led to something, but he had Time Walk ready, so I actually think he's fine either way. Just weaving in and out, just so clean. And here again, all right, he was down to like 2% health there. Gets out. It's
man, this was such a long fight.
And if any, like, imagine Secret just does 100 more damage there somehow and Pakaz dies, this fight looks so different, because they can actually chase then.
Yeah, and we haven't really seen one of those curses from FBZ that really turns the fight. They've used it in some instances to get away.
EG are doing a good job at positioning to avoid it.
For sure.
It's also the luxury they have with Timber plus Void is that these heroes are very hard to curse. They're just flying all over the place. They're never really in range of each other. And neither is good to curse to kill the other, right? If you curse Timber, Void can't kill him. If you curse Void, Timber does nothing. Yeah. So
now Pakaz has his 25 talent. We saw Timber, C-Smile get the 25 talent during the fight, which is the double Chakram. Didn't have enough mana to really fully utilize it. And now EG have blown this game wide open. 15k lead with the Aegis and Cheese in tow, and now they go high ground.
Straight in. And this is going to be a problem for the side of Secret. How do you kill Pakaz twice? The only way you kill him the first time is to reposition him with Skewer.
And they know they don't have buybacks on Secret for a lot of these heroes, so you could just go for a Chrono right here. He's going to get skewered back into the Wukong's command. Aether Remnant as well. Nullifier applied, but Time walks away. Very unfortunate for Secret. They expend quite a bit to try to get that valuable kill, but it's not going to happen.
So that was global for Wukongs. I think that's overall better for EG. I actually think the Wukongs is really important for Secret to be able to structure their fight and kill off the monkey or kill off the Void. But EG will show some respect here and back off. Interesting. I actually thought they were just going to run straight back in. Knowing EG, they're never afraid of going high ground, but wonder what the idea is here. Maybe they think the global is more important than I do for this. They will, obviously, they will have a second volley, or a second go rather, with global plus Aegis. The cooldown on global being pretty short, only 50 seconds to go. This spell got buffed heavily in cooldown over the years, I feel like. That global used to be like well over 2 minutes.
No, there was a lot of spells that got power creeped over the years.
Yeah, for sure. 95 seconds only on level 2 nowadays.
Both teams smoked up in some capacity. Armel looking for the opening.
You don't want to find Pakaz here. It's just not possible.
And Pakaz thinking that they were on the other side. We'll just clear up the illusions now.
Panda is possible, however.
Yes.
Hello.
He doesn't have global silence, of course, so you likely will fall. Pakaz looking for an opening, and you can see Secret just running away in fear. Oh, he finds Armel. Could go for the Chrono if he really wants. Linken's is popped. Whisper blinks in as well. They're going to time dilate. They could just take him the old-fashioned way without anything else. But there's the RP. Mortimer gets to follow along with the Wukong's command. Do they have the damage? Pakaz still has the Aegis, of course. Chronosphere onto 3. This is looking really bad for Secret now. Chrysalis gets dropped. So 2 cores with no buybacks from Secret. And a third falls here as well. Cookie from Puppey trying to salvage something in this fight, but Whisper able to kite. Finally, the curse comes out, and it's used to at least get 1 kill as Pakaz beats the shit out of his teammate. But now they can likely just go high ground and potentially finish this game.
Yeah, he gets another kill. As if it wasn't enough to kill the entire enemy team, let's kill 6 heroes. That's all EG. EG with a 6-man team wipe. And yeah, I mean, it says at least 2 lanes. Secret have 1 buyback, and it's on a support Monkey King.
They could go throne right now.
They could. They don't know the buyback status fully necessarily, so...
Well, there were 3 buybacks in that last big fight, so they know 3 of them for sure cannot.
Yeah, you're actually right. They might have just been able to end it straight away there. If they ignored the barracks bottom entirely, they would have taken the both tier 4s now. So yeah, they could have made it. With Flamethrower as well, this would have been done in time, but... I guess it's going to be Megas instead.
Yep, taking their sweet time.
Effectively the win as well. It's a little bit of a slower way to victory, but it's going to be the final glyph burnt here from Team Secret. Not going to have Chrysalis whatsoever for this defense, no matter what they do.
Yeah, but they do have Skewer.
They do, but Pakaz still has the Aegis. Like, you couldn't even kill him the 1 time. How the hell are you going to kill him twice? This is a gone lane, and this looks to be the makings of a short tiebreaker day. Not the minimum amount of games, mind you. We could have been done in 2.
Yeah.
But looks like we will very likely be done in 3 here with EG Mega's 30k gold lead.
Tundra looking on, hoping for a miracle from Secret. Down 30k against Mega Creeps. This is looking pretty impossible.
This is as close to impossible as it gets without truly being impossible.
Nothing's impossible, of course. There's a 1% chance.
I think that 1% is the team has Skewer. Genuinely.
Yeah, does he have Refresher by any chance? No. I mean, that's the, with this new universal build, you're not seeing like the old school trying to skewer them back constantly. It's more about, you get 1 skewer off and it's about doing damage more than anything.
This smoke could be the killing blow if they get good vision out. Oh, there's a TP.
Yeah.
Armel.
Oh, boy. That is the wrong place, wrong time. 90 seconds with no skewer, and I believe that 1% has probably been deleted as Pakaz jumps in, getting a nice time dilation off, and now they can go for the throne.
They were looking to set up vision and get a jump, and Armel literally TPs into their waiting
That
arms.
is very unlucky.
Does not get any easier than that. Now, the Aegis is gone here for Pakaz, but...
Yeah, they got to blow everything. Oh, he did find buyback eventually, so it ticked up into it. Pakaz able to get the tier 4s, though. Armel, he's getting his blink constantly canceled by the Venomancer. Extremely annoying to deal with. And Puppey looks like he's going to get dropped as Armel trying to have a 1v1 fight against Venomancer. But you can see the throne is just completely exposed, and there's not anything that Secret can do as Armel dies again. GG's come out, and EG will move on in Dream League Season 20. which means Secret and Tundra say goodbye.
Yeah, they were just the best team in this tiebreaker. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Some cheers there. It's time for table tennis, boys.
Hell yeah.
Get the papers off the table. We're going to play around the world today, and then we're going to be back for more tournament games the next coming days, entering Group Stage 2.
Man, I didn't look at a scoreboard. C-Smile 21-4 after getting killed in lane.
Yep.
By Armel.
They sorted it out after a little bit of a rocky start in the lane, yeah. And a couple of kills. I mean, Secret were doing pretty well in the bot lane as well with their Wyvern and Monkey King, but didn't really create enough distance between themselves and the side of EG. And obviously, at the end of the day, we were talking about these two carries that were massively behind in the early game. Who was going to come up big? And your guy on your screens right now definitely did. Pakaz, I think, an outstanding Faceless Void performance as far as I'm concerned. Played this game incredibly well, given his start. Found a lot of opportunities. And just as a whole, EG played this. I think they played a beautiful game. This was very enjoyable for me to watch. And as we see the final scoreboard breakdown, look at that damage from Pakaz. That's actually a pretty significant amount from a Faceless Void in this kind of game. Up to 30k. Did more damage than anyone on the enemy team combined. Usually when Void cracks these numbers, you reach later game territory, but still beaten out by the Veno and of course the Timbersaw of C-Smile here. Nice to see those 3 spell prisms as well on the breakdown.
Yep, classic.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah, nice game all around from EG. Well deserved. They move on.
So EG move on. Secret and Tundra do not. Panel, short day.
Yes, but as Cinderin so accurately reminded us, it's not as short as it could have been. Why didn't we have Evil Geniuses play first? Then we would have been saved of one series, but then we wouldn't have been able to see the true dominance of how Western Europe crumbles. 6 teams were brought here to DreamLeague Season 20 from Western Europe, and only 1 remains in the tournament. It's Game & Gladiators, as EG have deftly removed 2 of them from the pool in this tiebreaker. And off the back of some versatility, usually it's Whisper playing the Venomancer, usually it's Whisper playing the Timbersaw, and, well, sorry, no, usually it's Whisper playing the
Whisper playing all the
usually
heroes.
it's Matthew playing the Venomancer, but they mixed things around and it worked out well for them.
Yeah, this was a funny draft. Both teams, we didn't know exactly who was playing what until we were literally waiting for them to pick them in the post-draft screen. And that type of draft, I think it just favors EG. This is their style. They want you out of your element. They don't mind being out of theirs.
Yeah, definitely. This is a team that loves their flex picks. They'll save them to last. They probably didn't know who's playing what either until the very end. And this decision they made to make Whisper become the Venomancer, I think was a really big one because he struggled really hard. Even C-Small died solo to a Magnus in the Timbersaw in the mid lane. But the one thing that was consistent is Whisper in the off lane, playing the Venomancer, completely crushing Crystallis on his Void Spirit. If they would have lost that lane too, this could have been a completely different game.
Yeah, they stomped that lane. Crystallis had like lower net worth than Puppey, I think, at some point. Whisper also had great items. I think there was the Vessel into Force Staff, into Aghanims, super annoying for the enemy team. And yeah, I think Secret just didn't have a good answer for this, like Faceless Void as well. Like later in the game, they can't really kill Timber. Pakaz can use 20 time walks with 15 time dilations, like, yo, what up, I'm here, no, I'm back here, full HP. They don't really have any good answers.
It's the Silencer Faceless Void combo.
Yeah.
Bails him out of trouble every time.
Yeah.
I got a question because I don't know how this happens. I can look at the draft after all 10 heroes are picked and I'm like, man, it looks like it's really hard for Secret's heroes to kill EG's heroes, but not the other way around. But I don't understand how that happens, like in the draft. Do you guys know what I mean? Like, where does it start? Is it the Veno pick against the Monkey where you have like the DOT, you can kite him, or like, at what point in the draft is that solidified? Because
I think it was based off Secret was just picking comfort and meta.
Okay.
And they weren't necessarily picking to make their heroes good against what they saw. As we saw in the first phase, they just picked Monkey because Crystallis Monkey King, right?
Yeah.
Of course, he didn't play it that game, but they picked it with him in mind. In the second phase, like, Mag Void Spirit, this is really good. Then you see on the other side of EG, they pick heroes like the Silencer to combo break. They pick the Faceless Void that can use that combo break really well. And now they're just, EG did a phenomenal job of just counter picking what Secret had. Albeit Secret had very obvious picks though, so maybe they had the training preparation on this patch. Boot camping really paid off for EG in this series.
I mean, Secret had good heroes, but I don't like their second phase picks at all. You're picking like Mag into this Veno, then also the Void Spirit. Like, you're setting up most of your lanes for failure. I mean, Armel solo killed C-Smile somehow. Shouldn't happen, but whatever, it does. But it's more about the way you set it up is not correct. I also think FPZ's item build is just straight up bad. He should not go second item Manta style. There's no way. He should go Ags and like try to play on long range and just keep getting those hits out instead of, I don't know, being so Winter Wyvern with Yasha at like 18 minutes. I don't know. I didn't feel that one.
Sounds like you're showing me a lot of shortcomings of Universal Heroes, which I thought did not exist.
How's it possible?
You're saying Mag Void Spirit can be bad in certain situations? You can say Manta on a Universal Hero can be bad in certain situations?
Impossible.
It's possible,
I don't believe it. Although, to be fair, I imagine the Manta was also motivated by being against a Silencer.
Yes.
And so he needed some Dispel, and what Dispel are you going to get on a Universal Hero if it's not
It's got to be Manta style, baby. It's no other choice.
21 kills out of C-Smile this game on a hero that we're not 100% sure he was comfortable on, because him getting solo killed in the mid lane, I don't think a Mag should be able to kill him.
I mean, he shook off the rust really quickly. The laning stage, you could tell he didn't play it a lot, but he had the most kills in the game, most damage in the game. He warmed up really quickly on this hero, and he played phenomenally at some point. But yeah, he got solo killed, and after that, he's like, okay, I'm warmed up, I'm ready to go. Didn't really make too many big mistakes past that.
All of the players, Pakaz on that Faceless Void, he was looking like a surgeon, man. All these multi-chronos, him twin-gating up during the Roche fight just by himself. He was like, now Whisper died, he poisoned everyone, I'll clean up the pieces. And then Roche stepped on everyone on the way.
I was going to say, he stalled them just long enough with Chronos so that Roche could follow up for the team fight.
Calculated.
Monster play.
It may have been, honestly, knowing Pakaz. He is a monster. He's like, maybe if I all go here, group him here, Roche will come run through, and that will favor me, right? If I hit 5 heroes with Roche on only one, that could make something fun happen at least. But maybe it'll turn, and it did. It kept him alive in the end.
And that ended up being also like a 3-minute long fight as it slowly progressed from the Twin Gate over onto the Mighty Mines, I believe.
Yes, that was depressing to watch.
How many time walks or how much damage did he time walk off?
So that was one thing that I noticed.
10,000.
Because
8,000. You think more? I think 8 to 10K.
I would love to see like a health regained stat or something like that.
It's too much.
It was wild. And I imagine that's also part of the reason why Faceless Void was able to do so much work, is we're seeing a lot of mana burn be popular on a lot of heroes, but they had no mana burn heroes on Secret.
Yeah, that's pretty much the only way you can counter his heal, is he doesn't have mana to cast it. I think like matchups like Pango are super frustrating for Void, but in this game, if he bought the Sanj and Yasha under the idea that he's just going to time walk 10 times.
I mean, I've seen some four players also prioritize a Vessel versus Void too, because it is so annoying. You don't see it a lot, but it can be impactful if you're in situations like that and you can just stop the health regen.
So is offlane Wyvern still a viable option?
No.
Maybe not at all.
I hate it personally.
It's playable, but it's really like niche. People keep trying it. And
Why though? Why would you ever play it is my question.
I don't know. It gives you some draft win, I guess, where you flex to that. Not this one. I didn't like that one, but
it seemed good though. Like you won your lane versus Void.
Okay.
You have a purpose versus Void. At some point versus the Chronos here in theory.
Okay, sure, yeah.
It just never really happened.
But if you're a damage
what's
dealing,
a better game for it?
If you're damage dealing core, like what is a core Wyvern doing that a support Wyvern couldn't do?
The only supposed to be doing damage, but I didn't see any damage. That's the thing.
It's the axe. Like if you're playing core Winter Wyvern, you need the axe because it is broken if you get there. You have like a constant 1,000 attack range. You have high move speed. You can fly over terrain. Splinter or whatever the Arctic Burn is undispellable because you just keep applying it. But if you don't get there, then yeah, you may as well have been a support who just gets globaled every fight. So
the support wouldn't have a Manta though. So.
Yeah, that's true.
Wouldn't have Manta.
That support would have done
and an Atos.
That true. True. He did so much more than Puppy would have if he played the Wyvern, I'm sure.
Yes.
I don't agree with that, but if you think so.
Puppy was pretty much just
your time will come. I'm not 100% sure if we'll have a chance to speak to one of the Evil Geniuses players and congratulate them. Oh, we will. We will be speaking to Pandaboo soon.
Oh, yes.
So prepare support-oriented questions, Brian.
He's one of my favorite people to interview ever since he said he watches my YouTube.
He's very biased.
It's a good reason. He likes you, therefore you like him.
Well, one of the few times I blushed on panel. That's something you gotta like.
Okay.
You gotta.
It wasn't just the makeup. You actually felt a little smitten.
I mean, you have high respect for the guy as a competitor. He came out of nowhere in the last few years. I think having somebody come up and like an up-and-coming captain is even more impressive than just being a player.
Is he the captain? I noticed a lot of teams.
For the drafts, I see Vintage standing behind Matthew primarily.
Yeah, because it used to be POS 5 was captain. Nowadays, I'm seeing a lot more casual 5 players just playing the role without really dipping their foot into the captain territory.
A lot of them got it relinquished from them. Like Insania seems happier than ever now that he doesn't have to captain. He was just like, oh man, so much stress has been lifted off of me. We'll see how much stress our interviewee had to go through for this tiebreaker. Panda, congratulations. Wait, what? You told me it was going to be Panda. Vintage.
Felicidades por la victoria de Vintage.
Gracias. Todos muy contentos aquí.
That's okay.
We're all very happy here.
I have the same question for Vintage as well. How stressful of a series was this for you guys compared to, like, say, Berlin major games? How stressful was making it through this tiebreaker for them?
¿Qué tan interesante ha sido pasar por este tiebreaker para ustedes en comparación con partidas de Berlin Major, por ejemplo?
Bueno, yo no fui a la Berlin Major porque me enfermé. O sea, me autoenfermé y me fui de vacaciones. Así que no...
He didn't go to the Berlin Major because he got sick. He went on a vacation, so...
That's right. I forgot about that. So then I guess my alternate question is, how stressful was it to watch his team in Berlin while he wasn't there?
Entonces, ¿qué tan estresante fue ver a tu equipo en Berlín cuando tú no estabas ahí?
Fue bastante estresante, sobre todo porque el cambio de horario los tenía que ver temprano. Entonces, cuando perdían renegaba porque me despertaba muy temprano en vano, ¿no? Pero cuando ganaban valía la pena.
It was very stressful because there's an hour difference, and I was upset when they lost because I was waking up early for nothing, and after that I was just very happy.
That's a good motivation to have. Kezu, we got any questions for the coach Vintage?
Of course. Hey, Vintage, I want to know, what do you think you have helped your team with the most in this season? Like, what would you say is the biggest improvement from your team?
Quiero saber qué es lo que tú crees que aportas más al equipo, qué es lo que has ayudado más a mejorar en el equipo.
Estuve desde la madrugada, literal, viendo todos los errores de draft que habíamos tenido. Lo que más estudié fue la segunda fase, los seres más importantes que respondían a los seres que nos estaban haciendo en aperturas y entendiendo por qué habíamos perdido. Habíamos empatado, sobre todo, en los anteriores juegos, ¿no? Hoy creo que fue muy limpio ambos drafts. Respondimos con los supers correctos, escogimos las aperturas correctas y sobre todo en ambos juegos tuvimos el win condition, ¿no? Lo cual nos permitió jugar contra Tundra, que es un equipo que juega bastante lento, poder llegar al mismo timing que ellos fuertes, y contra Secret, que es un equipo que juega más rápido, tener el mismo impacto en el early, ¿no?
Okay, he says he's from waking up very early to study the drafts. He was studying mostly the second part of the draft, looking at mistakes and the opening of the drafts, looking at combinations that they were doing, and he thinks they had the win condition on both games. And against Secret, that is a team that wants to play really fast. So that's it.
Okay, and is your strength more in the drafting aspect of a coach, or do you also help a lot with like the gameplay, watching replays, telling them you should have been here, you should have been there, you need to play with him, stuff like that?
¿Tu fortaleza es más que nada hacer el draft o también ves los replays y les dices te debiste posicionar acá, te debiste posicionar acá, como que ayudarlos a ver errores?
Yo creo que mi fortaleza es el draft, analizar muchísimo el draft, las aperturas. Y Cafurtado me apoya mucho en eso, pero él es un especialista más de gameplay, ¿no? Él aporta muchísimo en el gameplay de los chicos. Cuando el equipo no va muy bien y el draft está bien, pero el gameplay no está bien, él siempre los junta a todos, hacemos reuniones, les indica cómo deberíamos jugar, cambiar alguna itemización. Creo que hacemos una gran dupla, ¿no? Somos un buen equipo y nos complementamos bastante bien.
His strong suit is more drafting, and Cafurtado is the one that does the gameplay coaching. When the draft is good but the gameplay wasn't, he groups the team up and tells them, okay guys, we need to improve in here, improve there, and he believes they complement each other really well, because one does draft and the other one does gameplay.
All right, thank you very much, and congrats on your win.
All right, hello. My question for you is going to be, what do you guys do to keep positive PMA and make sure the mental health of the team is consistently good? Any activities like that?
¿Qué hacen para mantener una buena actitud en el equipo? ¿Hacen algo para mantener esa mentalidad?
Creo que nos llevamos bastante bien. De cierta forma, ya en este punto hemos aprendido a convivir los unos con los otros. Creo que en el equipo hay muchos payasos. Creo que yo soy el más payaso de todos y todo el tiempo trato de que todos estén felices y estén riéndose. Y cuando las cosas son estresantes, simplemente ser lo más positivos posible porque creemos que tenemos un buen potencial, ¿no? Quizás no empezamos de la mejor forma, pero de alguna u otra manera siempre encontramos recuperarnos, ¿no? Y lo hemos logrado ahora en este tiebreaker.
I think we just like each other very much. There's a good team atmosphere. There are very many clowns on the team. I'm the biggest clown, and right now I just think we just get along well, and that helped us overcome stressful situations, like for example a tiebreaker.
All right, one last question for you here is going to be not so PMA. Which player on the team do you yell at the most for making mistakes?
¿A qué jugador del equipo le gritas más por meter la pata?
Creo que no es necesario que yo le grite, porque Matthew es el que le encanta gritar. Normalmente con Chris, porque Chris siempre es un jugador que hace grandes jugadas o hace cosas que no te explicas, ¿no? Siempre es así, Chris. Y no, el que se encarga de gritar siempre es Matthew, ¿no? Yo soy el que recupera el ánimo de todos.
I don't know really much of shouting. Matthew is the one that likes to shout at people, mostly on Chris, because Chris does really great plays or really questionable plays. So the one that does the yelling is Matthew, and then I just group up the team and tell them, okay, don't get sad.
All right, thank you.
I would like to know a little bit more about you as a coach. Like, how did you get into coaching? How long have you been doing it? Like, how did you end up with this team? Did you know these guys before the team? All the stuff like that.
¿Quieres saber cómo llegaste a ser coach? Si ya conoces a los chicos de antes, desde cuándo empezaste a ser coach.
Ya soy coach hace 3 años. Estuve un buen tiempo en la escena de División 2. Luego conocí a Matthew, le mostré mi trabajo. Creo que en ese tiempo el draft, sobre todo en Perú, en la región en la que yo estoy, no era algo que se priorizaba mucho. La gente simplemente jugaba porque tenía skill, pero no había como una inteligencia respecto al draft, ¿no? El análisis no existía, por así decir, era muy básico. Y creo que a él le gustó mi trabajo. Con el tiempo me complementé mucho con él, aprendí mucho de él también, y conforme el tiempo iba avanzando, iba mejorando, y con los buenos resultados que tuve en Thunder en el TI, ellos decidieron jalarme a este equipo de Geniuses, ¿no? Y ahora estoy con ellos, ¿no? Con la mayoría ya 2 años, y con este equipo nuevo, con los que recién integran el equipo, casi 1 año, ¿no?
I've been a coach for 3 years. I started on the 2nd division, and then I met Matthew. I showed them my work, and he liked it very much. Normally on my region, on Peru, we don't usually give a lot of thought on the draft. It was just the players playing because they are skilled and playing as how it goes. Then he had really good success on Thunder Awaken, and Matthew liked his work a lot. And then when he did this new EG forum, they just took him, adopted him as a coach. That now he has been 2 years with the first iteration of the roster, and now 1 year with the new guys.
Yeah, I mean, that's awesome. And I love to hear that you feel like the region didn't talk about or pay attention to drafting too much. So I'd like to ask if you would be willing to tell me, how much of an effect do you think you've had on the region's like strategic developments over the last few years? Because I think SA is one of the most up and coming and now solidified as like a top 8, at least 1 or 2 teams every tournament region.
Es interesante que digas que no se pensaba ni se hablaba mucho del draft. ¿Cuál crees tú que ha sido tu impacto en la región en cuanto a qué tan estratégicos son al momento de draftear?
Creo que básicamente lo que yo aporté al equipo de Thunder cuando entré fue entender las aperturas de draft, entender que el draft es una constante respuesta desde el primer ban hasta el último ban, desde el primer pick hasta el último, la diferencia de first pick, la diferencia de last pick, qué tanto impacto tiene cada etapa de draft, era algo de lo que no había como un concepto y que creo que es lo que más sumé, ¿no? Y que poco a poco eso se fue mejorando y de repente otras personas también lo entendieron así y lo aplicaron a sus equipos.
I think that what I brought to the Thunder team was the opening of drafts, understanding that the draft is adapting from the first pick to the last pick, what is the importance between the first pick and the last pick, and also, well, the other teams have been adopting that process, right? Like really thinking about the order of the picks.
Thank you so much.
Vintage, thank you very much for the interview. Congratulations on making it through this tiebreaker, and best of luck in part 2 of the group stage.
Muchas gracias por la entrevista, suerte en la segunda parte de grupos y felicidades.
Muchas gracias. Saludos a todos.
Thank you very much.
Saludos para mi novia.
Y
para Panda, que si no se pone celoso. Bye bye.
And for Panda, otherwise he gets jealous.
Sounds good to me. Thank you very much, Vintage, and Rodrigo for the interview. Appreciate the insight, as you're right, Brian. They have now solidified themselves yet again as being a top 8 finisher, although technically it's not quite the same. We had 16 teams, and now they are one of the 8 remaining teams, which is quite encouraging. But I don't know if you caught it, Kezu, but I think Chris Luck was alluding to something by walking around shirtless quite a bit. Because earlier in the panel, you said a very bold statement.
What was that? Can you remind me?
You would catch yourself on fire
while
while wearing...
No, this lightest shirt. Some trauma there. But today is the day where Secret, they will bounce back. Puppy, he knows what to do. I mean, if he lets me, I'm burning the shirt if they lose.
Really?
I will burn it.
On camera?
Sure. Right here.
You don't even have a backup shirt while you're wearing it.
Oh, I'll do it while I'm wearing it, yeah.
Okay.
I'll just die in life. Uh-oh.
And now, ladies and gentlemen,
I'm being burned
for
alive?
your entertainment, Kezu on fire!
Puppy!
Yeah! Yeah!
Watch him burn!
Ride the round more! He's on fire!
This is really good method acting. I did not expect this. Wait, the fire's gone.
The fire's gone, Kezu. You're fine.
Oh,
I'm fine?
Yeah, the fire went away miraculously.
It was just a graphic on the prompter. It's fine.
Yeah.
Only the highest budget CGI available. And thank you very much for the powerful pandas for a very powerful fire song. That's what I'm talking about. Because we are having to commemorate the end of our group stage. Kezu, as now you've been purged of the flames and free of...
yeah, let's hide this one.
free of the shackles of Team Secret. We can now show the teams that have been eliminated and our remaining teams here in the group stage. Because we had 16, now we're down to 8. Group A has now been resolved. Eastern Europe Team Spirit, China, PSG LGD, Southeast Asia, Talon Esports, and South America with Evil Geniuses.
Where's Europe?
Where is Europe?
I think they're down there somewhere.
Oh.
I'm looking real far down.
Yeah, if I squint, maybe I can see Team Secret, Tundra Esports, and Team Liquid down there. And
what
also,
about NA, guys?
Don't worry about them.
Don't worry about them.
We don't question NA.
TSM also eliminated. Condolences to these teams, but it is a rough group stage 1. That's Group A. Let's take a look at Group B and the 4 teams that will be moving forward. It's 2 Eastern European teams out of this region, 9 pandas, and a last-minute invitation of BetBoom team. Originally, it was supposed to be Southeast Asia's execration, but they had visa issues, and, well, BetBoom have seized the opportunity. After that, the one Western European team, I guess we can let one in. Gaming Gladiators.
Whatever, right? We're gonna have one.
Fine. And Team Aster from China. So both of our Chinese teams made it through, and all 3 of our Eastern European teams made it through. Only half of the South American teams, though, as you saw Evil Geniuses move on, but Beast Coast have fallen, which is, it's still crazy that, like, the group stage score is this even.
Yeah.
And they had to get eliminated.
Yeah.
So something we saw last Dream League was that after the first group stage, all the teams placed in the second group stage in approximately the exact same spot. So like the 4th place team that barely made it through got 7th or 8th, 3rd got 5th, 6th, etc. I don't think we're going to see that this time because the difference between 2nd and 4th, or even 1st and 4th, is not that large.
Yeah, there's actually no difference, right? Between 2 and 4 here?
Yeah,
Ryan?
literally no.
Yeah.
It's 0.
So they'll place the same.
It's infinitely smaller than last time.
Asymptotic.
That's true.
OG, Shopify Rebellion, and Entity were the other eliminations out of Group B. So overall, the group scores you think to be quite similar. How about the group strength? If Group A goes against Group B, do you find any differences between like LGD, Talon, EG, and who was the fourth team?
Can we pull up the other group one more time?
Next to each other.
I don't know if we
So
have
it's LGD, Spirit.
LGD, Spirit, Talon, and EG.
There it is.
Okay, the refresher.
You see any differentials?
I'd say Group B.
I think
four
B is-
teams are probably stronger.
Yeah, I think B is
looks a little
slightly stronger.
to me too.
Really?
Which means they're gonna do worse.
Inevitably.
That is how it usually goes.
Yeah,
They have because they have the European team. That's why they're.
there we go.
So like the way this always works is between Group A and Group B, there's like inter-group metas that evolve, and one of them's just going to be ahead, and they're going to stomp the other group. That almost always happens. Which one will it be? Group A, because I guess Group B.
That checks out.
And to observe these two groups clashing, you gotta have some teams. So let's take a look at the schedule when we return tomorrow for Group Stage 2 here on Dream League Season 20. And remember, we're now in best of 3 territory. No more of these tie series. I gotta get a winner, a definitive winner. Team Aster is going to be going up against 9 Pandas. Brian, prediction.
9 Pandas.
Okay, I'm into it.
Okay.
Team Spirit is going to be going up against PSG LGD after that. Fear.
Team Spirit, let's go collapse.
Woo, collapse.
Wait, is this supposed to be analytical or fanboying?
Both. Why not both?
Let's go collapse. Woo.
There we go.
Ramses.
Strong analysis right there. Third series, it's Gaming Gladiators against Betboom team. Kazu.
Gaming Gladiators 2-1. No, shut up. Quinn is gonna annihilate them. You're boring. I want collapse. Why does
Western
collapse
European bias over here.
Yeah, I mean,
no, it's just true skill, guys.
And the final series is going to be Evil Geniuses up against Talon.
Neil, your prediction, please.
2-1 Talon.
Really? I thought you were gonna shit on SCA one.
I would, but they keep winning, and they haven't let me watch a single one of their games. I suppose I could go home and watch the VODs, but that would take work. Instead, I just want it served up to me on a silver platter, and I keep seeing their numbers go up, and I'm like, when, why, how, who,
but
where?
Neil,
why?
when is Miracle playing?
Put on the glasses.
Put on the glasses.
When is Miracle playing?
And Nisha?
Okay, there's no bad chesting for Nisha.
Put Arteezy.
Arteezy? Oh, damn.
Quinn's
But Sumail is gonna play tomorrow.
I was gonna play. That's all I need. At least one North American representative that I can bat chest over.
In China, yeah.
Not Quinn.
In China, not Quinn.
Okay.
Quinn's.
He's been winning too much.
Ever since he starts winning, then he's European.
Yeah, true.
He was cool until he started winning.
I was a Quinn fan when he was still a loser. Anyway, friends, that's the end of Group Stage 1. I know, it's a heartbreaking end. But don't worry, we're just getting started with Dream League Season 20. Because Group Stage 2 with best of 3s, and then playoffs, and then 2 direct invitations to Riyadh Masters. It's all here on Dream League Season 20. I hope you guys have been enjoying the show, and we will be back tomorrow. But to play us out for one last time, it's the Powerful Pandas.
is a good game. Dota 2 is also a good game. But how about Dota 2 with portals? Well, in 7.33, we got that. Because with the expansion of the map to include 4 new jungles and 3 new objectives, Valve had to add the twin gates to let people TP from one corner of the map to the other. Clicking on one twin gate transports you to the other after a 4-second channel time. Due to the obvious power of this, knowing the ins and outs of the twin gates has quickly become an imperative part of being good at Dota. For example, did you know that the twin gate channel can only be interrupted by stuns, but will not be cancelled by roots or leashes? Also, if somebody is using a gate, then the one on the other side of the map plays an animation and a sound effect, so you'll always know when somebody's about to come through. Because of this, pro players have started prioritizing putting a ward and a sentry down on one of the gates, especially during the laning stage. And you might expect that these gates would lead to essentially a quad lane in the side lanes, but this is not the case. Instead, a lot of position 4s are starting off in the safe lane because it's really far away from the enemy tower. Then they use a blood grenade to murder the offlaner. After, they'll use their twin gate to get to their lane and play the game normally. This is pretty much an instant game win, especially if you already first blooded one of the offlane heroes and then you kill them a second time after they TP in. Other than this, the twin gates are most often used during the laning stage only when the core is farming safely under the tower, so that when you leave, you aren't griefing your core. Outside of the laning stage, the twin gates have generally changed the way that people play the Dota map. Before, everyone would kind of chill mid because mid was the only lane that was adjacent to the 2 others. But there were only enough heroes to occupy one other lane, so the other one became the dead lane. But now, the side lanes are technically adjacent to each other because of the portals, and there are a ton of new objectives and camps near the side lanes. So now the mid lane is the dead lane in Dota 2, and the side lanes are where people look to play.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
You got the boogie.